A month has passed. For the time being, we decided to stay put in Ganeth Haros. Even with their lord toppled, we had a long way to go before the people of Pelegion would be liberated in their hearts and minds. Lenegis hung ominously over our heads. We knew we'd need to deal with it sooner or later. We still had so many questions. The two sovereigns, the Red Woman and the Renaissance, the present and past 300 years ago. Not to mention what happened to Volron's body after his defeat. Still, we were determined to keep fighting. I had my hands full taking care of everything. But in some ways, I was kind of grateful to be so busy.
Are you all right? You looked like you were spacing out there.
Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry. You need something?
It's about that citizen's petition. I was coming to talk to you about it.
If I'm being honest, I think the problems of this realm's Danans hit close to home for me.
Oh?
You saw how things were in Menancia. We might have put way too much faith in Dohalim, but at least we could still think independently.
The people of this realm weren't even afforded that much basic dignity.
I don't know what kind of future the people here are going to ultimately choose. But whatever it is they decide, I want to help do my part so they can make that decision of their own free will.
You mean like how the Danans and Renans of Menancia chose to remain committed to coexistence? It'd be nice if this was a step towards that dream.
That's another issue altogether. At the very least, I want to believe all our hard work will pay off in the end.
Yeah. I guess we can only focus on what we can do right now and take it from there.
I'm going to go on ahead. Would you mind talking to Shion for me? Once you're ready, we'll meet up at the castle entrance like usual. We can talk more there.
Right. Got it. Shion's been hanging out in the observatory a lot lately. Let's see if she's up there.
Is something going on?
Sounds like it. Kisara wants us all to meet at the castle entrance. Taking in the view again?
Yeah. Looking at the scenery helps take my mind off things.
Like what?
Being a maiden. Whether I really am a descendant of Naori. Those kinds of things.
So, are you mad at me?
For what?
I destroyed the Rena Alma. Right as you were about to get rid of your thorns forever.
Why did you destroy it?
When I saw it appear in front of me, it reminded me of what happened back on Lenegis. And the rest was... it was all just a blur. I'm sorry.
It must have been a pretty terrible memory. Besides, we don't know that the Rena Alma actually was destroyed. For all we know, it might have disappeared with that red woman.
If so, then why are
Don't. It's okay. You brought me back. You got me away from Volron. That's enough for now. Let's get going. We shouldn't keep everyone waiting.
Kisara said she wanted everyone to meet at the castle entrance. I need something to eat. Hey, Shion.
Don't.
Okay.
I'm sorry. But if you come any closer, you'll only end up getting hurt.
Because of your thorns, you mean? Trust me, I've endured...
No, that's not it. You don't understand, Never mind. Sorry, just forget I said anything, okay?
If it isn't your thorns, does that mean there's something else?
It's just... It's nothing, really, okay? So you can stop asking me.
Okay. In that case, I'll see you up ahead, okay?
I'm surprised there are owls here, too.
Yeah, there are more of them around than I thought.
it's you two. I suppose that makes me the last one then.
We better get a move on or else we'll never hear the end of it from Kisara.
Right you are. A month has passed since we vanquished Volron. I would have thought that the Renans on Lenegis would have made their move by now. Yet they still remain as silent as ever. We have no idea what happened to Volron's body, nor its whereabouts. The Red Woman also has yet to reappear, for that matter. And contrary to what I had heard, when the Renis Alma formed, not 5, but 6 elements were present, with darkness constituting the 6th and final master core. Were either of you aware of this?
You mean about the Renis Alma? Of course not.
Same. I had no idea a Darkness Master Core even existed.
What about Shion's maiden powers?
No. That was the first I learned about that, too. Or anything about having that power.
Me too. I remember thinking the same thing.
What could it all mean, I wonder? There are so many questions with too few answers, particularly when it comes to that Red Woman and her abilities.
Were it any other ability that used astral energy, I'd say it was an astral art. But hers was different.
Speaking of astral energy, we also mustn't forget that while the other Master Cores disappeared when forming the Renis Alma, for some reason the Fire Master Core remained. It may well have been the work of your maidenly powers. Alphen, are you still able to wield the blazing sword as before?
For now, at least. That Renis Alma sucked most of the energy out of the Fire Master Core, but it still has enough for me to use the sword.
And the sword is safe inside of me for the time being.
Good. At least that's one thing we needn't concern ourselves over.
You can say that again. We have more than enough to deal with as it is. Let's go.
Hey, wait up!
I heard we are all to meet at the castle entrance.
This is Ganya, who has a problem he needs help with. I was just about to ask him what that problem is.
All right, then. Well, tell us what's on your mind, Ganya.
I'm hungry.
You're hungry? Where are your rations? Did you not get yours?
I did.
Are they not enough?
No, I have enough.
Then what's the problem?
Alphen, you have to remember, these people aren't used to responding so quickly. Be slow and gentle with him.
Oh, right. I forgot. Sorry about that. So you have your rations, and it's enough food, but there's still something wrong with them. What is it exactly?
I'm hungry.
Yeah, I got that part.
Do your rations taste bad?
I don't know.
What's that supposed to mean?
I haven't eaten them, so I don't know how they taste.
Wait, if you're not eating them, then what are you doing with them?
Bringing them into the castle.
What? Why? Wait, back up. Are others doing this? Who told you to bring your rations in?
Everyone in my group is doing it. I don't know who told us to do it. They only said to bring the rations into the castle.
I'm guessing none of us told them to do it, or else we'd know, right?
I was afraid that something like this might happen. The people in this capital are slowly regaining their own wills, but not everybody is getting them back at the same rate.
Are you saying someone who got their will back sooner might be taking rations from other people? If so, that's a serious problem.
Definitely. This is something we can't ignore. We need to investigate the castle.
It seems like the people here still tend to blindly follow any orders they're given.
It's a reflex that was quite literally beaten into them. Undoing it will take some time.
I know it's not their fault they're like that, but it's still irritating to deal with.
Hey, remind me, just what exactly are we all doing here?
What do you mean? We're helping people, aren't we?
Could have fooled me. Lately it feels like everything we're doing ends up half-baked. We liberated the people of Pelegion, but their hearts and minds are no less under the yoke than the day we found them. As for Volron's cronies, we have no idea where they scampered off to.
You think I don't already know all that? We're doing everything we can, aren't we? We didn't choose to get stuck here. Sometimes you have to play the hand you're dealt. Besides, you've seen all the same things I have. You know as well as I do that deposing the lords alone won't solve all the world's problems.
Rinwell's right. We've gotten this far, haven't we? We can't just leave things unfinished now.
I guess? I mean, I didn't think we'd be singing around the campfire as soon as the wall came down, but still.
The fight isn't over just yet. At least not while Lenegis remains a threat.
I'm just sick of all this waiting. If they're gonna invade, why don't they get a move on already?
Stop that! Don't you think we've got enough problems as it is without you tempting fate? Spot something?
Oh, no. Just wondering if I could see any armored guards.
Armored guards? You mean Volron's soldiers?
The moment we defeated their lord, all those guys bolted out of there. And not just out of the castle either, the city too. For better or worse, it was the guards who looked after the city's Danans. Without them, making Pelegion half-habitable again has been one big headache.
It's not like they were on their last legs. They could have chosen to stay and fight, but instead they ran away and disappeared without a trace.
But without a lord to follow, they can't have any place to go. Unless... You don't think they went to Lenegis, do you?
It's not completely out of the question. Though I'd say it's more likely they're biding their time somewhere, just waiting for the perfect moment to strike back at us.
The people here in Pelegion are nowhere near ready to defend themselves. Great. Another headache to worry about. Is it just me, or was today's dinner a little low on salt?
I felt that it was seasoned perfectly, so as to bring out the flavor of the ingredients.
Last taste buds are still like a kid's, so if his food isn't rich enough, I bet he doesn't feel like he's eaten anything at all.
Don't make fun of me! We all need salt in order to survive!
He has a point. You do lose stamina if you don't get enough salt in your body.
Yeah, I remember seeing people trying to lick the rocks back in Calaglia.
What? Why would anybody do that?
Sometimes you can find rocks out there that taste salty. They used to say it was because of all the tears we slaves shed.
Most likely, that was actually rock salt that they found. When our provisions ran low, Miguel would often bring some back for us to use. At the time, we used it because it's all we had. But now there's something hearty about rock salt I like. Even more than table salt.
Is it possible, perhaps, to find any rock salt in these parts?
It is. You have to know what you're looking for, but when I find any, I always break some up to refill our supply. The flavor even changes depending on what kind of terrain it comes from. Sometimes I end up collecting more than we need, just in case we like it.
Wow, Kisara's really serious about her salt.
You can always count on Kisara to be earnest. That's why we have to do our part and not add any more to her burden.
search through this whole castle?
Oh, quit grumbling. This sort of stuff's old hat for us by now.
Yeah, you've got a point. But
It's not going to take forever, Law, I promise. Let's just do what we came here to do and get out.
Very well.
Well,
Hey,
Pardon me.
what the hell? Do these guys not realize who we are?
doesn't seem that way. I must think we're just damned from the town.
Whatever's going on, these are Volrun soldiers. Watch yourselves.
In a vine?
Lightning condemned! Demon flame! Holy land! It's weakened! Leave the enemy's arc to me!
No complaints here! It's over! Armor won't save you!
Alright! It's time! Dance in the wind! Here's the evil! Here I come! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Yeah.
Hey,
You don't say.
Well...
Well?
How?
Oh, wow!
So then,
I can't believe how quickly you got all those soldiers to obey you, Dohalim.
actually, they were abiding Renan hierarchy. Not me personally.
well, either way, it solved the problem, and that's what counts.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Let's see what's going on around here.
Yeah, there might be someone who could use our help.
Oh?
What?
Yes!
Just great.
What?
What?
Yes! Yes!
Nice.
Sorry.
Yes.
Just great.
White, soft, and fluffy items. Is that description supposed to be figurative or literal?
Let's check anything in the area that looks edible.
I've talked to the soldiers and made it clear that they are to remain in line. Things should stay calm for the time being.
I know Renans tend to take authority extremely seriously, but you sure know how to throw your weight around as a former lord.
I only managed to get through to them because Volron's curse is lifting, but not to the extent that they can act independently as of yet. Considering we had other matters to attend to for the past month, we should consider ourselves lucky that nothing occurred during our absence.
But if they do start operating independently again, that's going to cause a whole new set of problems to deal with.
Indeed. Ganeth Heros is unlike Menancia. Without intervention, they'll likely revert to oppressing the Danans as they were doing before.
Meaning there's still a lot of work to be done in this realm. Not that there aren't problems among the Danans, too.
Yes. There was no way to avoid the deep-seated conflicts that had festered here. But I just hate that we had to use your position as a lord to solve the situation, Dohalim.
Had I not intervened, yet more blood would have spilled here, and nobody wishes for that.
So, what's going to happen to the Renans here now?
Why do you ask?
We've stripped the soldiers of their armor and locked them up. They can't hurt you guys anymore. I promise.
So they're alive? They're not going to die?
What?
Those people deceived us. They did terrible, terrible things to us. They made us suffer. Long before you guys came along. For years and years and years. It was constant. Never stopped. Not even for a day. So many people died. Our parents, our children, our friends. They all died. They were murdered. And it was the Renans. The Renans were the ones who did it. They killed us. Why do they get to live after so many of us have died? The bastards should die! Every last one of them!
I know how you feel, Ganya. I used to be a slave, and I hated the Renans just like you. I took up the blazing sword to bring them down. But along the way, I've met many people and seen many things. People refusing the hand life dealt them. People who have lost loved ones, but are still trying to make this world a better place. People driven by hate who stopped before it was too late. And those who couldn't and paid with their lives. And I fought plenty of people who were all too happy to make others suffer. Believe me. But after a while, I came to realize that it's not the Renans who are our true enemies.
Then what the hell are we fighting if it's not them?
We're fighting against anyone who tries to take what doesn't belong to them.
But that's what these Renans are doing. How is that any different?
Because I judge everyone by their own actions. That goes for Danans too. Because at the end of the day, at the root of all evils committed is an individual who committed them.
You're right, Alphen. It seems like people are either blaming an entire race for one individual's sins, or an individual for everyone else's mistakes. But all that does is add more hate in a world that's already full of it. I want to help create a society where people can finally stop suffering and move beyond their pain. But if we try to do that with more violence, then we'll just end up right back where we started in the first place.
All right. Have it your way. I can't argue with the folks that helped us get back our ability to think and speak freely again.
Is that to say you trust us then?
I don't trust the Renans as far as I can throw them. I trust you guys because of who you are and what you've done.
Fair enough. We won't let you down, Ganya.
What's the matter, Kisara? Is something wrong?
Oh, no, nothing. It's fine, really. I'm just a bit worried about what'll happen to all these folks.
Right. It'll take time before they start thinking for themselves again.
Indeed, that is part of it. However, what I'm even more worried about is what will happen to them after that. What do you think they're going to want once they realize how cruel Volran was to them?
Probably revenge.
What happened to Ganath Haros is the worst form of oppression we've seen, but treated cruelly or kindly, slaves will rise up.
Lenegis aside, there are still remnants of Renan supremacists scattered throughout Dana.
You mean all that trouble we went through to get rid of the Lords might just lead to more violence? That's the last thing I want to see happen.
Of course not. And if we don't do something to prevent it all from starting up again, there could be even more bloodshed for us to regret. There's still a lot we don't know about the Renan rulers. Whatever the face of truth behind their veil, it's on us to put a stop to them. But there is one thing that's clear. Whatever we do to finally end it, our motives can't be getting back at the Renans, or it'll all be for nothing.
So, what exactly is it that you're saying? That we should just act as if nothing happened?
Law's right. We can't expect everyone to just forget all the pain they've endured up until now. Not so easily, at least.
But we have to at least try to change course. We can't just keep allowing history to repeat itself like this.
Exactly. Look, I won't deny that between the crown contest and 300 years of oppression, there's a lot of bad blood between the Danans and the Renans. But all these problems are just too big for us to try to carry the burden on our own. We'll keep doing our part in the interim, but we need to take this one battle at a time.
Glad that work's taken care of.
I don't think we're done just yet. I want you all to stick around a little longer. There might still be people who need our help.
When you think about it, thinking for yourself can be a heavy responsibility at times.
Yeah, it's not like your mind will only ever think about good, happy things for one.
Maybe so. But I'll still take that burden over living life as a puppet serving others. That's why I want to do everything I can to help these people.
Where are you going?
Since when do I need your permission to move around?
I wasn't saying that you do. Though I'm not sure why you're biting my head off about it either.
Oh, that's so typical of you. How can you be so relaxed about all this? At this very moment, the enemy is doing who knows what behind the scenes, and yet we're just sitting here twiddling our thumbs in Ganeth Harros.
I know that. But our hands are tied right now. What do you want me to do? And what's gotten into you anyway? Is there something you want to say to me, Shion?
Look, you're right. Forget I said anything.
If I said something to hurt you, I'm sorry. But I honestly don't know what I said to upset you so much. I really wish you would tell me.
You don't need to apologize. You didn't say anything. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault. Not really.
Then why?
Please just drop it. I don't want to talk about it.
All right. If that's what you want, I won't push any further.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. Just don't be too hard on yourself, okay? No way! All right. Having to inform a mother whenever her son died isn't an easy thing to do.
But if not us, then who? That's why we have to find her. Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
Sorry.
Yes.
All right.
How can she think of putting her son to rest as work?
Because that's the way people were made to think about every aspect of their lives.
I know she doesn't mean anything bad by it. I know that, but
It looks like she went out of town to take care of her son's body.
That's a little concerning. There's Zoogles roaming around out there. We should follow after her. I wonder what we'll find out there this time.
Most likely Zoogles, I would reckon.
I mean, other than them.
I think the animals back at the ranch should be all grown up by now.
Yes.
What?
I'm afraid not.
I'm sorry.
Rinwell.
Huh?
Phew. Good.
Right.
That little speech you gave back there was pretty impressive, Alphen.
If you call letting your emotions get the better of you impressive, sure.
It made them stop fighting with each other, right? However you managed it, you knocked some sense into Rinwell and Dohalim, and that mother.
Yeah. I can see my decision to travel with you was well made.
Something's eating at you again, huh?
I don't know if I would say that. I mean... Actually, I guess I do have one or two things on my mind. My people, we lived in hiding, so we never really experienced the full extent of Renan oppression. Not directly, anyway. After Almadria killed my mother and father, though, I guess that's when I started hating them so much. The Renans, I mean. But then I think of all those people who were born into slavery. The ones who never even got angry in the first place because it was all they ever knew.
I hear you. Every city we've been to, it's the resistance that gets labeled the troublemakers for having the guts to do the right thing.
When it comes down to it, sometimes I wonder which of us really has the better way.
You can't let your anger eat away at you, Rinwell. But then again, losing your parents that way... Hell, who could really blame you for it if you did? I guess what I'm trying to say is... sorry. Hell, it's hard putting this stuff into words.
No, I get it. You're saying that grief and anger are different than hatred. I never thought of it like that. But hearing you say it, it makes sense. Thanks, La.
You're welcome?
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
I think we've helped these people just about as much as we can. They're going to need more long-term aid than we can provide on our own.
You're right. We need to ask the other realms to send help, and fast. Another reason to hurry and find a way out of Ganath Haros.
Agreed. We'll start looking for a way out tomorrow. For now, we should spend the day resting up while we can.
What?
What's that noise?
Alfred, this is bad! Look at the sky!
Huh?
What's happening to Rena and Lenegis?
It looks like Lenegis is transforming? But into what? What's going on?
How the hell are we supposed to fight the Renans if they're packing that kind of arsenal?
It seems they've broken their silence at last. My concern is that object they've dropped into the water. It's as if they're driving a literal wedge into Dana.
Not just into Dana, but her own resistance too. And what's with that beam of light coming down from above? Got any idea what that could be?
Astral energy.
Are you serious? All of that is astral energy? But that...
It's a lot for sure. Not even all the astral energy harvested by every lord combined compares to that column.
They're trying to squeeze every last bit of energy out of the planet.
But why? I thought they only needed to harvest astral energy as part of the crown contest.
Who cares? If we don't stop it now, the whole of Dana is going to be hollowed into oblivion.
Oblivion.
Do you think that red woman is behind this?
It certainly wouldn't surprise me. Just as the Sovereign, the Maiden, and all 5 Master Cores are gathered in one location, she appears out of nowhere bearing a 6th core. She then forces the 2 of you to help her assemble the Renis Alma. Just what kind of person is this woman?
You mean you don't know her?
Pardon?
She was there at your palace, wasn't she? I figured you knew who she was.
Are you saying I should be familiar with this woman?
Well, sure. I remember seeing her with you back at Adelina Palace several times. Everyone in the guard always wondered who she was.
Now that you mention it, I remember seeing her with Balsif too. You saw her, right, Shion? Shion?
Oh, sorry, I drifted off. As far as I remember, the first time I saw her was when we ran into her in Pelagian.
Seriously? How could you two not notice her before? She sticks out like a sore thumb.
I guess I always figured she kept an eye on the lords for the Renan top brass.
You're sure you don't remember ever seeing her before?
I'm certain of it. My memory has never failed me.
But if it's not that, then...
We'll get to the bottom of this later. Right now, that wedge is a bigger concern.
Well, what are we gonna do then? We're not gonna be able to leave Ganath Haros until we come up with a plan, right?
Cislodia lies beyond the northern mountain range.
Yeah, but we haven't found a single route through those mountains while we've been here. And we haven't gotten clues from any of the freed locals either.
Surely there must be a way through. This realm can't have been completely isolated from the rest of the outside world for 300 years. Volron may have simply sealed and hidden it.
Okay, then let's try asking the townspeople again if they know anything. Who knows? We might have missed something the first time around.
Sounds good to me. Better that than trying to build a boat from scratch. Let's start searching.
That must be Rena's true power.
I imagined there would be something, but not to this extent.
What's gonna happen now?
We ask around. Let's do what we can.
Hey, when that wedge dropped down on Dana, did anyone else see any weird lights shoot out with it?
Indeed. As I recall, it was 4 lights, each one a different color and going in a separate direction.
That's what I saw too. What were they?
Hold on. A lot just happened here, so let's take a minute. For now, let's focus on one thing at a time.
I bet the whole of Dan is losing its mind right about now.
And just when we'd finished liberating all the realms. So much for things getting somewhere close to normal.
It's too calculated. As if whoever's behind all this was watching us.
The people of Pelagian seem pretty unfazed given the circumstances.
They've yet to get the full range of their emotions back. Maybe it's for the best. Can you imagine the panic otherwise?
Yeah, we wouldn't have been able to leave, that's for sure.
Whatever Lenegis is planning, it's a fair bet this wedge they've sent down is just the beginning.
Even now, they're stealing away Dana's astral energy as we speak. Come on. We don't have much time.
Where are these Foreland Mountains exactly?
Those are the mountains you encounter if you walk deep enough into the Lavtu marshlands.
I don't remember there being any sort of path like that around there.
It's possible we overlooked something before. It wouldn't hurt to look again.
I think the animals back at the ranch should be all grown up by now.
Phew, what a rush!
Armored soldiers!
Some of Volron's former guards.
Let's take them out quick before things get messy.
Oh, glory unto Volron!
Lay down your arms, and no one has to get hurt.
Silence! Traitors like you shall never walk free!
I knew you were stubborn, but you don't have to be so damn dramatic.
Here I come! You're finished! Try harder! My turn! I have no limits! This one's all mine! Demon Fang!
The enemy is ours too.
We'll soon see about that.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Shattering the pieces!
Between heaven and earth. Lightning!
Try harder! You're mine! Take this!
Where are you going?
Is this what real pain feels like?
I'll bring you back from death to fist.
Resuscitate!
Arts required.
Empathy ghosts you! Can't get out of this! Begin!
Here's a healing lightning orb!
Negative
Energy cascade!
Demon Fang!
On your knees!
Demon Fang!
Air thrust!
Is this what real pain feels like?
Here's a healing fire!
Boost of deity! Hitting pile!
Raging storm!
Soaring cloud!
I'll bring you back.
I'll face you! On your knees! Another incantation ruined!
As impressed as always.
Here I hope that wasn't true.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever. I've never seen Xion actually look flustered. Here.
Demon Fang! Curse!
Far enough.
Demon Fang! Soaring Alpha!
Now or never!
Burn in hell!
This one's mine!
Resonate with the earth!
I'm ready! Remember!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
What's with the hole here? Is that supposed to be their hideout?
It Doesn't look like it's freshly dug, whatever it is. Maybe it's the entrance to a path to Cyslodia. Everything all right?
Hmm? Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Let's go. I don't know when it happened, but we sure are hauling a lot of stuff these days.
I was just thinking the exact same thing. Glad to hear I'm not the only one.
We should probably clear some stuff out, like our old weapons we're not using anymore. They must be in pretty bad shape by now.
No way. Those are still good as new with a little polishing. If anything, I'd say all our armor is what's weighing us down.
But that armor's also still good once you fix it up. Besides, better to have too much armor than too little. You can trust me on that one.
Well, what about all these dumb old antiques we're lugging around? If we sell those off, that should lighten our load.
Simpletons such as yourself who can't appreciate the true worth of such things is how precious art vanishes from history.
Pretty art's not gonna save you in a fight, man.
Stop it, you guys! This is no time to...
All I really meant to say is, you can tell how much we've been through by everything we're carrying around. Honestly, that's all.
Oh.
My deepest apologies. It appears that I may have rather overreacted.
Yeah, I guess it's only natural we'd have so many souvenirs by now. I might have been out of line too.
I guess all this stuff really is a sign of how far we've come together.
Yeah, every little piece is its own treasure, filled with memories.
You sure showed them!
All in a day's work.
Tell me, Alphen, wherever did you learn how to wield a sword?
I was wondering the same thing too, actually. I'm guessing you knew how to fight before you met the Crimson Crows, right?
I used to be a soldier who served a Danon master. I never saw the guy's face, but I still fought for him because he was my employer. Looking back, it wasn't all that different from being a slave.
A Danon master? That must have been before the Renans brought you to Lenegis 300 years ago.
You must fight using real Danon techniques then.
Really? We used to have our own sword arts?
There's a lot of our own history we've lost since the Renans first invaded. It's not all magic and art. I'm sure it includes things like sword styles too. It's incredible and also a little surreal to see those arts still survive after all this time.
Not only that, but I first learned these moves while serving one ruler, only to end up turning my sword on the ruling class altogether. Pretty ironic when you think about it.
I apologize if I dredged up unfortunate memories for you.
Nah, we're good. It's in the past now. All we ever did in those days was stir up trouble.
You're using those skills for a good cause now. It's not all bad.
I suppose this is what people mean when they say that every cloud has its silver lining.
Exactly. He's using those sword skills to make the world better. Could be a lot worse.
True enough. I will stop worrying about mentioning it then. Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
No wonder we couldn't manage to find them. They've been holed up here all this time, hiding.
The remnants of Volron's forces. You think they were planning an ambush on Pelegion?
Possibly. Then again, knowing how blind their devotion is, maybe they were just waiting.
Waiting? For Volron, you mean?
Even though we already defeated him? But yes, I suppose you're right. For these guys, that would just be a technicality. They act more like worshippers than subjects. They're probably still in denial that he was overthrown in the first place.
Either that, or they were biding their time until the next crown contest. Either way, their allegiance is to their lord.
Who they're convinced and expectant will return. So in the meantime, they wait patiently in preparation for the day that he finally does. That's way more than just loyalty. It's no less than total subjugation.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
I shall steal you where you stand. Come one, come all. Demon Fang! There! You can't get out of this! Here I come!
Magic is there! Now! Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done! We won that by a mile!
You've noticed it, haven't you?
Notice what?
I'm referring to Shion.
I never thought you, of all people, would come to me about her.
Yes, well, what concerns me has more to do with what machinations may be currently unfolding in secret on Lenegis as we make our way along this tunnel.
And you're saying it's related to Shion in some way?
Perhaps. She believed there was a good possibility that the Renis Alma may free her from her thorns. One would think after losing the Renis Alma, she would be more dismayed, and yet she isn't. Why? There's also the matter of the power that she inherited from...
You heard what she said. She didn't know about the Maiden's power.
Mere ignorance does not preclude her deep connection to the events unfolding around us. You recall when her thorns went rampant in Castle Del Faris. I've never seen dark astral energy manifest in such a way.
I thought you said all Renans had dark astral energy inside of them.
Correct. However, what Shion exhibited was far beyond what any ordinary citizen could ever possibly possess. And let me be clear. I do not intend to cast doubt on Shion or her motives. Nevertheless, I cannot shake the feeling that there's more to all of this than what we currently know. Do you disagree?
No choice! Take this! It's on! Ready? Demon Fang! Vacuum Blade! Eat this!
Now!
Got flyers!
I've got...
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! You're finished! Devastation! Hurricane
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Take this!
Magic is there!
You're finished!
Freeze Lancer!
Raining Reload! Demon Fang! Elusive Blue Escape!
Now!
Rotating Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
Seems about right to me. It's obvious that people used to go through here in order to get to the other realms.
You think Volron really did seal it off to keep it hidden then?
Seems like it. Those soldiers we encountered might have known about it and chosen to hide out here.
But with the entrance collapsed and exposed, they must have been forced to come out of hiding.
Hey, what do you say we fight that shining enemy?
This won't be easy.
Don't be such a pessimist! One more! In here!
Demon Fang!
Here's evil! Freeze Lancer!
Flying free? Why can't they just sit still?
Can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
In an instant! Impact Block! We work well together. Like a finely timed walk. Hurricane Throw! Searing Gale! We did it!
As impressive as always.
Here I hope that was improved.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Shion actually look flustered.
astral arts are coming along quite nicely.
Coming along? What do you want to do with them?
Oh, you know, sprout flowers from the tip of my staff, suspended in midair.
So you want to be a street magician then?
I still got a ways to go.
This will be a delicious piece of cake.
Tear! Searing gale!
Dance in the wind! Confiscated!
I can shatter any steel!
Here I come! I'm ready! Reverse!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
Take it! Stardust!
Why'd you heal me?
Stop them dying?
You'll soon see about that!
Ignite!
I'm out of ammo! Dance in the wind! This one's mine! Feel!
You're mine!
This'll come in handy! Stuffed up!
Raining sky!
Flames! Finish now!
Here I come! Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone! My turn! I'm not done!
A wailing banshee of lightning!
Well then, let's keep moving.
I see supplies and other signs people were living here. Even Zoogle cages.
Definitely looks like this is where the remnants of Volron's forces hold themselves up. Yeah.
They were hiding in a place like this all along.
What's this thing?
Go no further!
You're mine!
Armor won't save you!
Burning strike!
Glacial
Take
barrier.
it!
Here's evil!
Far enough!
Is that building art? Now I've seen everything!
Resonate with the earth!
Ready!
Blow away! Come and face me!
Reload! Field!
You're mine! It's over! Demon
You
Blade!
are in tip-top
No
shape!
chance! As soon as I'm done here, come help out.
How could a girl ever say no?
As impressive as always. No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look flustered. This one's mine! Mega Ray!
Blow away! You're mine!
Do it! Heaven and earth! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! No!
Malevolent!
You're mine!
Do it!
You're finished!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There's more where that came from.
Hey, new equipment!
This will be a delicious piece
You're
of
mine!
cake! I'm only getting started! Holy land! Here,
take this!
A change
Here I
between
come!
heaven and earth!
Demon
In the
Blade!
sky, a wailing banshee of lightning!
Magic! Turn the tables on him!
There are still more left!
to
Right.
Stay calm.
Need a healing art!
Is this it?
I couldn't take it in
Where are
time.
you going? Shining supernova! I'll bring you back! Let's go!
Can you take it?
Friend! Magic is there! Air throw! Photon
In a
blast!
bind?
Here!
That was a little close for comfort.
Damn it!
This will be a delicious piece of cake! First aid! Not on my watch!
Can you take it?
Here I come!
Lightning condenser!
Rain! Back you blade!
Illuminate the
You!
Sword rain
Holy
alpha!
land! Came between heaven and earth! You are in tip-top shape!
As soon as I'm done here, Come help out.
Anyone could have grown up to say no.
I'm ready! Go! In an instant! Impact block! We work well together. Like a finely timed waltz. Stardust! Devastation! Searing gale!
Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more.
You sure showed them.
All in a day's work.
That equipment should come in handy.
How much do they have to steal from us to be satisfied?
What's that thing's purpose, anyway? Some kind of siphon that sends the astral energy the Lords harvested to Lenegis?
Not as far as I'm aware. That said, it has become evident since the forming of the Renaissance, as well as other recent events, that my insight may be thin. I would, as I believe the saying goes, take what I say with a grain of salt.
Halim.
At the very least, I believe we can assume that whoever is pulling the strings behind the scenes has had this in the works for quite some time.
Why's that?
The people on Lenegis may have plenty of resources at their disposal, but not even they could prepare something like that in a mere month. Something of that magnitude takes considerable time, as well as a predetermined goal in mind.
Then what was the crown contest for?
At this stage, I think it was but one step in the greater scheme we see unfolding before us. What that scheme is exactly, I haven't a clue. For now, I believe we should keep moving. The path continues. It's quite possible it will take us all the way to Cislodia.
Agreed. Let's keep moving.
So Shion's thorns are dark astral energy.
Rinwell, are you worried about Shion?
Of course I am. But I don't know how to talk to her about it.
You and me both.
Come to think of it, what happened to those 4 lights that fell from Lenegis along with the Wedge?
All 4 of them scattered in different directions. It's anyone's guess where on Dana they might have landed.
I'm not entirely sure, but it seemed like those lights may have all been different elements of astral energy.
So even though they're using the Wedge to siphon off energy from Dana, they're shooting it back down to Dana as well? Why?
I don't know. It all happened so suddenly.
Hopefully it's not a sign of some new threat we'll have to deal with.
But if that red woman has anything to do with the Wedge, then what could that light...
It's weird, isn't it?
Oh?
The Red Woman. Shion and Dohalim said they'd never seen her before Pelagian.
Are you saying they're lying to us?
No, it's not that I think they're lying, just... There has to be some reason for it, right?
Well, one thing the 2 of them have in common is that they're both Renans.
Okay, you two. Put a pin in it for now. I know that we're in the dark about a lot, but for now, let's focus on getting through these mountains.
Yeah, of course.
Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
A comfortable win.
No
The
choice!
marksman handled
Take
this.
this!
Where are you going?
It's over!
Can you take
Blow
it?
away! Now we're not Demon Fang! I'm ready! Explosive ray!
This one's got your name on it!
Action to action!
That was way stronger than regular firepower.
You won't hear me complaining.
I won't forgive you!
Can't get out of this! Beat this! Take this! Searing Gale!
Is it in the sky? It's mine!
Freak!
Why can't they just sit still?
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done! This one's mine!
Take this!
Prepare to
As impressive as always.
Actually, I hope that was sound is more.
No, less talking, more doing.
Not done! Burn in hell!
Freeze Lancer!
We've turned the tables on them.
There are still more left.
Right! No time to hold back!
Now! Freeze Lancer!
Take this! You're finished! Blow away!
Hold up! Is this as valuable as I think it is?
It sure got cold all of a sudden after we passed the peak. La,
Yeah, we're getting close.
They're surrounding us! Eat dirt!
You're mine!
This one's mine!
I'm not done!
Sleep now!
Sword Rain out! Not so fast!
Glacial Tornado! Here's evil! Up and at us! Freeze Lancer!
This one's all mine! Got fire!
I've got this!
No!
Let a marksman handle it!
All yours!
Now!
River!
Astral Energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
You're
Here's
mine!
evil!
Freeze
Freeze Lancer!
Blow away!
Let the marksman handle it!
Tornado Drive!
Here I go!
Eternal Devastation!
A wailing blade! Now!
It's over!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Come one, come all! You're mine!
Where are you going?
It's over!
Feel!
Raining Flash!
Radiant here! Do it!
Try this! Dueling! In an instant! Impact Claw! We work well together.
Like a finely
In the
timed
sky, it's mine! Back into the
airborne.
Sounds like a job for yours truly. That was almost too easy.
No enemy can stand against us.
If only every battle went so well.
This will be a delicious piece of cake. I never finished.
Raising you apart! Tornado Alpha!
Lightning orb! Here! Do it!
Dueling! In an instant! Impact Claw! We work well together.
Like a finely timed.
Didn't even break a sweat.
Right, here goes! Demon Fang! I'm not done! Come and face me!
Can't
Get out of this! Take this! Demon Fang!
Lightning!
Explosive ring! It's over! Vacuum blade!
Can you take it?
Eat dirt! The tempest inside you!
You fight better at a distance.
The further away, the better.
You and I both.
Vacuum blade! Dueling! In an instant! Impact Claw! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Stardust! Devastation! Stardust!
Do it! A wailing banshee of lightning! Easy peasy. Ha hoodle.
I found some equipment.
Let me take a look at it.
We made it to Cislodia.
We need to get that bridge down somehow.
It looks like we can control it from our side. Let's take a closer look.
Are you okay, Law?
Oh, fine. Just thinking. The past is a real downer. That's why I'm focused on what's ahead of me. You?
Yeah. I'm going to stay the path. As long as we're all together, I know we'll be all right.
Same here. Now let's get moving.
Hey! It's that ingredient!
Yeah, the one for that recipe.
You always have an eye for food.
Is it just me, or is anyone else peckish?
Oh, good. We can cross through here.
Stop! Who goes there?
My name is Alphen. We're not your enemies.
Did you say Alphen? Slap me silly, it really is you!
Forgetting someone?
Renwell! Oh, glad to see you're doing okay.
What are you guys doing out here?
We're patrolling the realm. Never thought I'd bump into you all on my rounds, though. Heck, enough of me, though. What's going on up in the sky? Feels like the world's gonna end.
That's what we're trying to figure out ourselves. And as it happens, I've got a big favor to ask.
I had an inkling that's why you'd come back, as soon as I saw you in the distance. So you beat all the lords, huh? Damn, you really must be a hero.
I just did what I had to. So can you send anybody to help Ganeth Heros?
I think we can help out. I'll hit up the other resistance groups and rustle up some support. I doubt they'll have a problem sending people once I mention it's you who's asking.
Thanks. If you guys can help out, that'll give us a chance to do something about that wedge out in the ocean.
Yeah, I think that's something only you guys can handle. Speaking of which, that thing's out in the middle of the ocean. How do you even plan on reaching it?
By boat. We're about to go look for one.
No rest for the weary, I see. Hey, what happened to that mask you used to wear?
It's a long story. Let's just say I lost it.
I sure never expected to run into Bregan.
Cislodia's probably in good hands with him.
Yeah, now we can focus on finding a ship.
A boat, huh? Where are we gonna find one of those? It's not the kind of thing people just leave lying around.
Especially not Renans. For an Imperial power, they never have shown much interest in maritime expansion. Still, I dare say there should be the odd small vessel here and there.
All well and good, but that structure's slap bang in the middle of the ocean. A fishing boat won't cut it.
Let's just try to find one that won't sink us halfway out, yeah? Not that it needs to be a huge galley like Almadria's or anything.
Just as well, since we've passed, let's see, literally 0 huge galleys.
All I know is we have to reach that thing in the ocean. Anything that might work, I say we try it. Thanks to Bregan, it seems like Ganeth Heros should be in good hands, at least.
I wonder who they'll send to look after things. It'll be someone from one of the other resistance organizations, no doubt.
They could do a whole lot worse than someone like Doc. A knowledge of medicine would go a long way there.
Wait, do you mean the old guy back in Calaglia? Ganeth Harros would be one hell of a trek from there. He'd have to get here first.
My brother's old second-in-command, Legiel, would be a perfect fit, too. Pity she'll probably still have her hands tied up with work in Menancia.
Mahag Sar will be the same story. They won't have the manpower as it is, let alone enough to start exporting it.
Man, everyone's still struggling to get back on their feet, huh?
Knowing Bregan, he'll probably take things into his own hands. He seems like the kind of guy who enjoys a challenge.
Thinking back on it now, though, it does kind of make you realize just how many people we've gotten to know in each of the places we visited.
That's true. And each and every connection we forged is priceless. Anyway, we can trust Bregan to take care of things from here. Come on, let's focus on the task at hand.
It's freezing.
It's always like this in Cyslodia.
Menancia was most fortunate, I see. As I recall, there's a recipe we've yet to try.
Yeah, this is the last ingredient we need.
Then let's go ahead and prepare it.
We finally made it.
I see someone who looks troubled about something.
A little compassion can make all the difference. I propose we speak to them.
Seriously?
I guess.
What?
All right.
Huh?
You did it!
What is it?
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
That's a big Zoogle.
Yeah, I'm not sure we can take it.
This one will be difficult to predict.
Anything in all...
It's all mine! Ensure you survive.
Go for the weak point!
Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw! We work well together. Like a finely timed wall. Begin! No
I never miss you! That's my cue!
Vacuum blade! Shut him down!
You got this one covered!
Elusive deity!
Lancer!
Eagle ray! Carve through armor! Try this!
Burning strike! Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Raining
Meteor!
Demon Fang! Try harder! Not again! I'm not done!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Tear!
Freeze Lancer! Here's the flames will roar!
Can't get out of this!
First aid!
Demon Fang!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Burn in hell!
Freeze Lancer!
Bloody howling! Now let loose!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Demon Fang!
I never miss!
You're mine!
Heaven! Not on my watch!
Demon Fang! Try this!
Illuminate the soul! Blah blah blah! Magic!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Holy Lance! First aid!
To stop you dying?
A wailing
Demon
dancing
Fang!
lightning condemned!
Here, let me help.
Illuminate
You're mine!
Take point! Holy Lance! Radiant Flash! Spirit Flame!
Demon Fang!
A wailing dancing of lightning! Divine
Let me help.
Demon Fang!
Stalagmite! Spirit
Blow
Flame!
away!
Reload! Raging Storm! Here's a healing art! Got it!
Escape!
Now's our
Demon
chance!
Fang!
Blackened Blade! Ice Prison! Spirit Flame! Coming through! Now! Flame of Fury!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Here's a healing art!
You're finished! Thanks, Seismic Lash!
Take it! Raging Storm!
Elusive deity!
Back into
Can
the
you take
fray!
it?
Illuminate the storm!
In a bind?
Come forth! Holy Glimmer! Here's a healing art!
What? Rising Water! Burn!
Here's a
Can you
weakness!
take it? Take
Illuminate the storm! Come
Demon
forth!
Fang,
Holy
try
Glimmer!
this!
Holy Lance!
Explosive
Heaven
ring!
and earth! A wailing dancing of lightning!
Glacial spear. Where are you going?
Demon Fang!
Begin! Whirling struggle! Healing circle! Winds of heaven! Burst
Okay,
forth!
here I go.
It's
Watch
about to
yourself.
strike!
Sense incredible
Look
power.
sharp, everyone!
Let me help!
Demon Fang!
First aid! Don't mind if I do!
You're mine! You're finished!
It's
Try this!
Dance in the wind!
Explosive ring!
On take this!
Get on in there with the others! Healing circle! Blah, blah, blah!
Demon Fang!
Holy Lance!
Can't get out of this! Yours to be let free!
Chain between heaven and earth!
Demon Fang!
Didn't think you had it in you.
Focus. There'll be time to congratulate me later.
Nothing much I can say to that.
Ignite! Try this! Explosive ring!
Go time flat! Here's a healing art!
Smite with blackened blade! Save you!
Holy
Demon
Lance!
Fang!
A chain between heaven and earth! Hear me! A wailing dancing of lightning! Here's evil! If it's in the sky, it's mine! I never miss!
Demon Fang!
Thrilling performance.
I'm ready!
First aid! Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
These bad guys really don't mess around. What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Grinwell, mind if we chat a little?
Hoodle, let me know if you sense anything. I want to go back to bed. Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster. Sure.
Right!
Hey!
Yeah!
Well, if it ain't the Blazing Sword and his merry crew.
Mahavar? I can't believe you're still alive.
Course I am. If you landlubbers can make it out of that sinking ship alive, ain't no reason an old sea dog like me wouldn't too.
Yeah, but that wave hit hard. I'm glad to see you're okay. Sorry we put you in so much danger back there.
All water under the bridge at this point. You helped make one of my life's dreams come true. The ship, on the other hand, she took a bit of a beating, though, I'll admit.
Really? What happened to it? It looks fine to me on the outside.
She's fine now, but she was in rough shape when I made it back here. Engine chamber gave up the ghost. Without a lot of options, I decided to talk to the head honcho of the Dark Wings and see if he could help at all. And wouldn't you know it, Crazy Fool sent over Renan engineers to help. Can you believe it?
Renan?
Yep. Said they came from Menancia. They were real professionals. Did what they needed to and didn't give me guff or anything. I was damn near floored.
So they did the work themselves. Good on them.
Well, they did a bang-up job, 'cause she's better than ever now. Speaking of which, I take it she's why you're here?
Yes. We need to get out on the ocean, and fast. When can we set sail?
Give the man a minute to think it over, Alphen. He hasn't even said yes yet.
It's all right, little lady. I'm a man of the sea. I'll gladly help. Hop aboard, folks.
This thing already looked plenty huge from afar. Seeing it up close makes it really hit home.
I didn't expect the journey to go so smoothly. I figured the Renans would send something to sink us.
Maybe they didn't think we had the nerve to come.
Somehow I kinda doubt that.
It's entirely possible they don't see us as a threat.
What do you mean?
That they think they're beyond our reach. Still, this structure is quite the unusual sight. Truth be told, never seen anything like it.
You're right. It doesn't look like the buildings on Lenegis at all. Or like any Renan structure for that matter.
It's weird. It doesn't feel like the kind of thing that has people inside either.
Yeah, it's definitely something creepy. What the hell is it even made of?
I don't know. It's not mechanical or biological, but it's definitely alive in some way.
Shion?
I'm okay. It's nothing.
Well, what do we do now?
We have to stop this thing from siphoning off all of Dana's astral energy. That means finding the core and smashing it to bits.
Okay, but look at the size of it. I don't know if we'll find the core just wandering around.
Good point. Can anyone get a read on the astral energy around us? Any kind of a sign?
There's a rather enormous flow of energy moving directly upwards. If we wish to follow it, we'll have to do some climbing.
Rinwell?
Over there?
Hey, what's up with you?
Huh?
You okay? What happened?
I'm not sure. When I was reaching out to the astral energy, I thought I heard a voice.
A voice?
Yeah. I couldn't make out any words, but it sounded like it wanted me to come to it.
This seems like a trap, right?
It's not a trap.
How can you tell?
Listen, I don't know why, but when it spoke to me, I knew it wasn't hostile.
What do you think?
It could well be a trap. However, it's also our only real option short of wandering aimlessly about.
Let's trust Rinwell on this.
You sure?
Yeah.
It beats the alternative, I guess. What did I say? Sheesh, it's like walking on eggshells around here.
Sometimes you have to choose your words more carefully, Law.
Huh? Oh, right.
I see that the interior of the Wedge is every bit as strange and unusual as the exterior. Intriguing.
If I didn't see it come from Lenegis, I wouldn't believe it was Renan. Just what's with this place?
Yeah, it's all twisty and lumpy. Whatever it's all for, I'm stumped.
You! Raging Cascade! I'll be saving you! Magic is there!
This one's gonna be tough! Raising you up top!
Here's evil!
Prepare to be sealed! Damn it! Too fast! Stand back! I'll trip it up! You picked the wrong fight!
So
Vacuum blade!
Let the marksman!
Demon ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Now!
Between
Here I come! An astral arm.
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
Mine!
Hold nothing back! Do without this pain! Demon Blade! You're finished! Come one, come all! Take it!
Glacial spear! Here's evil!
Blow away!
Freeze Lancer!
Eternal devastation! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a
My
healer!
turn!
Leave the charges! Do it! Lightning!
Demon Fang!
Divine Savior!
I can feel my precision improving.
My word. This must be the work of Providence.
Provo what now?
It means destiny. I think it's a bit of an exaggeration, though.
An opponent like this should be easy. Can you take it? Denied! No escape!
Whatever you do, stay away from the spores. Go right to it!
Push it! My turn!
Let me help!
It's over! Ignite!
Leave the enemy's arc to me!
No complaints here!
Very well! Astral energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory! Naturally!
It's over! It's on! Devastation! Hurricane Thrust! Burn in hell! My turn! Take it! Negative hit! Demon Fang! Demon Fang! Your boy!
Kizara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble! I can feel my power growing!
They're surrounding us!
Demon Fang! Here I come! It's over! Take this! Vacuum Blade!
Inconfiscated! Lightning! Downfall!
You're ready to go!
A whirling struggle!
Vacuum Blade!
Winds of heaven! Pure evil!
I'm not done! Elusive deity! Demon Fang! I'm not done!
Let's get you all tucked away! Magic is out! Freeze Lancer! You don't have firearms here on Dana. This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Now! Here I come! Strike! Devastation! Hurricane Thrust!
Now!
Launch! Blow them away!
Nice. No scratches on my shield or my armor.
This is all Dana's astral energy.
Are you saying the Renans are funneling it through here to send to Lenegis?
Sure looks like it. We have to put a stop to it, quickly.
Get lost! A whirling Reload! Winds of
Demon Fang!
Gemini Aqua!
Blow away! Burn in hell! Demon Fang!
By the power of flame!
My turn!
Without a trace!
I'm not done!
Banana, let's go!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Celestial Hammer!
Demon Fang! I'm ready! Doubling! In an instant! Impact Claw! Hey, I'm pretty lucky. Gotta break through!
Nothing gets by! Where are you going?
You're mine! Demon Fang! Eagle Ray!
Sleep now! Annihilation!
I'll take you all on!
Primed and ready!
Reflect on thy sin!
There! One more!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
It's over! Flame Flash! It's on! Demon Fang! Kizara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone! My turn! They smite with blackened blade! Devastation! Stardust! Hurricane thrust! Easter!
You attack without mercy.
Because I can't afford to hesitate.
Not against a worthy opponent.
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Smite with blackened blade!
This one's mine. This'll come in handy.
Sword Lane Alpha! Eternal Justice! In an instant! Impact Claw!
This seems strange. Like it should be among creatures you'd find in a forest.
Cut it out! I don't need to hear that. It's gotta be man-made, right?
Were it so, it would not be any easier to predict. Remain vigilant. I must keep striving.
You can ease off yourself.
Pot calls the kettle black.
Good advice for all of us, to be honest.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Resonate with the earth!
Damn it! Here I come! You on top!
I can handle it.
Blow away! Big attack!
Can't get out of this!
It's over! Vacuum blade! Demon dust! This one's all mine!
Here's a hero!
They smite with blackened blade!
Come up!
One more! Lightning condemned!
Blow away! Vacuum blade! Demon blade!
I thought you were going to wreck the place.
I'm not nearly finished yet.
Then I'll provide assistance however I can.
Johalim! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action!
So, fire and earth astral energy, huh?
A perfect combination.
Go no further!
Here I come!
I never miss! Crazy!
You're mine!
Here's the evil!
I can carve through armor! Bloody howling!
Got fire!
I've got this!
Come and
Let
face
a marksman handle it! Lead the enemy's army!
All yours! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Not a chance!
One more!
Resonate with
You're
the earth!
Devastation! You picked the wrong fight! Stardust!
I'm
ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Now!
Now!
Here I come!
I think I'm getting stronger.
I'm free! Why can't they just sit still?
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Too fast!
Stand back! I'll trip it up.
Try harder! My turn! I'm not done!
Don't mind if I do.
Inside me yearns to be let free!
Bloody howling! I'll smash you!
Here I come! Vacuum blade! We've turned the tables on him.
There are still more left.
Right. No time to hold back. Burn it hell! Hold nothing back! Demon Fang! I owe you one.
By the power of Wind! Illuminate their flame! Prepare for your holy land!
I'll burn it all! Flaming pillar! Fire!
Here's a healing arc!
Strike! Vacuum
Shield!
blade! Demon Fang! Sword Rain Alpha! Demon
Do it,
Fang!
Shield! This ends now! now!
Consider yourself finished!
Here's a healing starting wind! Carve now! Birthday!
Now I can let loose!
Sleep now! Do it!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
We may be a touch beyond our depth.
We barely got a look at the thing.
This place definitely isn't easy to navigate. That's for sure.
I doubt this structure was conceived with the ease of people's movement in mind.
Yeah. We've been seeing nothing but Zoogle nests.
It's almost as if we're inside an incredibly immense spirit vessel of some sort.
A spirit vessel? If that's the case, then that would make Lenegis the master core that's receiving all the astral energy.
Hey, have you heard that voice again since we came in here?
Oh, so now you believe me.
I never said I didn't believe you.
The further in we go, the stronger the voice gets.
Is that a sign we're going the right way then?
Where's this voice coming from? Can you tell?
Yeah, kind of. I hear it inside me, but I feel like it's also coming from every direction around us. It's hard to describe. It's almost like it's surrounding me.
Surrounding, huh?
Considering astral energy is involved, it's not that unusual.
Right, but it's not scary or anything. Listening to it is really soothing.
If you think so, just promise you'll say something if the voice gets too clingy or anything.
I promise.
That enemy looks strong. I bet it'll be worth our while to fight it.
This one will be difficult to predict.
Raging storm! Downfall!
Where are you going?
Captivity! This one's all mine! Radiant blast! Burn in hell! Demon fang!
Let me help.
Magic air!
Blow away!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! And tumbling to me! Vanish without a trace! Lightning illusion! Illuminate the dark!
Armor won't save you!
I'm ready!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got
Well done!
You're mine! It's over!
Elusive
deity! Stardust!
Devastation!
break
Not
this
on
night!
my watch!
I'll take you!
By the power of this world!
No further! Devastation! Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I need to be stronger.
No choice! You're mine! Burn in hell! Blow away!
Annihilation!
Demon fang!
Sleep now!
I'll take you all off! Blow away! Got fires!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
All yours! I owe you one!
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Now! Take this!
Elusive deity!
Devastation!
Save you! Flare tornado!
This should come in handy when crafting weapons.
loose.
Nothing between heaven and earth. Here,
Take
let
this.
me help.
Now remember.
Far enough.
Demon,
Sleep
you're
with your
mine.
head.
This.
That's not even fair. Here's a healing art.
Explosive ray.
Now here, let loose. Here it goes. Radiant light.
Here I come.
Magic is there. Here's a healing art.
The last one.
This one's mine.
Now I can let loose.
Negative
gate. Be still.
Glacial field. Here's the evil. Fire's attacking. Freeze laser.
Ready and rare.
My astral lightning is dead.
See what I can do. Go finish.
Blah, blah, blah. Magic.
In a bind. Take this.
Holy hand. First aid. Here I go. I'm only getting started.
Behold, the Earth pulse. Tectonic vision.
Here's a healing art.
Our surge is
Nothing gets by me!
explosive ray. The flame inside me yearns to be let free. Demon fang. Everlasting darkness. Negative gate. Rending you apart. Ignite. Take this. There. I'm ready.
Jolene! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action. I still got a ways to go. Let's see what you've got.
Take this! Here's evil!
Demon fang.
Eat dirt!
Rending you apart. Mighty howling. Flew away. Flying free.
What did they do?
Sia, can you take care?
Stop that! No sooner said than done!
It's over. Demon fang.
Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more. Got it.
Well done!
Here I come.
Radiant, here!
Flew away. There. The flame inside me yearns. I'm ready. This is bad, right?
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Barely a blip on our radar.
Courteous, aren't
Demon fang. From one, come all.
Dance in the wind! See you next way! This'll set it
Demon
off!
fang.
Execution by the power of
There.
water! The last one! Gemini Aqua!
Raining
A
slash.
whirling struggle!
Sword Rain Alpha.
Winds of heaven!
Burn.
Taking
Flew away. Cracker flash. Non-chance.
On your knees! Do it! Ready! Doubling!
Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis! You don't mess around!
You're mine.
Certainly not.
Devastation. Hurricane thrust.
Oh, violent guardian!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free. Here I come. Look sharp. Lightning tiger blade.
My fists are crushing it out there! We've sure climbed up a long way, haven't we?
Watch your step ahead. With no fencing in place, it would be quite hazardous to fall.
Here.
Do it!
No! Take this! You're finished!
I never miss! Holy Land!
Blow away! Demon Red!
Here's a healing
Sword
arm!
Rain Alpha!
Now you see what I can do!
Divine Savior! Do it!
Remove!
Astral Energy!
Say no more! That astral energy was incredible!
I gave it everything I had!
Coming through! Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
It's over! Vacuum Blade!
I'm only getting a
Lightning Flash! You picked the wrong fight!
Flying freak!
Why can't they just sit still?
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
It's over!
Showtime!
Prepare to be sealed, Actually,
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Here's a
My
healing
turn!
arc!
It's over! Demon Fang! No further! Demon Fang!
green base is
Blow away!
ready and fire!
Bloody hell! It's over!
I'll smash you!
Freeze right now! Don't believe!
All yours, Kisara.
My turn!
Pierce evil!
Demon Fang!
Freeze Lancer! A
Blow
whirling
away!
struggle!
Can you take it?
Pierce evil! Wings of heaven!
require a
First, where are you going?
Demon Fang!
Nothing gets by me! A whirling struggle!
Not today! I'm ready! You're mine!
So I still had room to grow.
That equipment should come in handy.
See what you've got.
Take this!
A whirling struggle! Searing flame! Winds of heaven!
Try harder!
Force!
Take this!
Lightning!
I shall ensure you survive this.
Here's a healing arc! Feel!
Bloody
Take this!
More with the stockpile!
Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
Blow away!
Lightning orb! Freeze Lancer! Illuminate the dome!
I'll burn it all! Flaming pillar! Fire! My turn! Blow away! Demon Fang! We did it!
As impressive as always.
In an instant! Impact Block!
Was that a new skill I saw back there?
Indeed. Well, sort of. Actually, it's a family staple harkening back 8 generations.
Maybe you can just write all this down?
Dispose of the trash.
Vanish without a trace! Freeze Lancer! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Body silences next week!
Now you see what I can do!
You're mine! You're finished! Burn it all! Demon Fang!
this.
Can't get here!
Forgive me. This is my fault. A thrilling performance.
One at a time. Fire capacity. Darkness.
Blind you into dust!
Annihilation.
Can't get out of this!
Demon Fang! I'll heal you all. Light out. Illuminate the dark.
Demon Fang!
Holy clip. Holy light. Healing shadow stream.
It's over!
Thanks so much. Thanks for the healing. Watch it, okay? Yeah, you too.
Demon Fang! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Eagle Rage! Not today! Demon Fang!
You get to judge.
Explosive ring!
Holy red! One more time!
Demon Fang!
Here, let me help.
Back to his blade! Here I come! It's over!
No more playing nice!
Demon Fang!
Dirt!
Back to his blade!
Do it!
Blow away!
Get toasty!
Bird strike!
Here's the
My
healing
turn!
gun!
Demon Lash! It's over!
Illuminate the dark! This one's mine!
Demon Fang!
Holy land! The lane between heaven and earth! Let me help!
Blow away! Escape!
Flame of fury!
Demon Fang! Try this! Elusive
Here's the evil!
Explosive ring! I can carve through armor!
Ready to go!
No further! I've used too much! Here I go!
Elusive
deity! Demon Fang! Demon Lash!
Magna Ray!
Tornado Blast! Explosive ring!
Illuminate the dark!
I couldn't make it in time!
I'll bring you back from death abyss!
Elusive deity!
Don't mind if I do!
Everlasting shock!
Oh, Violet, you've taken so much damage! Now, through all! In here!
I hope this
This'll
medicine...
come in handy!
I'll grind you into
Raging
dust!
Dawn!
Elusive
Alright,
deity!
it's showtime!
I'm ready! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
With this, I can become even stronger!
Man, I'm famished.
They're all coming after me!
I'm coming, Redwell!
I'm not scared! I'm totally fine!
Not today!
Right here!
Throbbed in pain.
Blow away!
Here, let me help! Oh, Violet,
Demon Fang! I'm ready!
Dion, astral energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory! Naturally!
Astral Arts?
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
The world is troubled!
Darkness Blade! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! My
Illuminate
turn!
the dark!
I'm not done!
Stardust!
Hurricane Thrust!
A chain between heaven and earth!
Hurricane Thrust! Execution!
A wave of the astral energy! Full throttle! I've never seen so many bullseyes!
I couldn't have done it without you.
be let free! Demon Fang! Blind you with a shot! Whirl away! On your... Burn! Take this! Try this!
Leave the target to me! Do it!
Not a chance!
Annihilation!
Can you take
By
it?
the power of flame! Dance without a trace!
Dance on the wind!
Air
Demon Fang!
A whirling struggle!
Here I come! Back in
Wings of
blade!
heaven! First spark! Here, let me help!
Demon Fang!
Let's get you all tucked away!
Prepare to be sealed. Actually, bound is more appropriate.
Let's talking more duels!
You require a
Demon Fang!
Now, I can't heal you forever!
In a bind?
You're finished!
Top field!
Rending you apart! Bloody howling! Demon Fang!
On your knees!
I'm ready! My turn!
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
I'm ready! Demon Fang!
I don't know what.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
How much longer will our healing arts last?
This will be a delicious piece of cake!
To me! Burn in hell!
Raging fire! Blows back!
Demon Fang!
Ice cream!
Explosive ring!
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible. I've used too much.
Negative gain!
Carve through armor!
Get on there with you!
Take this!
You're mine!
Burning!
Glacier Spear!
Begin! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
I'm not! I'll leave it to you! Like this!
Rotating pile driver!
Explosive ring!
Sonic
Here's
Spear!
evil! This one's mine!
You're mine! You're
Violent guarding wind! Here's a
Is
healing
this
heart!
what real pain feels like? Forgive me. This is my fault.
Let's get you all tucked away! Here I go! You're weak!
Demon Fang!
Rending you apart! Crazy Gemini Aqua!
Another incantation ruined.
Shattering
I'll heal you all! Oh, violent guarding wind! Healing down through all! Feel! Denied! I owe you!
Behold! The Earth pulse! Tectonic vision! Take
Demon Fang!
Can you take it? Take this! Can you succeed?
You're mine!
Celestial Hunter!
You're mine!
Kisara! All yours, Kisara!
Not a chance! Ignite! Demon Fang!
Engulf you!
Illuminate the
Can't end here!
I couldn't make it in time.
Holy Light! I'll bring you back between heaven and earth! A wailing Banshee of lightning!
Rising Wiper! You're mine! Stardust!
Raging! Where are you going? Illuminate the sword! Holy Glimmer! Here! Chain between heaven and earth! A wailing Banshee of lightning! Here, let me help!
Thanks, Shield. Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry.
Bit off more than I could chew. Here, let me help! Do it!
Totally! In an instant! Impact Block!
You sure you still want to press forward? If something happened to you...
Here?
It's here?
Yes. All the energy flowing through the wedge comes together and collects here.
Is that thing a Zoogle? Holy crap, it's huge!
A central core and a guardian?
Once we beat that thing, it'll stop the wedge from taking in any more astral energy, right?
It seems we're in for a fight regardless.
Here it comes.
Stay sharp, everyone!
Is there no end to what the Renans can cook up?
I don't know if that's a machine or what, but I do know it's pissing me off!
Watch yourself. There is no knowing what it is capable of.
Any other wisdom you want passed along?
Fire's attached!
Not today!
Gemini Aqua!
Negative gate!
You're about to handle it!
Try this! Explosive ring!
Explosion!
Benediction light.
Who wants to die next?
It's go time!
A wailing
Take this! It's over!
This one's mine!
Soda! Demon
Let
Fang!
me help! First aid!
Okay.
Far enough! Sighted!
I'll smash you!
Lightning!
Crush!
Searing flame!
Demon Fang!
Sighted!
Here I come! It's over!
Radiant blood! Here!
Execution! Ready?
Radiant here! I'm out of back into the
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Soda!
without a trace!
Eat dirt!
Explosion!
Demon Fang!
Here's a healing art! First aid!
Thanks, Shion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry.
This works!
I'll do better.
Blew away! Try harder! Here I come!
Let me help!
Can't get out of this! Shattering the pieces! Attack time! Reflect, guys.
No escape!
They might with blackened blade! Stalagmite!
Here's a healing
Demon
art!
Fang!
First
Take
aid!
this! You're finished!
Glacial Spear!
Raining slap!
Here's evil!
Eagle Ray!
I never miss!
Demon Fang! Take this! You're finished!
Finish without a trace!
Tear! It's on!
Purge malevolence!
Demon Fang!
Waterfall! Here, let me help! Here's the wind!
You picked the wrong fight!
Air thrust!
You attack without mercy.
Because I can't afford to hesitate.
Not against the worthy opponent.
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
You're finished!
More Zoogles?
Keep calm and take them down.
Carve through armor!
It's over!
Holy Lantern!
Demon Fang!
You'll soon see about that. Freeze Lancer! Crossblade! Too much to handle? Here's the evil!
Stardust! You're my... No escape! Tear! Stardust! Tear! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Here I come!
Unviolent guardian
Demon
wind!
Fang!
Card now! This one's mine! Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Your blade moves like silk. That was what my instincts took over. How fascinating.
As impressive as always.
Here goes!
Here I hope that wasn't true.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
No further!
A chain between heaven and mind if I do!
Demon Fang!
All disasters may one!
Eagle Ray! Now I can let loose! Not today! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Is it over?
What the hell is going on?
dangerous! Stay back!
You okay? Hey, are you crying?
I'm not the only one.
I heard it. Whatever it was, I heard it.
As did I. I'm not sure I'd call it a voice, but it was there.
What in the world just happened?
That was Dana's astral energy we just encountered. And I think what we heard might have been its voice?
You're saying astral energy has a mind of its own?
I haven't the slightest idea. But do you remember what happened when we fought Balsef back in Calaglia?
You mean when that fire monster came out of the spirit vessel?
Exactly. There was such a huge overflow of astral energy, it caused a monster to spawn and take physical form. Maybe the same thing happened here, just with way more astral energy and a bigger monster.
Does that mean if you gather enough astral energy, it can become sentient or take a physical form?
That's what I'm guessing, but it's just speculation. Master cores are able to hold a lot more energy than a spirit vessel, but we still haven't seen anything like that happen in our dealings with them.
That being said, there may be a mechanism of sorts inside master cores and spirit vessels that prevent such reactions.
That fire monster. I remember how it only appeared after Balsef's spirit vessel broke.
Then the reason Rinwell was able to sense all that astral energy earlier must have been because it was too much for that Zoogle to contain by itself.
So, then where do you think the Zoogle went? All that energy and poof, it's gone. The Zoogle with it. Doesn't that sound weird to anyone?
Indeed it does. However, in order for us to move our hypothesis forward, we will need to gather more evidence first. On that note, how are you holding up, Rinwell?
I just can't work out why. Why the voice reached out to me first.
Rinwell?
I can't help but wonder if it's because of my heritage that I was the one to hear it. Sorry. That's a strange thing to think, isn't it? Anyway, we should get going, right? We need to make sure the energy flow has actually stopped.
Are we gonna have to take this winding path all the way back down, too?
Yeah, but if anything, it should be easier than the climb up.
Really? Well then.
Actually, I've heard it's easier to develop muscle aches when going down.
Seriously?
Everything all right? You kind of looked like you wanted to get something off your chest.
Huh? Oh,
Or not, you know, whatever.
Yeah. You know...
Yeah?
Sorry, never mind. Just forget it.
You want to try being a little less cryptic, maybe? All right. Jeez, sorry for taking an interest.
Stop it! It's okay, Hootle! Sorry. I guess I still don't really know how to put it into words.
Nah, that's fine. No rush. It might help you to talk about it, though.
I'll keep that in mind. And thanks.
Retreat if you know what's good for you. Demon Fang!
I'm only getting...
I'll blind you with a shot! You're mine!
Resonate with you. You are too human.
To stop you dying? Here's the healing art! First aid!
Here I come! I'm not done! Can you take it?
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Scream, bathe in
Try
blood.
harder! Marching you apart! Bloody howling! On your knees! Short Rena Alpha! Now or never! I'll burn it all! Flaming pillar! Fire! Demon Fang! No further! I'm not done! Try harder! Strike!
Holy land! Chain between heaven and earth!
Ignite!
A wailing Genji of
Demon
lightning!
Fang! Try this!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Captivity!
Burning fire!
No! Then here!
I couldn't make it in time. Rage.
Resuscitation!
I must remember my limits.
Photon! Illuminate the sun! Come forth, holy glimmer!
Behold! The Earth pulse! Tectonic vision!
Here's a healing card! First aid!
I'm grateful.
I'll smash you! Take this!
Lightning! We got
Blew away!
Benediction light.
No more playing nice! Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Here I
Light
come!
arch shield! Freeze lancer!
Demon Fang!
Here's healing art! Do
Blew
it!
away!
Magic!
Light burst forth!
Radiant genesis! You don't mess around!
Certainly not.
Raging storm! More where they came from! Celestial hunger!
No further!
Here, let me help! First aid!
Power resonate with the Earth! Demon
Water!
Fang! Try this!
Come forth, holy glimmer!
Explosive ray!
Bloody howling!
Shattering pieces! Each one ready! Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
They've really got us on the ropes.
Don't forget to heal your wounds.
Let's see what you've got.
Demon Fang!
Light after
I'll blind you with a shot!
This one's mine!
You're mine!
Leave the
I shall ensure you survive this.
I'm only getting
Demon Fang!
Demon blast!
Prepare to be steamed.
Short Rena Alpha! Try this!
Actually, perhaps
Here,
sound
let
is
me
more
help.
appropriate.
Less talking, more
I get
moving.
it.
Wings of heaven! First force!
Demon Fang!
Reload! Cyclone! Smash
you! Try harder! My turn!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Sword Rain Alpha! Now! Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw!
To achieve such harmony.
Takes a singular will.
We seem to have come across something a little This one will be difficult to predict.
Take this! Yours to be let free! Ignite! Demon Ray! You're mine! It's over! Blow away!
If I do.
Begin! Try harder!
Here's a healing
My
arm.
turn! I'm not done!
First aid!
It's
Death
over!
shall not be forgotten.
Searing Gale! I'm ready! My turn!
Excellent technique. How are your weapons? That's not to give me any ideas.
As impressive as always.
Get toasty!
Bird Strike!
My turn!
Take this! I'm ready! Devastation! Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Forgive you!
Demon Fang! Take this! My turn! Take this! Ignite! Demon Fang!
Come forth! Only
Explosive Ray! Now I can let loose!
Armor won't save you!
Air pressure!
Reload!
Bloody howling!
I never miss!
Take this! Demon Fang!
Here, let me help! A whirling struggle!
In a vine?
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! Leave it to you! Blow away! Demon Fang!
Here's a healing arc! Dang, thanks so much!
Vacuum Blade!
Raging Captain!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Demon Fang!
Nothing gets by me.
Here,
Take this! Try harder! My turn! Yours to be let free!
I'm out of ammo! I'm
Blow
out of
away!
ammo!
Eat dirt! Take this! Demon Fang!
Healing arc!
Explosive Ring!
Far enough!
Here I come!
Bloody
Annihilation!
Armor won't save you!
I have no limits!
I'm all stuck in you all. Annihilation!
Demon Fang!
It's daytime!
Escape!
Natural energy! Healing circle!
Okay.
Blackened blade!
Vacuum
Oh,
Blade!
violent guarding wings!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Vacuum Blade!
Illuminate the
Demon
dark!
Fang!
Shadow! This one's mine! A wailing demon lightning! Sleep now! Lightning! More for the
Demon
sky!
Fang! Try this!
To everlasting darkness!
Explosive Ray! I'm ready! Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Wow. Look what I just found.
instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Hurricane thrust! Too fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up. Now you see what I can do.
I'm ready!
Here, let me help. This one's got your name on it!
Action to action.
So, fire and earth astral energy, huh?
A perfect combination.
Get lost!
Demon Fang!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Resonate with the flame inside me!
Here, let me
To be
help.
let free! Rending you apart! Demon Fang! Ready up!
Can't get out of this.
Through escape!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Here's a
My
do
turn.
it!
More! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
I've used a bit too much healing.
It looks like that beam of light has stopped.
Then is it safe to say we've avoided oblivion for the time being?
I can still sense a faint glimmer of energy, though. It hasn't completely dispersed.
You can tell?
Rinwell, your senses seem a lot sharper than before, don't they?
And you said you heard that voice, right?
I guess. Maybe. I don't know. I don't feel bad, though.
If trace amounts, however small, do remain, then it leaves us no choice. We must destroy the entire structure.
What do you suggest? We bring it down piece by piece?
Once that's done, what do we do then?
We go to Lenegis. Even if we could destroy the whole wedge like he suggested, it'd only buy us time. The fact they sent this thing down tells me they're not giving up this planet without a fight.
There's also the matter of the Renis Alma. Its circumstances still have yet to be truly resolved.
But how do we even get to Lenegis?
What if we hotwire one of their starships? There's gotta be one on the planet somewhere, right?
Starships are only seen on Dana at the start and end of the Crown Contest. Otherwise, they remain on Lenegis. Believe it or not, we Renans down here aren't quite as free to come and go as one might think.
Great. Well, I'm out of ideas then. We definitely don't have the tech to build a starship. And even if we found a Renan who'd help, who knows how long that'd take.
Yeah. Waiting for a starship to come down from Lenegis would probably be quicker than that.
Wait. Alphen, when you came down from Lenegis, it had to have been in a starship of your own, right?
Right. Oh, of course.
You can't be serious. That was 300 years ago. There's no way it's still gonna work.
But Alphen didn't wake up until a few years ago. That means it had to have still been functioning that whole time to keep his body preserved.
Indeed. You wouldn't happen to remember where you landed, would you?
My memories around where I parked are still a little hazy, but I do know that I woke up in Calaglia, so chances are it's still in the area. At least it's a place to start. Luckily, that realm's my old stomping ground, so I should be able to get us some help finding her.
This is it.
Yeah. As long as Lenegis stands there, there's no avoiding it.
So what's this help in Calaglia you're planning to enlist?
My buddy Nath. If anyone there knows something, I figure it's him. But first, we need to catch a boat and get back to the mainland. Our first port of call is Ulzebek.
Back where you first started out.
Yeah, along with my dad.
You okay? You don't look so good.
I think I'm just a little seasick, that's all.
Liar.
Huh?
You heard me. You've never been good at hiding your emotions, Shion.
Excuse me? Just what do you... No. You're right. I'm sorry.
Is it about Alphen?
No. Not just him.
Something you can't talk about?
Rinwell, I'm not like the rest of you.
Of course you are! No, I'm serious. Back when we first met, I think maybe then I did think we were different. But now I know that isn't true. You and I are the same, Shion. We're alike in more ways than you know. If any of us is different, it's me. I'm a Danon who can use magic. I may be the last. My family and I have been living in hiding as long as I can remember.
Everyone has their own pain that can be hard for other people to understand. I saw the two of you talking and thought you could use a third wheel. So, here I am. Sorry.
If anyone's the odd one out here, it's me. Believe me, you don't want to listen to my problems.
Want me to go?
I didn't say that.
I get that you must have a lot circling around that head of yours. And that's okay. Whatever's worrying you right now, you're allowed to worry about it. And you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. I know I'm not a Renin like you, or a mage like Rinwell.
I'm not a sovereign, maiden, or lord. I'm just a Danon who used to be a slave.
But regardless of all that, I'm here for you, Shion.
That goes for me too. We all want to be there for you. Me and Hoodle and even the boys. I promise. I mean, that is what friends are supposed to do, right?
I said this to Alphen, and now I'll say it to you. You're not alone in this.
Thank you. Rinwell. Kisara.
And right on cue, I think I should make my way back and lie down for a bit. My battle with this ship continues.
Yeah, I better head back too. We wouldn't want the guys thinking they're in charge. Can you imagine Law at the helm? Who knows what kind of trouble we'd get into?
Still, if that's true, then it's all the more reason I have to do this.
I think it's safe to rest here now. All right, Something is definitely up with Shion.
Yeah, something big by the looks of it. I've never seen her so serious.
So, do you think we should say something to Alphen then?
I was wondering the same thing myself, but then it occurred to me. Whatever this thing on her mind is, it's probably the last thing in the world she wants people to know about. If she's trying this hard to keep it secret, then it's not really our place to go telling people before she's ready.
Yeah.
I can't tell them. There's just no way I could, right? What am I supposed to do?
We finally made it.
I'm impressed how well balanced this thing is.
This is a true masterpiece, no less than culinary art.
Hey, you're pretty good at cooking, Dohalim.
That's for sure, and rather surprising. I never thought a Renan lord would know how to fix anything on their own.
You flatter me. This dish is nothing special.
I don't know. I'd say this was pretty good.
Yeah. If we ever get back to Calaglia, I'd love the chance to share this with everybody.
All I did was simply cut some ingredients and let them simmer inside the pot. Most anyone could prepare this recipe.
That's simple, huh? Just throw them in and simmer?
You might be misleading him a bit, making it sound so easy.
I'm certainly not exaggerating it.
If all it takes is putting ingredients in water, I can handle that. I'll have to try it soon.
Huh? I think it might be better if you didn't, Alphen.
Why not?
And if he did, you'd be obligated to eat it.
Don't worry, I'll heal you afterwards.
I don't know whether to feel more sorry for Alphen when nobody believes in him, or myself knowing what's in store for me once I eat his concoction.
Ah, Calaglia. Feels like it's been ages.
And wasn't Zephyr with us too?
Dad.
Hey, chin up. This is your hometown.
Everyone around here looks so much happier than they used to.
I'll say. It feels like an entirely different place. I suppose it's had time to adjust to its newfound freedom.
Zephyr would have been so happy to see this.
Yeah, he really would have. Especially if he knew Law was... Law? Something bothering you, Law?
Nah, I'll be fine. It's just, you know.
It still weighs on you, doesn't it? Running away back then.
I abandoned my home. Then when I finally come back, it's been liberated. What's important is that it's free. I get that, I do. I just... I should have been here.
Oh, just one thing after another, and it all falls on my head to...
Hey, Nath.
What? Can't you see I'm... Alphen?
Looks like you have your hands full.
As much as ever. As if I wasn't busy enough putting down the last remnants of Renan rule, I'm up to my ears in Danan disputes. And then, to top it all off, that thing had to come crashing down from out of the sky.
Pretty sure we've heard this somewhere before.
But enough about my problems. What can I help you with?
Yeah, we're looking for an old Renan starship. You wouldn't happen to know any around these parts, would you?
A starship? What do you need one of those for?
To get to Lenegis.
Lenegis? Are you out of your damn mind?
Believe it or not, it wouldn't be the craziest thing we've done recently.
Oh, I believe it. Well, either way, I'm afraid I haven't heard anything about a starship.
Then do you have any historical records by chance?
Sure, we've got stacks of old records.
Mind if we take a look at them?
Yeah, okay.
Thanks, Nath.
I read through all of the records, but I only found a single line that might point to what we're looking for. It mentions a rock that shot across the sky and landed past the mountains. The event was recorded just before the first Renan invasion.
And you think that might be the starship?
I don't know. There was nothing else in the records that came even close. It looked like it was someplace called Berg, but maybe I'm reading it wrong.
Berg? That ring any bells for you?
Yeah, that's one of the biggest volcanoes in Calaglia. I was just there recently, investigating a report of a meteor someone saw.
Another meteor in the same area? Really?
I wonder if it could have been one of those lights that shot out of the Wedge.
All the more reason to check it out. Can you tell us how to get there?
The old Zion mine is up that way. One of the veins we abandoned connects to the volcano. Go ahead and use that. But you should be careful.
Huh?
I don't know if it has anything to do with the meteor, but there's a giant Zoogle running riot in there. Never seen anything like it.
A Zoogle, huh?
Well, I turned back as soon as I caught sight of the thing, so I can't tell you much more. Just be real careful if you head out that way. All right.
I guess...
Right.
I didn't like the sound of that monster Nath was talking about one bit.
Well, we have to press on. We're going through Zion Mine to Berg Volcano. Let's move.
Everything okay with Hootle, Rinwell? He seems kinda out of spirits.
It must be the heat getting to him. We don't get these kind of temperatures back in Cislodia.
Calaglians born and raised here struggle with it too, so it's no surprise.
Aha! So that's why his plumage is so white. He was born in a winter wonderland.
Actually, Dan and owls absorb the astral energy of whatever land they're raised in. Where they're born doesn't affect their appearance at all. But that's not why he's white. The real reason is that he's still just a baby. Whew!
You mean their plumage changes color depending on where they grow up? Weird.
And with all this traveling we've been doing, it wouldn't surprise me if his wings ended up looking like a colorful painting.
I think he suits his snowy complexion. It'll feel strange to see him change.
How awesome would it be if his head and wings were different colors, and his stomach and sides, like a map of our travels? Ow, lay off, will ya? So much for the heat making him docile.
You've only yourself to blame for that one. Hootle takes pride in his appearance, you know.
Fascinating. An appreciation of aesthetic beauty in an owlet so young.
Dohalim, I think you've drawn his attention.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
It's quite hot here. The climate feels different from Menancius.
It's gotten much cooler since leaving town, though.
Does that mean eyes were burning holes in us?
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
So we're back in the Zion mine tunnels. Who would have thought we'd be going through this place again? This is where you and I first fought together.
And also the first time we touched, as I recall.
Wait, really?
Yes, really.
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
Winds of heaven, burst forth!
Small, but a victory nonetheless.
We have a long way yet to go.
So this path is supposed to take us out to Berg Volcano?
We're not gonna see any lava burst out in front of us or anything, are we?
Don't get so paranoid you let a rock fall on your head, Law. So hot.
Well, yeah. We've reached the inner portion of Berg Volcano.
We need to find that starship. And fast. This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
A chain
Now!
between heaven
You're
and
mine!
earth.
It's over! My turn! Strike! Stardust!
Do
You're
it!
finished!
Divide
Come on!
nature! Astral energy!
Say no more! This should make for some good weapon crafting material. Come one, come all!
Glacial spear.
Now you see what I can do! That could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Are those rocks its skin?
Pull nothing back! Here I come!
The blackened part's their weak point.
Denied!
All back in their defense!
Glad you have their uses.
I'll burn it all! Flaming pillar! Fire! Not kidding you, Do without the pain!
This one's mine. I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss. Resuscitation!
In a bind?
Shining supernova! Dance in the wind!
On your
Air thrust! A whirling struggle. Let me help.
Demon
Winds
Blade!
of heaven! First spark! Cyclone! Now!
In an instant! Impact Claw! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Blow away! Demon Blade! Sword Blade! Eternal Devastation! Demon Blade! Here I come down! I'm not done! Easter! There!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
That took more energy than I expected.
My word. This must be the work of Providence.
Prava what now?
It means destiny. I think it's a bit of an exaggeration, though.
Huh.
Get lost!
Here I come!
Far enough!
I'm not done!
It's over!
It's over! You're mine!
Armor won't save you! It cools up. Time to get out of the way.
Demon Blade!
Resonate with the earth. No further.
You're finished!
No armor can stop me.
Remind me to stand your
There! The flame inside me! Yours!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kitara!
I'm ready! Dueling! In an instant! Impact Claw! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz. I'll smash you!
Crossblade! Annihilate!
Do it!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
You can make plants grow instantly? What if we use this for fruits and vegetables?
I'd rather not be our party's fertilizer. Thank you very much.
My face is starting to sting, and my throat feels super parched.
Here, have some water. Just make sure you don't drink too much.
Thanks.
You want some too, Shion? Oh, wait. You're hungry more than anything, aren't you?
I'm fine, thank you very much.
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
Here I come! The tempest
They might
Wailing banshee of lightning! You have to aim for the bright area on their back. Go for the weak point!
Its armor's too strong. Split it open!
Be my guest!
Do it!
Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade!
This should make for some good weapon crafting material.
Let's see what you've got.
The chain between heaven and earth.
The flame inside me yearns
Can you
to
take
be
it?
let go!
Bring natural energy! War with that
Lightning black!
Their hide as thick as armor. Now!
Stay calm. I shall provide ST air force.
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
Here I come!
Now! Kisara! Go for it! Prepare to crumble!
Now! Here I come!
Now you see what I can do!
Demon Fang!
I'm
ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I've been doing really great lately.
Out of our way! The flames don't mind if I do! A whirling storm! Winds of heaven! Hear me! Flame of fury!
Lightning strike!
Gleal spear! Pierce evil!
Aim for the weak spot!
Freeze lancer!
Negative escape!
Radiant rush!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing
Demon
arc!
Fang!
First aid! Leave the enemy's arc to me!
See what I can do! No complaints here!
I'll take you all on! Not a chance! Vacuum Blade! Sword Alpha! Law! Blow them away! Not a chance! Take it! Burn!
Burning! Glacial spear! Here's evil!
Sword Resist! Demon Fang!
Here's evil!
No escape!
Freeze lancer!
Showtime!
Not in your dreams!
Demon
I owe
Fang!
you, Sion. Healing is what my arts do best. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Armor won't save you! I'm ready!
Execution! Ready strike! There!
A wailing banshee of lightning!
Demon Fang! I'm not hit!
I never miss!
Sword Ring Alpha!
I'll face you!
I'm in! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! I still got a ways to go!
And thus our strength yet grows.
Guess I misread the landing.
courteous honor.
Demon Fang!
Anything in armor is all mine! Begin!
By the power
back
of
to
flame,
blade.
that without a trace!
Dance on the wind!
Blew away!
Illuminate the dark!
They smite with flaming blade.
Holy land! I've heard it all
Got
right!
fire!
I've got it!
The enemy
Let a
deals armor
marksman
too.
handle it! You'll soon see about that!
All yours!
Here's the healing You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both. In here!
Hold up! Back!
More projectile!
Swordblade Alpha! No escape!
Gemini Aqua!
We did it!
As impressive as always.
Where I hoped I was included.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Demon Pest! Take this!
Lunar Corruption! I'm ready!
Raging Slash!
Can't see swirl! More where that came
Blade.
from! Huh. Illuminate
Swordblade
the
Alpha!
dark!
Be still!
Only
I'm
glitter!
not done!
This one's mine! Holy land!
Demon Pest!
Do it between heaven and earth!
Raging Slash!
A wailing banshee of lightning!
Wow! Look what I just found.
This bridge will hold itself together, right?
Most definitely. Though I won't make any promises.
Which one is it?
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
The flame inside me, yours will be let free!
I shall ensure you survive this.
Denied! Vacuum Blade!
The flashing parts are their weak points!
Eat dirt! Demon
Do it!
Fang! Still!
Win! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Let me
Now!
help you win!
Strike!
This debt shall not
Raging
be
Slash! Swordblade Alpha!
Rending you apart! Anything in armor is all mine!
On your knees! Raging Slash! I owe you one! Demon Fang! More! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Resonate with the earth! I'll smash you!
Raging Vacuum Blade!
Now!
In an instant! Impact Claw!
That was almost too easy.
No enemy can stand against us!
If only every battle went so well.
What's this thing?
This will be a delicious piece of cake!
Rending you apart!
Inside me, yours to be let free! You're mine! Demon Fang!
Ready to go!
Not today!
Showtime!
Stardust! Here I come!
Do it!
Devastation!
Get toasty!
Bird Strike!
Not here! Can you take it?
Come and face me! Hurricane Thrust!
Here's the deity!
Searing Gale!
Magic is
face you.
there! Glacial Shift one's mine!
You're mine!
I'm ready!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes! A merry
Here goes! There's still more to go!
Stardust! Here I
Glacial
come!
Spear!
No escape!
Arcane Waterfall!
An astral art?
That's my cue!
Back! Shut him down! Now! Here I come!
Let me help!
Save
The flame inside me!
A
Yours
whirling
to be
scandal.
let free! Demon
Lunar
Fang!
Corruption!
Swordblade Alpha! Ignite! Demon Fang! Vacuum Blade!
Do it!
Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw! We work well together.
Like a diamond kind of
Negative devastation!
on your knees!
No escape! You're finished!
Do it!
Air pressure! Rena! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! quivering! I think we're about to be real lucky!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Now, aim for the weak...
Raging cascade!
Take this!
Air pressure! Laser spear!
Escape!
This one's got your name on it!
Action to action!
Small, but a victory nonetheless.
We have a long way yet to go.
It's all mine! Raining blast!
Dreams!
Sword rain alpha! Lightning thrust! On your knees!
A whirling circle! Now!
Searing kill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Here's a healing art!
Strike!
First aid!
Now I can let loose! Demon Fang!
Easy peasy, huh, Hoodle? It's crazy to see rocks melt before our eyes.
Watch where you're going, everyone. If you fall, there will be nothing left of you.
Exactly. So don't try anything funny. Especially you, Law. No pushing anyone, not even as a joke.
I'm not a little kid!
I didn't know you had that sort of trick up your sleeve, Dohalim. I would have figured rocks and plants would be too different for you to handle both.
Not necessarily. Both of them contain Earth astral energy. Luckily for me, this area is rich not only in fire energy, but Earth as well.
Dispose of the trash. Let the marksman handle this.
Damn it!
Lightning! By the power of water!
Smash you! Be still!
Death from the wind!
Searing gale! Not a chance!
I can't heal you
You must
forever!
be tired of healing me.
I'm merely doing what I can to help.
Glad you're on our side, Dohalim.
Move away! Now I can let loose! I'm not done!
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Through armor! I'm not done! Raining blast! Eternal devastation! Swirling alpha!
Here's the evil! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
With your flames and my technique,
We're stronger together than we are apart.
Right, here goes! The flaming make me yours to be like elusive deity! Flew away! Eagle ray!
Alright!
Demon Fang! Ignite!
Anything in armor! Do it! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action. A merry distraction.
There's still more to go!
On your knees.
Air thrust! A chain between heaven and earth! A wailing beam of lightning! Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! My turn! You're mine!
A wailing beam of lightning!
Flew
Do it!
Kisara! All yours, Kisara!
I'm pretty worn out.
Want to rest up for a bit?
An opponent like this should be easy.
Here I come!
Demon Fang! Strike!
Light Astral Lightning Condemn!
Blow away!
Exploit the enemy's weakness.
Chain between heaven and earth!
You picked the wrong
A
fight!
wailing dancing
Vacuum
lightning!
blade!
Rendering you apart.
Take it!
Now you see what I can do.
Tempest engulfs you! Blow away!
Supernova!
Damn,
Raging blast!
do it!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble.
Here, let me help!
Seismic rupture! Vacuum blade! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Demon Fang! You're mine! Vacuum blade!
Lunar blast! Soaring between heaven and earth!
Demon Fang!
A wailing dancing of lightning!
Raining flux!
Shattering his pieces! Attack time! Do it! Astral energy! Full throttle! I feel stronger. I mean, a bit.
Good. We're counting on you, Rinwell.
On me? Well, I'll do my best.
What the hell is that thing?
Probably that monster Nath warned us about, if I had to guess.
Do you think this might have been where one of those lights that shot out of the Wedge landed?
But why this location? If the purpose of the Wedge is to harvest Dana's astral energy.
We can figure that out later. If that thing gets into town, it's going to cause chaos. We need to take it down and move on. Let's go! This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Take this!
Here it comes! Focus!
On your toes, everyone!
Suddenly turning tails doesn't seem so ridiculous.
Why? Are you scared?
Me? Are you?
Do you even have to ask? Of course I'm scared!
Focus up before we become that thing's lunch.
It's summoning Zoogle?
Take care of them while keeping an eye on it!
This one's all mine. Eagle Ray! Try this!
More where that came from!
Explosive wing!
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
Demon Fang!
Blah, 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 there!
Rending you apart.
Chain between blah, blah, blah.
Bloody
Explosive ring!
Feel!
Showtime!
Let's
You're
get your
back.
ass away!
Demon Fang! Blow away!
Lightning orb!
Not today!
Burning strike!
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
Photon blast! Freeze lightning condemn!
Charge like that can easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Demon Fang!
Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
No escape!
Now you see what I can do!
Sorry, I didn't want to put you out.
What our friends for, we can't depend on them.
You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
Here, let me help. We got
Devastation! Rising speed!
Here's evil!
Struck! I'll grind you into dust!
Freeze Lancer!
Capture this!
Laser Spear! Here's evil! Slow Strike!
I owe you one!
Armor won't save you! Freeze Lancer!
Demon Fang! Raining
Water!
Here I come!
It looks like you got this one covered!
Take this!
By the power of flame!
Sword Rain
Fading
Alpha!
without a trace!
It's over!
Light and flame!
Soaring Blast!
It's weakened!
Doubling! In an instant! Impact Block!
Here's a healing art! First aid!
Okay, here I go!
Here come more!
We'll just have to keep fighting. The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that! Alright! It's showtime!
Anything in armor is all
Escape! Ignite ready! Doubling! In an instant! Impact Block! We work well together.
like it's finally time to
Confiscated! Art expert coming through! Sighted! Chronotype field! You are in tip-top shape!
As soon as I'm done here, come help out.
How could a girl ever say no?
As impressive as always.
Here I will
Here's evil!
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Shion actually look flustered.
benediction light.
Now I can let
Healing
loose.
circle!
Reinforcements incoming! Not a problem!
Let's go! Art expert coming through!
Demon Fang! Try this!
Alright, it's showtime!
Rending you explosive ring! Not if this one's all bloody holiday! Raining Slash!
Illuminate the sword!
Damn!
Come forth! By the power of
Raining
Breaking
Slash!
sword!
Eat dirt! Demon Fang!
Celestial runner! Explosion! Puddle! Confiscate!
Here!
Magic! Ring of fire!
Another incantation ruined.
Here's a healing
Raining
art!
Slash!
Whirling
There!
circle!
Power surges through.
Demon Fang!
Here! Here we go!
Is this it?
This one's mine!
Beyond. Imbued in my reach is even wider.
I'll bring you back from confiscated! Fire capacity! Disarray! Here's a healing art!
Can you take it?
First aid!
Take
Here I go!
Eat dirt! Raging cascade! This one's mine!
Take this! Blow away! Demon Fang!
Now you see what I can do.
Raging cascade! You made quick work of them!
I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve that way.
I hope to see them this time!
Deny! Air pressure!
Here, let me help!
Try this!
Illuminate the dark! First aid!
Explosive ring!
Radiant blood!
Raining Slash! Demon Fang!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Benediction light.
First aid!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop
It's about to
dying?
strike!
Right. Look sharp, everyone!
Ready to go! Everyone all right?
We won't surrender. We won't retreat. Not yet.
Whatever you do, just please stay safe.
How are we supposed to take on something so... big?
I'll handle it. Just watch and learn. That's enough! Go back down! Everyone okay?
Yeah, I think so.
That thing scared the pants off me.
It felt like it had a different aura than other Zeugles, didn't it?
Yeah. It wasn't like the one that Almadria sicked on us either.
Its elemental astral energy variance was out of this world. It was like fighting a lord.
I guess it's safe to assume that if it came out of the Wedge, it must have played some part in helping harvest astral energy. But what?
Perhaps a living spirit vessel? It's plausible, given the location. Or it may be part of a new force dispatched to regain control of Dana.
If we assume that monster was one of the 4 beams of light, we must have prevented something from taking place here.
I'd like to think so, knowing how much grief it gave us. But at least with that out of the way, we can keep moving forward now. Let's go.
I can feel my precision improving.
Hey, is that it over there?
I always love the sound of hammers banging away.
Alphen?
Did you remember something?
No, but I have seen this starship before. This is it. This is the ship I traveled in when I escaped from Lenegis.
"3 centuries later, and it's no worse for wear. I'll take a look at the internals."
Damn! I'm amazed it still works at all after all this time.
The past meets the present. I really am from a different time and place.
Yeah, but you've got us now, Alphen.
Not only that, but you've helped out so many people too.
Law's right. Rinwell too. You're one of us now. No more carrying the weight of history on your shoulders. You're a part of this world.
Right. Thanks, you guys.
How's it look?
It should fly. All internal systems seem to be operating. However, considering how long it's remained inactive, I suspect it will take some time before it's ready for takeoff.
How much time are we talking here?
Starship mechanics are not what I'd call my forte, so I'd rather not hazard a guess.
So we've just got to sit around here and wait? I'm terrible at waiting.
That's because you're a child. Oh, but how about we use this time to prepare and gather supplies for the trip?
Good idea. Who knows when we'll be back from Lenegis once we leave? We should prepare ourselves for every possible scenario before we go.
Let's try not to stay away too long. I'd hate for anything to happen to the place while we're gone.
Either we race ahead, or we take due precaution to ensure we have no regrets. I shall leave it up to you as to how we proceed, Alphen.
Works for me.
It's funny, isn't it?
What is?
All this. When we first started this thing, did you ever imagine we'd be going to Lenegis? After all, this is the sort of thing I was rebelling against when I ran away from home, right?
I'm sure Zephyr would be proud if he knew what his son was doing right now.
And a little shocked, too.
We're defying the order of things that have persisted for 300 years. Deep down, I knew our journey would lead to confronting Lenegis.
Yeah, you maybe, but you're a Renan. The rest of us can barely even picture what it means to leave Dana.
No offense to Xion and Dohalim, but it's worth remembering we're heading into enemy territory.
No offense taken, and this is no picnic for me either.
Remember, our aim is to ensure that both Lenegis and the Renan homeworld leave Dana alone for good. I don't think we'll be able to avoid a fight.
Is there no way we can talk them into leaving us alone?
The people of Lenegis?
Sure. I mean, we found a way to make it work with Xion and Dohalim, right? And it's not just us. If places like Menancia can do it, then why can't we?
Because there are still many of my kind who believe it was right and natural that Rena reigns over Dana. There are those on Lenegis who have never stepped foot on Dana. I doubt whether they'd even listen to Danans.
Look, none of us want to fight. But these are the same people who fired that wedge down on Dana. What happens next is on them.
Right. We're not going to sit back and wait for them to oppress us again.
Right.
Don't forget, there's also a good chance the Red Woman is somewhere on Lenegis. And wherever she is, we should find the Renaissance too.
That's right. If we can take it back, then Xion can finally get rid of her thorns. Xion?
Huh? Yeah.
Where? Xion? Where'd Xion go? How could she just go off on her own?
Shion. Shion! It's your thorns? But why? You okay? Just now, it looked like you used your maiden powers to suppress your thorns. You can really do that?
Stay out of my way.
Wait a second. Are you planning to go alone?
Shut up!
Why would you do this?
I told you to shut up!
I won't let you.
I mean it.
I refuse to let you.
I won't tell you again. Move or I'll shoot.
If that's the case, then go ahead and shoot me!
Do you remember back when I was stabbed? By Volron?
Yeah. I thought for sure that he had killed you back there.
That wasn't the first time.
Huh?
The first time was when I was only a child. After that, no matter how often, I just couldn't die.
Couldn't die? So you're immortal? How's that even...
I believe you, Shion. But tell me how is something like that possible?
My thorns. They're me, but at the same time not. They're part of me. I have no idea why, but my thorns will never let me die. At least not before I'm meant to.
You can't die before your death?
When my thorns free themselves, it will be my death. I've seen it. A darkness that swallows up everything until nothing remains. It's a vision of oblivion I can't escape. I want to believe it's all just a bad dream. But no matter what I tell myself, I know it's not.
Yeah, but you... Wait. The whole reason you needed the Renaissance was to get rid of your thorns, right?
If I burn away what's inside, then what will happen to the rest of me? Right. Either way you look at it, I'm going to die. But if I am going to die, I figure I can at least take my thorns out with me. That's what I've been after this whole time.
That's why you turned your back on your fellow Renans and chose to fight with us, isn't it? And while we've all been fighting to keep on living, you have been with us fighting desperately to die.
That was the plan. But then I met all of you. And before I knew it, I didn't want to die anymore.
Shion, don't lose hope yet. We'll find a way to save you. There's still time to.
It's pointless.
Why?
Because the darkness won't just consume me. The truth is, It will consume all of existence as well. It was only a suspicion at first, but ever since the Red Woman triggered my maiden powers, I've been more certain than ever before. It was then that I finally came to realize my powers were holding my thorns in check the entire time. But they don't anymore. Not since Lenegis, when the wedge fell. Every day, I feel the thorn's power growing stronger inside of me. Pretty soon, I won't be able to hold them back anymore. And when that happens,
they will consume all existence.
And that's why you wanted to leave by yourself. You planned to find the Renaissance on your own and sacrifice yourself to stop the thorns.
But that's too much. It's way too much.
When this all began, I didn't care what happened to me or anyone else. And what happened to the Renans or the Danans didn't matter to me at all. I know I have to die, but I don't want to. Not now that I have this. I wish we had never met. Then I wouldn't have to feel this way.
Xion!
Alvin?
Living for the sake of dying is no better than being a slave. How can you endure this?
Alvin.
It's not fair. I don't care what anybody says. I won't let it happen. We can fight this. We'll fight until the end together. Isn't that what you said to me before?
Even if it should mean that it'll be the end of everything else, too?
Xion, what do you want? It's your decision, ultimately. But if you decide not to fight fate, I will. Even if I have to do it alone.
No, you won't be alone. I'll fight as well.
Count me in as well. I want to be a force for good, not hate.
And me too. I meant it with all of my heart when I told you before. Neither of you are alone in this at all.
You guys.
And I, for one, don't believe this venture is without hope.
Huh?
Xion is the descendant of a maiden from 300 years ago. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that those events have some connection to her thorns. The true nature of which, I imagine we will discover as we make our way to Lenegis and uncover the truth of what's unfolding here.
I take it you mean we might find a way to get rid of her thorns and she'll live?
It's certainly possible. Though I suspect the nature of the Sovereign is connected somehow.
So be it. I've already lost everything I had once. And I won't let it happen again. Xion. No matter what happens from now on, we're right here with you. All of us are. You are not alone.
You guys... You're all so stubborn. Thank you, everyone. For right now, and a little while longer, I just want to hold on to this dream. And most of all, more than anything else, I want to be with all of you. So let's go. On to Lenegis.
The end of the world. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
I believe Shion is telling the truth. What about you?
As a friend, yes, I want to believe her. Everything that's happened seems to point towards some sort of great danger that's lurking ahead of us. Still, it's hard to fathom something that could usher outright doom to the world. That those really are the stakes we face.
No, I understand. Even Shion doesn't seem to know exactly what will happen to bring it all about.
We have so many pieces of the puzzle in our hands, so many clues, yet the complete picture eludes us.
So where do her thorns fit in then?
Well, I imagine they must sit at the very center of it all. You remember the voice we all heard while we were inside the Wedge, don't you?
Yeah, I remember. It was the will of Dana's astral energy come to life. Or that's what we all thought.
Right. And from that, we're able to hypothesize how vast concentrations of astral energy can become sentient. Let's return to when we found Shion in Pelagian. When her thorns went wild, they contained far more astral energy than any mere Renin would normally have inside them.
So you think those thorns might be alive too? That their will is what keeps her from dying? But why would they want to destroy the entire world?
As for that, I really cannot say for certain. Its goals still remain a mystery. It may be a mere fluke that her maiden powers have been able to contain it thus far.
You know, I've noticed since we've met that you like figuring out riddles.
Can you blame me? When one realizes that the world they once thought to be true is but a mere facade, they can't help but seek the truth. Especially when that deception has led to others getting hurt.
Dohalim?
I imagine the remaining pieces of the puzzle that we seek rest somewhere within Lenegis. As for what the final picture will look like, who can say? I think it's best we not dwell on it too much for the time being.
Right.
How you holding up?
Who, me?
Yes, you. You took a hit from those thorns again, didn't you?
Oh, that? That was nothing.
Compared to what Shion's going through, you mean? Still, even if you yourself might be willing to endure that kind of pain, that doesn't mean Shion wants to have to see you get hurt by her thorns, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'll be careful.
Shion doesn't know how lucky she is to have you around, you know? Dashing in to save her at the last minute.
Yeah, very funny.
I'm being serious. You went up and held her close like you still had that mask on, and you didn't even bat an eye. She really needed that. That's what I mean when I said you saved her. Just like you did with the rest of us.
I just want for Shion what we all have. The ability to touch someone without the fear of killing them. Those thorns have robbed her of the kind of everyday things we all take for granted. And it's not right.
You can say that again. It may be normal for us, but that doesn't make it any less special or important for her. I hope she gets what she wants. I have my own dreams, but a world without her, where she dies so we can all survive, isn't a world I want to live in.
Agreed. It's like more and more keeps getting taken from her, and I'm done with it.
Did you know?
You mean about Shion?
Yeah, I didn't have the slightest idea. I mean, every once in a while I thought something seemed a little off, but I never could have imagined. It's like a completely different world was spinning around me and I couldn't even see it.
You and me both. I mean, I knew something was bothering her, but I could never quite figure out what it was.
You? But you're the one always looking out for her, aren't you?
That's what I thought. But in reality, I didn't understand it all. What I thought was helping and being there for her was actually just driving her into a corner.
At least you figured it out in time, though, right?
I don't think we're out of the woods yet. But yeah, you're right. We brought her back from the edge, and we're going to stop those thorns from taking her, no matter what.
Yeah, with all of us together, there's nothing we can't handle. Shion, the world, we can save everyone. And I mean it when I say we, Alphen.
I know. No lone wolfing it.
Hey, you're the expert on what my dad would say. Do you think he'd pat me on the back or tell me off?
Zephyr, I don't think that he'd have that much to say, to be honest. You're your own man now, Law. And you've already made up your own mind about what you want.
I guess he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to.
Law.
Sorry. I guess those of us amongst the living have enough problems to deal with, don't we? We'll need all our strength to save Shion. I'll probably end up worrying again at some point, but I guess I'll think it over more then. That okay?
Yeah, I think it is. Can't sleep?
After everything we just heard, how could I?
Fair enough.
Shion's had to deal with so much on her own. Even when we were all laughing and celebrating, she just kept quiet and didn't say anything. I thought she was keeping her distance because of her thorns. That it was because she didn't want to hurt anybody by getting too close. I just figured that that was the type of person she was, you know? But it turned out to be none of that. All this time, she felt like she had to die and sacrifice herself for the greater good. But even then, she didn't think she could say anything to us about it.
I know.
She was so alone this entire time. How could I call her a friend and yet be so completely blind to everything she was going through?
I'm sure it made her happy, knowing you were there for her.
You really think so?
Yeah, I do. If she didn't think of us as friends, I don't think she could have ever opened up to us like that. You were a good friend to her before, and you'll be an even better one now.
Yeah, I really hope so. I want to be the best I can for her. When you think about it, we were all alone in our own way. But over time, we've all found ways to let each other into our lives. I hope Shion's able to do that one day too. No, I mean, I hope she's able to do that more. Lots and lots more. I think it'd be really nice if we could all just be there to support each other when it really counts. And forget about our grudges and pain.
Rinwell. Hey, you doing all right?
I seem to cause nothing but worry. As much as I try to look like I have things under control, everyone still worries about me.
You're not the only one.
Hey, do you remember the first time you said I was your friend?
No? When was that? Sorry, I can't remember.
That's okay. It came so naturally to you, I'm not surprised you forgot. I was different back then. The Danans were not even people to me, and I knew I would always be alone. But in that room with Deadime, when you called me your friend, it just shattered the wall that I'd built up around me. Because until that moment, I'd only seen you as a means to an end. I thought of you as a way to use the blazing sword, and to obtain the Renis Alma. But after that day, one time became two, and before I knew it, you'd made a habit of calling me and Dohalim your friends. It didn't matter that we were Renans. You cared about us as you would any other people. Then, everyone else started to call me their friend too. To think of me as their friend. Before then, I never even dreamed I could have that. I didn't want to die and lose you all. But I also didn't want to live if it meant you would all die in my place.
Shion.
But then I realized I'd only really been thinking of myself that entire time. After saying how I felt, and hearing what you all had to say, I finally understood that. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm not planning on dying anymore. I've met too many people along the way who I truly care about to give in now. So I'll fight. For Dana and for myself. I'll fight against my fate to preserve our future. And I'll win, come hell or high water. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I won't let the world end because of me.
It's going to be a long, hard road ahead, Shion. Our fight won't be over until everyone, both Danans and Renans, can finally live in peace. But I swear I'll be there with you until the very end.
Thank you.
Remember what we learned back in Calaglia? There's no wall so high that we can't break it down.
Yeah, I think you may be right about that.
Everyone well rested? Then let's go. We depart for Lenegis.
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that! You're going to jinx us!
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but, well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Okay, people. We have two goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shion's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right, then let's go.
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Everything okay, Shion? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me, though, you too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came to Dana.
Let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched. Helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse, but then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition, unable to so much as touch another soul? Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live. But why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if If we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Xion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Danon victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this together.
Alvin, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology. It got me to Dana in one piece, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alvin, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alvin. It's just wrong, okay?
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. Well, that should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? Would that mean you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now, and those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Danons, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegis.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dana. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dana even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renan ladder is considered superior to being a Danan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shion?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Lost blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this Red Woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That Red Woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them. There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this Red Woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the Sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a Sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a Sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone. Beyond that wall lies a city full of Renans. The capital city where Shion and Dohalim used to live, no less. Who knows what we'll find on the other side?
Thinking about what could be lurking out here is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
For such a loudmouth, you sure can be a worrywart at times.
Oh, I'm sorry. How stupid of me for wanting us to stay safe.
Would you two children stop squabbling? Or do you want everyone to know we're here?
So how many Renans actually live in this place?
I couldn't tell you exactly, though not as many as you might expect. Machines and Zeugles take care of most of the city's basic functions.
There's Zeugles out here too, huh? Sounds like we can't afford to let our guard down after all.
What in the world?
This being Renan territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior too.
Maybe when they sent the Wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself. Okay, Do?
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the Wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danans poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two. The Danans among us should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak out?
I shall explain it away by saying I'm leading you.
What are we, dogs?
What could be so important? It's worth destroying people's livelihoods and homes in the process. It's just... unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to answer.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from Dana, and then sending it to Rena.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
Whatever their purpose, disrupting their siphoning process alone won't be sufficient. Not while we still don't know what their endgame is.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever again.
This Forbidden Zone might be where we find some answers, right? So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving!
You heard him. We don't have time to stop and chat. Let's move.
So, I've been wondering, do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it to transform like this. But then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would have taken that into consideration, to avoid all this chaos.
Ordinarily, yes. You'd think so. Trust me, as far as we were concerned, Lenegis was our home, nothing more. No one knew about all this. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Sorry, that probably sounded weird, huh?
Not at all. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to help you notice what you've been missing all along. This place is a mystery, that's for sure. Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
Yeah, you're right, Shion. I'm sure we will.
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
Your lordship! Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time. Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth, that Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said his Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Danon. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made Sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 Sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off-limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it! I didn't realize Renans oppressed their own kind, too.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem to mind. Am I the only one who finds that strange?
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience in that regard yourself, do you not?
Unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any Danon city we visited. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
It's still too early to say anything for sure.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be, pray tell?
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly become putty in your hands.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger in no time.
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye of the beholder.
So there is a knack to it! How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you've got me curious. Is there special training to master?
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and say it.
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just helping them along.
Hey! What's got into Alvin and Law all of a sudden?
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, their sovereign's up on the Renan homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renan society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Ganabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
Yes!
Balsef had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
What?
Ganabelt was so horrible to people. Yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed. The effects of Lenegis' transformation appear to be less pronounced here. Or, viewed another way, this area was simply luckier.
Pardon me.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right, too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Okay.
Seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganatheros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is,
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renins, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danon doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renin doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Xion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfrikt Milgras, the former lord of Cislodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfrikt whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegis?
I guess over holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the motherland, sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renin by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Doe?
Faria.
Faria? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still... kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Dohalim. I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
What's this thing?
Wow, this place is beautiful!
Yeah, it must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renan sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnigan. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnigan. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnigan and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagin and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagin had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagin was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less, she would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty, instead I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
say we check back in on the ranch?
Did we really just spend that much money?
This shall suffice. Please, everyone, have as much as you like.
Damn it! Lenegis soldiers!
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight.
Ho! I am Lord Dohalim of Helden Menexia. I command you.
The rest of the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they've got one. Raining slack! Captivity! It's almost too strong. Be my guest.
Winds of heaven! In here!
Execution!
Raining
strike! I'll burn it all! Flaming pillar! Fire!
Here!
Demon Fang! An astral...
That's my cue!
Shut him down. Here I come.
Here's a That'll bring you down.
Can't get out of this. I could do without this pain. Demon Fang!
I'll be saving.
Reloaded.
On your knees.
Not done yet.
Do it.
Show me in an instant. Impact block.
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Demon not a chance!
In a bind?
You're mine!
More where that came from!
Everlasting dark! Demon
Now!
Fang!
Negative change! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
My exploits are bearing fruit.
Right, here goes! Bring him down!
Resonate with the
flame inside me!
That may prove a thorn in our side.
For my lord! We're not finished! Burn in hell! It's too fast! Stand back! Demon Flash! Trip it up!
Take this!
I owe you one! Eternal devastation!
I never miss!
There!
Now!
In an instant! Impact block! Not a chance!
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that. With this, I can become even stronger.
Vacuum
Now you learn!
Try harder! Come on! Ready, slash!
Astral energy! They really don't give up, do they?
Demon Tank!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Now! You're mine!
It's a lasting toughness!
Here I come!
In a bind?
Glacial Spear! Here's the evil!
Can you take it?
Freeze Lancer! Do it!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
I've been doing really great lately.
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Is someone making them stand guard over the Forbidden Zone?
Hi, Hoodle!
Demon Blade!
Can you take it?
Here's the
Try harder!
This can't get out of this!
Raging
Here I
Storm!
come!
Freeze Lancer!
Demon Tank! Try hard! Time to cross blade!
Can you take it?
Eat this!
Sleep now!
Elusive Demon Tank! Try this!
Soaring Blood!
Eagle Ray!
I never miss! I'll be
Demon
saving
Tank!
this one!
Try hard! My turn!
Where that came from?
Ready!
Only getting started!
Demon Tank!
Incantation ruined! Everlasting dark!
Ready!
Negative gate! On your
Demon Tank!
Now or never!
Eternal Devastation! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here,
Demon Tank!
Resonate with the earth!
Lightning Orb!
Here I come!
Dance in the
Raiding
wind!
you
Demon
apart!
Tank!
Light Blast! Raging Storm!
Being interrupted! Armor won't save you! I must remember my limits.
Blow away!
Thunder Field!
Ignite!
Behold! The Earth's hope! Tectonic vision!
Here's a healing arc!
Blow
The
away!
wiring magic is there! Tidal wave!
Try harder! Take it!
Tempest engulf you! On your knees!
That'll bring you down! I'll stop its charge! Here! Thank you, Sarah!
Demon Tank!
First aid! I'm Prickler!
It's too much! Hold nothing back! Listen!
More for the stamina!
Try harder! You're mine!
I'm
Blow
ready!
away!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
I felt better, that's for sure.
Let's see what you got! No further! Take this! Begin!
Blow away!
Rain down and
Leave the agile ones to me.
Leave the charges to me!
Is this it?
I couldn't get in time.
I'll bring you back from your storm! A chain of pain has been burning! Laser spear! Here's the hero! Surge malevolence!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
In here! Resuscitation! A whirling struggle!
Double Demon Tank! Demon Tank!
In a bind?
Too much to handle?
Demon Tank!
Now, let them mark astral energy!
Say no more! My turn!
Astral energy!
Not today!
Surge malevolence!
My turn!
Waterfall! First aid! Freeze Lancer!
Demon
Into the
Tank!
shadows! Confiscated!
There!
Searing Blade! Do it!
Yes! Not a chance! I'm not done! Demon Tank!
Bloody
Now! Long! Get toasty!
Bird Strike!
Get
My turn!
In here!
Vacuum Blade!
More for the
Demon Tank!
stockpile! By the
I'm
power
ready!
of wind! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
We
Can you really make weapons with this?
Let's see what you've got.
Trouble!
Thank you.
Great start.
Demon
Freeze
Fang!
Lancer! In here! How long are we gonna keep this up for, Attack?
Not a chance.
Winds of heaven! First spark! Here's a healing art!
Demon Fang!
Still out of mine! Where are you going? Steering
Blow away! Demon Fang!
Here's a healing art! Now! Astral energy!
Say no more.
Here,
My turn.
Tempt it!
You're finished.
I'll smash you!
Vacuum blade.
Catapult!
Demon
By the
Fang!
power of flame!
Blow away!
Thunder field!
Demon Fang!
Arch field!
Vacuum blade. I'm ready. In an instant. Impact block. My turn.
Illuminate power!
Demon Fang! I'm not done.
I can't kill you forever! Banshee of lightning!
Demon Fang! Sword Rain Alpha! I can feel my power growing!
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
Fight the
I'll grind you into
This is looking good! Any more of this and I'll burn out! Here I come!
Need to pull myself together.
Not today!
Shattering massive pieces!
Demon Fang! Blow away! Demon Fang!
If it's in the sky, take that!
Sword Rain out! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Resonate with the earth!
Annihilation blast!
Through armor! Like steel!
I'm ready! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Not a chance! Demon
I'm
Fang!
ready!
Go! In an instant! Impact block!
If you want me to keep healing you, I'm gonna need to rest up.
Sounds prudent. This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Danon. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to, she looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danon astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the Wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegis. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Varia, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when—
We can talk later. Here it comes!
What? I've never known Varia to control symbols like that before.
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a master sword?
What the—
Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the symbols, then we get some answers.
Exploit the enemy's weakness. Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Not today! Demon Fang!
Master Spear! Pierce evil! Dance in the wind!
Explosive ring!
Air thrust! Freeze bolt! Not in your dreams! Fire to magic is up!
Take this! Demon Fang!
Astral energy!
Can't get out of this!
There!
Here, let me help!
I'll face you!
Demon Fang!
A wailing unity of lightning! Divine
Demon Fang!
magic is in! Air thrust!
Reflect on my sin. They it won't escape me. Explosive ring! Execution! Demon Fang!
In here!
Can't move!
Don't give up! Lunar corruption! This one's mine! Oh, violent starting.
I'll bring you back from death.
Now something can't resuscitate!
Does this hurt? It's time!
Here, come now! First aid! Photon! Illuminate the counterbolt! Heaven and earth!
Sword Rena! No further!
Burning strike!
Glacial
Demon Fang!
Here, do it!
Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw! You're mine! Thank you! Demon Fang!
Nothing gets by me!
Explosive ring!
Ice prison!
Elucidation! Can you take it?
Right, watch out!
Can't move!
Don't leave me!
Air pressure! Rending
Just what the doctor ordered! Resuscitation!
Bloody! It's time!
Fires and habits!
Demon Fang!
Who cares? Here's a healing arm!
I'll bring you back from...
This one's mine! I'll heal you all! I've still got some fight left in me!
Demon Fang! I owe you one! Another incantation ruined!
It's weakened!
Demon Fang! This ends now! Explosive ring!
I'm almost impressed!
Our grace comes from you.
I said almost. Don't get carried
You'll
away.
find no mercy.
Right!
I'll bring you back from... Death's abyss!
Imbue this vanquished soul with life.
On your knees!
Some punishment?
You pay for that!
I'll bring you back from Death's abyss!
Shattering of
I'll bring you back from
Attack
Death's
time!
abyss!
Demon Fang!
Resuscitation!
Vacuum blade!
I still got some fight left in me.
This one's all mine! You picked the wrong fight!
A whirling struggle.
Demon Fang!
I'll bring you back from Death's abyss!
Incineration wave!
Fire's attack!
There!
Display!
You're mine! Vacuum blade!
Here I go!
Now you see what I can do!
It's over! Raid ready!
Here I come!
Healing art!
I owe you one!
Winds of
bind.
heaven! First force! Lunar corruption!
Demon Fang!
In the sky! Blood! Reload!
Deny!
Demon Fang!
First aid!
I'm ready! Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw!
Now it's just her! Varia, can you hear me? Varia!
She's preparing another summoning!
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more. Dohalim!
Forgive me.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You? Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almadria. As for Tarnagin, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already past, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right? Let's move on.
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way.
That vision we saw. It was as if it was meant specifically for us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent. Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns, as well as my own past. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens. I'm determined to save Shion and Dana. Nothing I learn can change that. Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
For the people of Lenegis, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How did they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long. think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Danon astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure taking the form of a Danon. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign.
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign, and Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Only 2 sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah, we wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now.
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
Naori.
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... if I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Elfin. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Elfin.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Elfin escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. this is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Naori? What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony, the purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen, the Sovereign, was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Naori,
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danon voice speaking through her?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Xion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience.
By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Xion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Xion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Xion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Xion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony and Naori's attempt to stop oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. The once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No, the truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead, and it's for my sake, so I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place... it reminds me more of being back inside the Wedge.
Except the Danon astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renan Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in the machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renaissance. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible? What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand. Try harder! My turn!
Shattering of
A negative game!
A whirling struggle. This one's mine.
Yours
Wings of
to be
heaven.
let free!
Force.
Raining slash!
No dawn shall break
In
this
here.
nut.
Demon
Here's a
Plague!
healing arc.
I'll
Saving
smash
this
you!
one.
Try harder! Not a chance! Demon Plague!
Here, Flash. You must
Blow away! Burn! Bloody hell! Do without this pain! Demon Plague! Try this!
I'm all ready to go. Annihilation.
The mock!
Blade of spear.
You're mine! Demon Plague! Double Demon Plague! Scream! Blood! Demon Plague! Let him inside me!
In here.
Raining slash!
More for the stockpile.
Demon Plague! Try
Magic
this!
is there.
Rending you apart!
Here's a healing arc.
Bloody hell! I owe you one! Demon Plague!
Here, sleep now.
I'll take you!
Magic is there.
Sword Rain Alpha! Crush! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing arc. First aid.
You picked the wrong fight!
Air thrust.
Demon Plague! Try this! On the way! Explosive ring!
Cyclone.
Demon
Magic is
Plague!
there. Air thrust. First aid. On the power of flame. Finish with lightning condemned. Thunder blade. Illuminate the dark.
I'll smash you!
Holy glimmer.
Demon Plague!
Holy land. Here's evil. A wailing blade.
Can't move!
Denied.
This is my fault.
And where are you going?
Imbue this vanquished soul with life!
I'll bring you back from death to this.
Another incantation ruined.
Fires of passion.
Let me
help. First aid.
Try harder! You're mine!
Reflect on
Raining
lightning.
slash!
They smite with blackened
Blow
blade.
away!
Lightning orb. Here,
Demon Plague!
lightning
Sword Rain Alpha!
Being interrupted.
Demon Plague!
Magic is there.
I'll smash you! I'll face you!
Lunar corruption.
Here I come! It's time!
Wind astral
Raining
energy.
slash!
A new lease on life.
Not today!
Wind astral energy.
To me! Explosive ring!
Blah, blah, blah.
Onward!
Here's a
Demon
healing
Plague!
lancer.
Denied!
Air thrust.
Raining slash! Demon Plague! I owe you one. Try harder! Not a chance! Demon Plague!
Here, let me help.
Demon Lash!
First aid!
Vacuum Blades!
Shattering of
pieces! Attack time! Dash!
Lightning! Carve down!
Is this it?
Don't give up! Crossblade! I'll bring you back from not in your dreams! Resuscitation! Fire's attack! This is flame without a trust it!
My blade! Demon Fang!
Lunar corruption!
Blow away!
Far enough! Lunar blast! Here's a
Flame
healing arc!
inside me! Cured! Let free! Vacuum blade!
Lunar corruption! Celestial hammer! Ice prison!
You picked the wrong fight! Demon Fang! Try this!
Reload!
Explosive ring! Go time!
Let me help!
Now you see what I can do! Demon Fang!
By the power of flame! Finish without a trace!
Demon Fang! They smite with black and flame! Instinct shock!
Burning strike! Purge malevolence!
Demon Fang!
This one's mine!
Vacuum blade!
Here, let me help!
Demon Fang!
Here's a healing arc! That'll bring you down! Don't leave me! I'll bring you back from... Holy Land! Resuscitation! Close one! Gotcha!
Not done yet!
Close one! Fire's gotcha! Lunar corruption! Fire's attack! Lunar corruption!
Demon Fang!
By the power of water! Wind!
Vacuum blade!
Flame!
Demon Fang!
Anything in armor is all mine! Tornado drive!
Is this it? Rupture!
Elusive deity!
I'll bring you back
Rotating
from
pile! Catapult!
Shield! Resuscitation! Back into the fray!
Now you see what I can do!
Here, let
Not
me help
done yet.
better!
Forgive me.
Stay away from my friends!
I'll be
Demon
ready!
Fang! Raining
Magic
slash!
advance! Sleep now! Resuscitation! More for the
Try
sun!
harder!
No rest for the
Double
wicked.
Demon Fang!
Here's a healing arc! First
They
man!
smite with blackened blade!
Here I go!
Demon Fang!
Here!
Explosive ring! Demon Fang! I owe you one! Blow away!
No further!
Not in your dreams!
I owe you
Now!
one!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Here's a healing
My
arc!
turn!
First aid!
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
What? It's self-destructed?
Alvin!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up. You had me worried there. Who said you could touch that? Damn it! He's awake! I should have thought as much. So you know this place? Naturally. It was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart. Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me? You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign? Idle prattle.
I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Boron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a
slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renin and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renan and Danan are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alva!
It's too late. You can't stay here.
We need to go. Alphen!
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Are you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers and Faria in a trance?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renus Alma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renaissance in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah, and not in a good way like with us.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danan. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day.
How about you, Shion? Dohalim? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the Red Woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena, and Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renaissance too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
I couldn't make it in time.
Bring you down. A willing dance divine. Think again. Now.
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with
You're
life.
open. No defense. You're open. Don't get in my way. Oh, here I go. I'll bring you back.
Fire support! Step back! Stand back! Trip it out.
Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Reload! Here, first aid! A wailing dancing ablation! By the power of flame seal!
Try harder! No, you can't!
I'll be
Now or
to
never.
crash you! Oh, Spartan
It's
Star!
over.
Use a healing data! First aid!
Ignite! Can't get out of this!
Flame of fury! Glacial spear! Piercing lightning! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Take this! Strike!
Take
Sword Rain Alpha! Death on the wind! Onward! It's over! No further! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! No chance! No escape!
There!
Try hard! No chance! You take it! Invincible's all mine! Demon Blade!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
My exploits are bearing fruit.
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Doe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd—
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Elda Menancia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid, as people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the Lords and Sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among men. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnagain's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits. Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan Lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values. Resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
This flavor, why, it rivals the cooking of my own chefs in the palace.
thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renaissance. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What? Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
Flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people, does it ever get lonely sometimes?
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Boo! Ah! What the? Are you mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell!
Oh, come on! How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation! You ought to try it sometime!
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too. Whew!
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Danon side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The red women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this Great Spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it, without question, throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this Great Spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this Great Spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegis. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrek 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's Great Spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegis are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed, and it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegis was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. a change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Rena's Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrecht 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevrecht 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out. Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrect 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Have you guys lived up here in Deg Faisal with Hevrect 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrect 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrect 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions. Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't. But there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use astral arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and—
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while. Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the Wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans and Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contests began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevrek 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot. Everything we thought we knew, it was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevrek 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevrek 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans, and the Great Spirit, and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Danans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helgan Quill and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Danan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Danans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Danans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Danan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Danans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dana anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Danans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down, and there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah. I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Danan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Heverick 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dana's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live, and I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about, all I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only blazing sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah, I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass!
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Xion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Xion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Xion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Xion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Xion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the great astral spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is. Our minds are made up. Let's go give Hevric 35 our answer.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renis almost stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships that people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience, and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Rena's Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Rena's Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit, and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational. It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Rena's Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns could be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Rena's Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony, considering that the Rena's Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed. I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, Then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Rena's Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Rena's Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Rena's Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar, is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Hevrek 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Once the Fall Knights is good to go again, we'll be taking off for Rena right away. Is the Rena's Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Fire Master Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe, and with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Hevrek 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details, so assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Danans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Danans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Heverick 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me. To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will, well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember saying anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were thinking?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Xion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Rena's Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Hevrect 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Rena's Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the blazing sword may not have the strength of the Rena's Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we've...
The Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Danans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrek 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
there's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude, until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began. Yet it's a dead world?
I won't let Dana suffer the same fate, ever.
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
Nah, I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something. So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Rena's Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength, it's that it's sentient too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
we might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Rena's Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up. Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
What do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Danans started pressing their own.
Renans, Danans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different as someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day...
There will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
I wonder what Helganquil civilization was like at its zenith.
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take an interest in.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching to delve into its history, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now.
Put a pin in it, and you can do all the research you want when you retire.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether Rena is amenable to an aging specimen...
It's a little early to be giving it serious thought just yet.
A man can dream, though. A man can dream.
Oh, we didn't say there's anything wrong with dreaming.
In your case, Dohalim, dreams have a habit of spiraling into something else.
You'll need to stay with us for now, though. You're too helpful to let retire.
Why do I feel this is less of a compliment and more of an ultimatum?
Just a friendly suggestion.
Hey! Hey, I just realized something!
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
What? No! I mean... Wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell, the point.
Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renans inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still, Don't you think it's kind of interesting?
Not hugely. Hey, Kisara, while I've got you, what's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking, maybe meat?
Get him, Hoodle.
What did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hoodle!
Ow, ow, ow! Seriously, what the hell? You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zeugles. Like, a whole lot.
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain in this world, it's that wherever we go, we'll always end up bumping into them.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like, a ranch where they breed them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dana, let alone up in Lenegis.
The only thing I can think of, then, is that the feral ones must be reproducing on their own.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate them.
Exterminate them? Whoa, don't you think that's maybe a little harsh?
What do you mean?
Zeugles originally used to be living creatures native to Dana and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
You're right. Zeugles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
First, people made Zeugles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one day.
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and cities. What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way, maybe people and Zeugles aren't so different after all.
Helganquil!
Guess they don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
I knew there was something off here!
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat them at their own game.
Demon Fang!
Awaken and wreak havoc!
Denied!
In here! More for the
You're mine! You're escape! You're mine!
Light here! Not in your dreams!
Begin!
The enemy will be a part too. You'll soon see about that!
Vacuum blade! Demon Fang, try harder! Not chance!
Do it!
Demon totally! In an instant! Impact Claw! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Devastation! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Whoa! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! My turn! I'm not done! Devastation!
Awaken and wreak
Ignite! You're mine!
Get toasty!
Burn Strike! Not a chance!
everlasting
Your style is beautiful to observe.
You just watching or what?
No, I'm still in this.
I can't imagine what we do. Who, me? That's a little much, don't you think?
Alphen.
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Danan slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart now, this whole mission is over. We have to stay the course.
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks and stuff underneath the hollowed ocean, but it's all artificial.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helganquil, seeing as there's little actual land remaining.
It's incredible. Do you think it stretches all the way down to the center of the planet?
Hey, these guys built Lenegis, remember? He probably did this in a weekend.
If they had the power to create things like this, did they really only use those immense capabilities to serve the Great Spirit? Or rather, was that the only use the Great Spirit let them use their capabilities for? We haven't seen anyone here except Helganquil. Looks like this place really is their home planet.
The true citizens of Rena. What a shame that they have become nothing more than puppets to the Great Spirit. To think of the promise their accomplishments once held. They had the potential to be great indeed.
Do you think we could have got along with them? You know, if we had met under different circumstances. Like
all of us, you mean? I suppose it's difficult to say for sure. We don't even know if they would see us as being on an equal level with them or not.
I think we may have had the chance once, before the Renan Great Spirit came along and changed everything.
You and Alphen both share an optimism. A strong willingness to believe in hope.
Do you think that's foolish?
On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself. In tragedy's aftermath, hope is all we have.
Just look at the size of that thing. The Helganquil's technology certainly is impressive. And they don't seem to do things by halves either. In the past 300 years. No, even before that. Just how many people, Renan or Danan, do you think have ever seen this?
Regarding the past 3 centuries at least, I'd say there's a good chance that we're the first. Also, while I get that it's impressive and all, I'm just amazed you're still standing around gawping at it at a time like this. Sometimes I wonder about your priorities.
I can understand where he's coming from. More to the point, does anyone know where it leads?
What do you mean where it leads? To the center of the planet, of course.
And that doesn't strike you as sounding just a little bit, oh, I don't know, far? There has to be a quicker way to get there, right?
Yeah. With all this technology at their fingertips, it seems pretty unlikely that they'd make that kind of journey on foot. There must be some kind of device somewhere. Let's see if we can figure out how to use it.
Borrow one of their contraptions? You're either brave or out of your mind.
If it works for them, there's no reason it wouldn't for us. Why make things harder for ourselves?
You know what he's like, Law. Once he gets an idea in his head, there's no talking him out of it.
No further! Here I come! Dance on the way! Blow away! Demon Fang! Here I come!
This one's mine!
I'm not done!
Prepare to be sealed, old leader. Actually, I found this more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing.
Demon Fang!
Seismic
Now!
Here's a healing arc!
Demon Fang!
There! Go! You're mad!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! A chain
Not
between
dead.
heaven and earth! A wailing down lightning!
Searing gales! It's too much!
Lightning!
Demon Fang!
I'm ready! Prepare to crumble!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Lunar action! Holy lunar blast! Chain between heaven and earth!
Vacuum blade!
A wailing
Ignite!
Demon lash!
Well, looky here! I wonder how the Renans avoided being mind-controlled like the Helganquil. Do you think it might have something to do with the fact that they were originally Danans?
I'd say it's likely, which is pretty ironic when you think about it.
Ironic?
The Renans have committed grave injustices against the Danans. But it was all of their own volition, not because they were being controlled. Now, it turns out they themselves were once Danans too.
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit, but something inherent in all of us. Our free will.
Now hang on, though. It was that same free will that allowed Xion and Dohalim to choose to fight alongside us. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to beat hatred and forge all those connections we've made. Free will is what saved us, right?
Law's entirely right. In any case, it certainly can't hurt to look on the bright side every now and then.
Yeah. Where there's hope, there's a way.
What'd he say?
He said, without a doubt.
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That apparatus there is likely what's used to control it.
What the? Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action. Concentrate.
Back, damn it!
Annihilation! Mega ray!
That buzzing is driving me mad!
Annihilation!
Is it in this
They just sit still!
Xion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Illuminate the dark!
Check this!
Come forth! Holy quiver! Holy land! Chain between heaven and earth!
Another incantation
A
ruined.
wailing banshee of lightning!
Blow away!
Sleep now!
Vacuum blade!
Get on track!
No fear.
Here's evil!
Lightning thrust! Hurricane
Freeze
thrust!
Lancer!
Here I come! This one's all mine!
Whoa! Hey! What is fire? Magic is there! Holy land! Here! A chain between heaven and earth!
Here I come!
A wailing banshee of lightning!
in the sky is
mine! Let's get you off of the way! Now!
Your blade moves like
Turn the
silk.
tables
I just let my instincts do.
More? There! Burn it down! Demon Fang! Here I come! Negative Crush! Demon Fang! Raining Blast!
I never miss. If it's in the sky, it's mine.
Try this!
Here's a healing art.
Explosive Ring!
First aid! Light
Vacuum blade!
Alright!
Do it. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alpha.
It's time more Suko?
Keep calm and take them down.
Throw them away! Now!
This one's mine.
Demon Fang! Dohalim! In an instant! Impact Block!
Reinforcements?
Crush!
Chain between heaven and
Stunner!
earth!
Hurricane Thrust!
Leave the chargers to me. Where are you going?
Here I come! I'm not done!
Sleep now. Here I go. You're mine.
Raining Blast!
Now.
You're finished!
Here I go. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished! No
Do it.
more? Meanwhile, Light Burst Force!
Radiant Genesis!
Now! Here I come! Stardust! No escape! Devastation! Take this! Be still! Tear! Searing Gale! Elusive Deity! Rotating Pile Driver! Demon Fang!
Sleep now. Here's a healing art.
Demon Fang!
There.
Vacuum Blade!
Deny. Sweet dream.
More? Demon Fang! blade!
No further!
More? Demon Fang!
Steering blade! Reload!
No escape! We did it!
As impressive as always.
Here I hope that was improved.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
Searing Gale!
A chain between now!
Kisara! Commander of Heavy!
Phoenix Cyclone! Here's a healing arm! A chain between
No
heaven and
escape!
earth!
Devastation!
A wailing fancy of
Hurricane Thrust!
I'm ready!
Searing Gale!
Shion!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes! A merry destruction!
There's still more to go!
Devastation! Hurricane Thrust!
I never miss! Ready to go! Holy Land! Chain between heaven and earth!
Do it! Totally! In an instant! Impact Block!
I can feel my precision improving.
Even in such a harsh environment as this, there are still creatures here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be Zeugles somehow?
Whatever they are, they're dangerous. Watch yourselves around them.
You think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
If that's true, and if we go down, we should find the Great Spirit at the bottom.
We could get there even faster if we simply jump down instead.
You sound alarmingly serious when you say that.
This won't be easy.
I shall ensure you survive this!
Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
Demon Fang!
Insects should stay on the ground.
Can't get out of this!
We got flyers!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
All yours!
Benediction light.
Explosive ring!
Do it!
Totally! In an instant! Impact Block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Devastation!
Holy Land!
Hurricane
Chain
Thrust!
between heaven and
Searing
earth!
Gale!
A wailing fancy of lightning! Spear!
You're mine! No escape! Back to blade!
I never miss!
Victory is within reach.
Dig deep, and we can do this!
Impressive server, little one.
Demon Fang! Now! You're mine!
Well, looky here! You got company!
Here, let me
Demon
help.
Fang!
Take this! Death on the wing!
Raining Slash!
On your
My
knees.
extra letter illuminated!
Your reflexes will not serve you well here.
Without a trace!
I
Chain
carve
between
through
heaven and
armor!
earth!
Demon Fang!
A wailing fancy of
Prepare to be sealed.
Demon Fang!
Pierce evil!
More appropriate.
Let's talking more
Take this!
between heaven and earth!
In a vine?
A wailing fancy of lightning!
Explosive ring!
First aid!
I owe you my turn!
Illuminate the
You
dark!
picked the wrong fight! Demon Fang! Try this! Take this!
I'm ready! Dueling! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes. A merry distraction.
There's still more to go!
I owe you one!
Fancy of lightning!
Raining Slash!
Searing flame!
Sword Rain Alpha!
This one's
Eternal Devastation! I'll burn it all! Flaming Pillar! Fire!
Spirits within the
Hear me!
soil.
Demon Fang! Vacuum Blade!
That was almost too easy.
No enemy can stand against us!
If only every battle went so well.
one's all mine!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
I'm ready!
You have such an incredible technique.
Brute force is nothing without elegance of form.
I don't know if I'd say nothing.
No! Can't stand here!
I couldn't make it in time.
Captivity!
Can you take it?
Catapult!
Resuscitation! Shining supernova!
I can feel the medicine.
Blade!
Seismic rupture in a bind.
Photon healing!
Try this!
Thunderblade!
Explosive ring!
Burning
Back to
sword
blade!
require complete focus! Illuminate the
Demon Fang!
Spirits within the soil. Awaken and wreak havoc. Carve through armor.
Demon Fang!
Masterful dash.
Thanks so much! Thanks for the healing.
What?
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar!
Demon Fang!
Look sharp. Lightning tiger blade.
My turn!
By the
Oh, no.
power of flame! Lightning
Yard,
order!
let loose.
Lightning can... Them!
Demon Fang!
Blah, 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 that's it!
Take this!
Holy land!
Can't get out of
This
this.
one's all mine!
Radiant touch!
Blue escape!
Lunar Current! Lightning orb! Lunar blast! Lightning blast!
Burn!
Mega ray!
Demon Fang!
Illuminate the dark!
Here, let me help.
Explosive ring! I owe you one!
Far enough! A chain between heaven and earth!
Take it.
Now
I'll blind you with a shot.
Demon Fang!
Let me help.
Blow away! Here I come!
Where are you going?
Blue escape!
A wailing dancing of lightning! Here's a
Try harder! My turn! I owe you one!
Within the soil. Awaken and wreak havoc.
My astral
Try!
energy!
Try this! Explosive ring!
Lightning
Blue
now!
escape! Double leap! In an instant! Impact block!
I think I'm getting stronger.
And thus our strength yet grows.
Don't get careless.
Demon Fang!
Don't kill me.
Illuminate the dark!
Now you see what I can do.
Breezeland, Holy Land! A chain between heaven and earth!
Time to cross blade!
Dancing of lightning!
Awaken and wreak
Demon Fang! The
Here's a
flame
healing
inside me
field.
yearns to be let free!
Ready to go! Lunar corruption!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Gemini Lightning Supernova!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Demon Fang! You picked the wrong fight! Demon Fang!
Spirits within the soil. Awaken and wreak. The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
Demon Fang!
Masterful dash!
Another incantation ruined.
No! Can't stand here!
Don't leave me!
Even prepared. Our arts are being interrupted.
The best!
Ready and
Lightning
able.
Illuminate magic and
Not done yet!
Holy
Sonic
land!
Thrust!
In between heaven and earth!
Now see what I can do.
Vacuum
Lunar
Blade!
corruption!
Captivity.
Demon Fang!
Here, let me
Blow
help.
away!
Thunder field! Hey, one at a time! Illuminate the dark! Magic and lightning! Holy land!
Blow away!
Here's a healing orb.
I'm ready. Shield.
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes.
I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
These structures don't look like anything built by the Renans, or even what we saw in the Forbidden Zone.
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquil. Or perhaps the opposite, given their situation.
You mean like how some places favor building stuff with stone while others rely on wood?
That's an interesting way of looking at it. I'll have to inquire with Hevrek 35 about it sometime.
one's tough!
Can't get out of this!
There!
Illuminate the dark!
Can you take it? You're mine! You're mine!
You can really get on my nerves!
Okay, here it's
Flying freaks! Why can't they just sit still?
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
You picked the wrong fight!
Holy land!
I'm ready! Explosive ring!
You are in tip-top shape! Do it!
In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed walk.
Stardust!
Searing flame! Reload!
Demon Crash!
Meteor! Now!
Totally! In an instant! Impact block! Now! You're mine! Hurricane Thrust! I'm ready! Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Not a chance! Begin!
Do it! Holy land!
You're quite the gunslinger.
I have to be, in this world.
Don't worry, I've got your back.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Demon Fang! Burn in hell!
Came between heaven and earth.
Yay! See what I can do!
Try this! Explosive ring! Vacuum blade! Air pressure! Demon Fang! I'm ready!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
Here I come!
Illuminate the dark!
Come and face me!
Now!
Demon totally! In an instant! Impact block! Now! No escape! Demon Kang!
Shining super
Do it! Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
My exploits are bearing fruit.
Those thorns.
I'm not letting them get in our way!
This might be some decent equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Take this! There! This was all mine! Flew away!
Be careful!
Demon
It has
Fang!
some kind of camouflage.
Radiant Blast! Radiant Ring! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Demon Fang! Burn in hell! Demon Fang!
A thrilling performance.
Explosive ring!
Let me have it. Thunder Field!
Demon Fang!
Awaken and recap! Magic is
I'll
out!
smash you!
Holy
Crush!
land! A pain between heaven and earth! A wailing fancy of
Blow
lightning!
away!
Healing circle!
I always try harder!
Get
Not
out
you!
there with the others!
There!
In the soil. Awaken and wreak havoc.
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Here's a healing
Demon
arm!
Fang!
Not in your dreams!
There!
Can you take it?
By the power of
Radiant Fang! Demon Fang! Burn it hell! I owe you one!
Pain between heaven and earth!
Demon Fang!
A
Try
wailing
this!
fancy of lightning!
I'll thank you.
Explosive
In
ring!
here! Heal you all! That'll bring you down!
Demon Fang!
The toughest to swallow! Astral energy!
Say no more!
We may be a touch beyond our depth.
We barely got a look at the thing. I've got a really bad feeling about this. Here's a healing circle!
Thanks, Gio.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry, you're dead.
Damn it! Got fire!
I've got this! Let him mark your handle!
All yours! Sending flash!
Here's a healing arrow!
Awaken and weaken!
Masterful
I can carve through armor!
Searing steel! Reload! Let me help!
Take this!
On your
Vacuum blade!
Go!
Coming through! It's too fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing arrow!
Demon Fang!
Here goes! Here I go!
Yours to be let free! Demon Fang! Blew away!
Annihilation!
Demon Fang! Ignite! Demon Fang! Try this! Explosive ring! Vacuum blade! Damn!
I'll be saving you! Here's a healing arrow!
Take this!
First aid!
Demon Fang!
Lightning orb!
Ready to rock!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Elton!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you!
Shattering
pieces! I'm ready! Neon, astral energy! Full throttle!
Our superiority was undeniable.
It feels invigorating to dominate a battle.
I was certain I saw you yawn.
Come now, I'm certainly not that relaxed. I have a bad feeling about this.
Stars of light!
Try harder! Not a chance! Take this! Demon Fang!
A spot of beast hunting, anyone? Benediction light.
Explosive ring! This one's all mine!
So you clamor for my true power?
Demon Fang! Here I come!
Denied!
Seismic Sword Rain out! Crescent Slash! Try hard, my turn!
Spirits within the soil.
Awaken and take this! Demon Fang! No further!
Holy Land! A chain between heaven and earth!
Demon Fang!
Explosive ring!
Okay, here I go!
I'll smash you! Here's a healing arc!
Rain Slash!
Get on in there with the Searing Flame! Reload!
There!
Searing Flame of Fury! Glacial Steel!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Holy Land!
Demon Fang!
Flaming Tornado! Piercing here!
Dance on the wind! Take this!
Far enough!
Get it! Sword Rain Alpha!
I'm also
Demon Fang!
Annihilation!
Dance on the wind!
More of that
The flame is on yours to be let free! Sword Rain Alpha!
Shattering heaven and earth!
Vacuum blade!
Do it!
Flaming Slash!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
That was way stronger than regular firepower.
You won't hear me complaining.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Demon Fang!
First aid!
Take this!
A wailing beauty!
You picked the wrong fight!
Here's a healing arc!
Fang!
Let's get you all tucked away! I can't hold on much
Here I
longer!
go.
Ready to go! Let astral energy!
Demon Fang!
Now! Law! Get toasty!
Bird strike!
Here, let me help!
Back!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Demon Fang!
Here, let me help!
I'll save you!
First aid!
Take this!
Come
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Do it! This ends now!
Now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alvin!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you! Now! This one's got your name on it!
To action!
I feel stronger. I mean, a bit.
Good. We're counting on you, Rinwell.
On me? Well, I'll do my best.
What's with that shining foe over there?
My word, this must be the work of Providence.
Provo what now?
It means destiny. I think it's a bit of an exaggeration, though.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Take it! Burn! Demon Fang!
As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
Explosive ring!
Here, let me help.
Awaken and wreak havoc!
Our arts are being interrupted.
Rising water!
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Here's a healing arc! First aid!
Instinct shot!
Take it!
I'll
smash you! That's right!
Illuminate the sun! Outstanding form! Chain between heaven and earth!
Take it!
A wailing dancing of lightning field!
Burning slash!
Here's a healing arc!
Take it!
On your knees.
Vacuum blade!
Another incantation ruined.
Vacuum blade!
A chain between heaven and earth!
Burning slash!
A wailing dancing of lightning!
To be let free!
Behold! The earth pulse! Tectonic fission! Catapult!
Hear me, flame of fury! Shining supernova!
I couldn't make it in time.
On your knees! I'll bring you back from resuscitation! Holy Lance! Chain between heaven
It's in
and
your
earth!
hands now.
A wailing dancing of lightning! Moon of corruption! Sleep now, watch and sleep!
Out of the woods.
Here, let me help. I can't heal you forever. Denied! By the power of water!
Demon Fang! Try this one!
Awaken and wreak! You require
Here, let me help. First
I
aid!
owe you one.
Magic!
Chain between heaven and earth. Can't be happening here.
You pay for that! I'm ready! Totally! In an instant! Impact block! I still got a ways to go!
Careless.
Demon Fang!
Don't tell me!
No further! Yours to be let free!
Glacial Spear.
Demon Fang! Onward!
Here's a healing
Explosive ring!
Power surges.
Demon Fang!
Glacial
On your Demon Fang! Easter!
Air pressure.
Demon Fang!
More where that came from. That'll bring you down.
I'm ready! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
Hurricane Thrust!
Holy Glimmer.
Stardust!
Holy Land. A chain between fire. A whirling galaxy of lightning.
Demon Fang!
By the power of flame. Now, finish without a
Back in blade.
the others.
Here I come!
Explosion.
Vacuum Blade!
Do it.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
Hey, I'm pretty lucky.
We seem to have come across something a little unusual. This one will be difficult to predict.
I shall ensure you survive this. You picked the wrong fight. Demon Fang! Try harder! Not a chance! You got flyers!
I've got this.
Hold nothing back!
Handle it.
All yours!
In the soil.
Glacial Spear. Fierce evil.
You're mine!
Freeze
Right in the
Laser.
soil!
I'm ready.
Awaken and
Here's a healing art.
Vacuum Blade! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Demon Fang! I'm ready!
Radiant
Next!
Flood.
As impressive as always.
Here I hope there isn't food. Damn it! Shoot back! Stand back! I'll zip it up. Sword Alpha! Air pressure! Eternal devastation!
Within the soil.
Eat this! Awaken and wreak havoc! There! Now! Demon Fang!
All yours, Kisara.
My turn!
Here goes.
In a vine! You're finished!
Phoenix Flame. Reload.
Eternal devastation! I'm ready! Totally! In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed walk.
Vacuum Blade! I'm ready! Demon Fang! Blow away!
Looks like it could be worth something. I have a bad feeling about this.
That'll bring you down.
Demon Fang! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Okay, here I come! Air pressure!
Radiant here.
Flying free!
What can they keep still?
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Demon Fang! Explosive ring! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Those sparkling stars of light rain down in pure
After being interrupted.
Here I come! Not today!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah, and the bubble to me!
Begin! I'm ready! Totally! In an instant! Impact block! We're a pretty lethal combination, aren't we?
What can I say? I had a good partner.
It's no ordinary enemy I see over there.
Looks like some solid equipment.
Here's a healing arc!
Spirits within the soil.
Lunar corruption! Fire's under attack! Water! Sharpness!
Take this! Demon Fang!
Lunar corruption! Gemini Aqua!
You're mine!
Chain between heaven and earth!
Spirits within the soil. Awaken and reclaim!
Lightning! By the fire of flame! Vanish without a trace! Hit!
Prepare to be sealed. Fleet of foot. Actually, that sound is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing. This one's mine. A wailing gusty of lightning.
This one's all mine!
Here, let me help you with that. Magic attack!
Burn!
Angel the field. Pierce evil. All right, it's showtime.
Benediction
Freeze
light.
Lancer.
Demon Fang! Heal!
You must be tired of killing me. I'm merely doing what I can to help.
That's
run on.
Chain between heaven and earth. Pieces! Healing gusty of lightning. Here, Gemini Aqua. I'll be saving this searing flame. Reload.
Demon Fang!
I'm out of ammo. First aid.
Try this! Explosive ring! Here I come! Vacuum blade!
Dance on the wind!
Blow away!
On your knees.
I'll heal you all.
Air pressure!
Eternal devastation! Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno! Demon Fang! The flame inside me! You pay for that!
I owe you, Tion. Healing is what my do best. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction. Freeze Lancer! I'll bring you back from death's abyss. It's Lightning Orb! This one's mine. Lightning Condemned! Thunderblade! I'll bring you back from death's abyss. I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Lightning Orb! Resuscitation! Illuminate! Here's a healing arc! I can't hold on much longer!
I need something.
You need to be healed.
How the mighty have fallen.
Will this help me now? This'll come in handy. Will this help? Lightning Condemned!
Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno! Demon Fang!
Do it!
More! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
My exploits are bearing fruit. One will be difficult to predict.
Come and face it!
Spirits within the soil.
Awaken and it can hide itself? From me? You're mine! Demon Fang!
My natural defenses are fading. I'm a sitting duck.
Retreat from this battle.
Retreat? I would never.
I could do without this pain. I'll burn it all! Fang!
Here's the illuminated dark!
Being interrupted.
We did it!
As impressive as always.
Where I hope that was with you.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
Ignite! Demon Fang! Try this!
Sorry, Comfort.
Explosive ring!
You'll find no mercy. Can you take it?
Only land! Pain between heaven and earth.
I'll bring you back from
Feel. Let's get you all tucked away.
Behold! The Earth pulse! Tectonic fission!
Lunar corruption! By the power of stars of light! Rain down!
Don't get carried away! Seismic rupture! Imbue
Here!
vanquished
Lightning
soul!
orb! I can't hold on much longer! Thunder field!
Another incantation ruined!
Light aspect!
Try harder!
No! I'll grind you into dust! I can carve through armor!
No more midnight
You'll pay for that! Demon Fang!
Light astral energy!
Now I can let loose!
I never miss!
Demon Fang!
Poodle.
Explosive ring!
This isn't looking good!
I'll stop its chalk! Thanks, Kisara!
Far enough! On your
There!
knees!
Lightning! Sleep now! Let's get you out of ammo! By the power of flame! Vanish without a trace! Thunderblade! I can do this all hold on to your art! Explosion! Here I come!
Now we're not going further.
Stay away from my friend!
By the power of flame!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Here I come!
Shining supernova!
Shattering
I'm all stuffed up! Everyone still doing all right?
Never mind us. You worry about you, Ringwell.
Right! I still got fighting me yet! Freeze laser!
Forgive me.
This can't be happening!
I can't believe this.
Hey, what do you say we fight that shining enemy?
I have a bad feeling about this.
I'm not done!
I'm only getting flames! Lightning again! Thunderbolt! I do not pass on the handshake!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for you, truly!
Here's the evil!
Anything in order for you.
Please focus!
Here I come!
Awaken and wreak havoc!
Here's the evil!
That'll bring you down!
Our art is being interrupted. I'll face you.
Explosive ring!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alvin!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you!
First hand! Holy land! A change between heaven and earth! Lunar corruption!
Demon Fang!
I'm ready! By the power...
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Now! Here I come! I'm not done!
Nothing gets by me!
Not a chance! Vacuum blade!
What would I do without you? Thanks for the healing.
Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Demon Fang! Any more of this and I'll burn out! My turn! Take this!
Begin!
Burn it out! Demon Fang!
A wailing Gantia lightning!
Explosive ring!
Let me help.
In here!
First aid!
Carve through armor!
This'll come in
Demon Head!
Outstanding form!
Try harder! Not a chance!
A wailing
Not a
banshee
chance!
of lightning!
Raining slash!
This one's mine!
Flashing blade!
Feel!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Good! I'll leave it to you!
Do it! Go for it! Prepare to crumble!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
What do you think this place was for? Ah!
What the hell? Are they asleep?
No. They appear to be well preserved. However, they are all dead.
Dead? So this is a mass grave?
Looks that way. However, none of them appear to be Helganquil.
Bear in mind that Renans were originally Danans, who were remade and sent to live on Lenegis. Knowing that, they would have needed a place to perform the procedures somewhere.
And that place is here, I assume.
So what you're saying is that all of these are Danan, or rather, Renan bodies?
Most likely, yes. It must have been abandoned for one reason or another.
There are so many of them. They were all taken away, but never given the chance to wake.
What is that thing?
Something we have to fight if we want to get across, it seems.
Be careful! It's huge!
What is with all the huge lumbering jeeps lately?
It's no ordinary Zoober. That much is damn sure.
Watch yourself. All bets are off when it comes to this thing. This one's all mine! You're mine!
On your knees.
Severing wind!
Fire
pressure!
Ready and ready!
Ignite! Demon Fang! Try this!
Here's a healing art!
Its head is sweet points?
We'll need to bring it down somehow to hit it.
In that case, let's start with the one in the middle.
Demon Touch!
A chain between heaven and earth!
Amazing.
A wailing
It's
Bandai
over!
lightning!
Demon Fang!
Annihilation!
Demon Fang!
If it's in the sky, it's mine! Light after not black magic! Holy hearts require complete focus!
I'm not done! Hurricane Thrust! Demon Fang! Take this! There!
Glacial Tribute! Here's
Demon
evil!
Fang!
Freeze Lancer! Illuminate the
Dazzle!
Here's a healing art! Thanks for the healing!
Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah, you too!
Annihilation! Be let free!
Searing
Vacuum blade!
Here, let me help! First aid!
Resonate with the earth!
One at a time!
Our arts are being interrupted.
Fire's a package! Healing art!
Ignite!
First aid!
You're mine!
Lunar
Try this!
corruption!
Resonate with the earth!
Lunar blast!
Explosive ring!
Lightning
From
orb!
the soil.
Illuminate the
wreak
havoc! Come forth!
Raining
Holy
slash!
Holy land! Chain between
No
heaven and
further!
earth!
Okay,
It looks like you got this one covered!
Demon
Do
Fang!
it!
Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw! Demon Fang!
Here's a healing art! Ready to go! First aid! Illuminate
Demon
the
Fang! Try this!
On
Flame
your
of
knees.
fury! Holy land!
Take
this! Glacial spear!
Armor won't save you!
A wailing
I'm
dancing
not done!
lightning!
Come on!
Here's a healing art!
Raining
First
slash!
aid! Thunder field!
Demon Fang!
The ray! Step into the fray!
Now! I'm not done! Vacuum blades!
Heal! Light and lightning! The enemy is going all out! Illuminate the dark! Magic is
all
there!
mine! You're mine!
Chain between heaven
It's
and
over!
earth!
Hurricane Thrust!
A wailing
Demon
dancing
Fang!
field! I'll be saving this one!
Far enough!
Demon Fang! It's too much!
Light.
Heal! Thanks! Take this!
You're mine! Radiant pierce!
Stay away from my friend!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Demon Fang!
Thank you for the healing, Dohalim.
Our comrades need our abilities to survive.
No one's dying on our watch!
One final push.
Let's finish this off!
I'll do my best not to disappoint.
Outstanding form! Holy land! I'm out of air between heaven and earth!
Ignite!
A wailing Banshee of lightning! Ready to go! Now I'm on
Vacuum blade!
Searing! That'll bring you down!
Try harder! My turn!
Further.
You pay for that!
Rain down! Purify!
Ready to go!
Resuscitation! Magic is there! Sharpness! Searing! Too much to handle!
Take this!
Here's a healing
Carve through armor!
Photon!
Demon Fang!
Thunderblade! Illuminate the dark!
Now! Here I come!
I'll bring you back between heaven and earth!
I don't feel like my usual self.
Are you alright? Let me handle this one.
So sorry to disappoint you.
Not on my watch!
Demon Fang!
Chinese Supernova!
Vacuum blade!
It's showtime! Thunderblade! Lunar corruption!
Demon Fang! Try this!
Gemini Aqua! Annihilation! Lunar ray!
Raining slash!
Bring you back from death's abyss.
I'll smash you!
Resuscitate
Demon Fang!
Easter!
Try this!
Here's a healing art!
Explosive
Do it!
ring!
It's gonna smart! Astral energy! Full throttle! Go!
The hell was that thing?
Probably something that was made here and somehow managed to survive, even after all this time. Not that there's any way of knowing now.
What's wrong?
Oh, I just suddenly found myself contemplating what might have happened to the sovereigns that were meant to emerge from the crown contests.
What do you mean?
You see, the winners of the past crown contests were all strong astral arts practitioners. Furthermore, that enemy we just fought appeared to be composed of several human bodies. It was certainly nothing one would find in nature.
You're saying those were the remains of the winners? That they forgot who they once were?
I'm merely saying it's a possibility.
That's absolutely gruesome. How long had the Helganquil been at this?
It was Rena's great spirit that made them do all of this. Anything to get its astral energy.
We're not gonna jump down, right?
I certainly hope not.
After hearing Dohalim's suggestion, I'm honestly not sure what to say.
I assure you all, I was merely stating the possibility.
So, looks like the Helganquil have been engineering Zeugles too. Why doesn't that surprise me at this point?
The creatures we've been encountering here have been a little different to what we're used to fighting, but I'm pretty sure they're Zeugles too.
Do you think they were engineered using creatures native to the area?
Indeed. However, based on the current circumstances, I would guess these Zeugles are all that's left of the planet's fauna now.
You mean, there might have been native owl species here once upon a time too?
We're back in that other room? Did the teleporter fail or something?
Something feels off about it.
Look! Everything's upside down!
The furnishings are at least. No, you're right. The whole room's flipped on its head.
So what was once down is now up, and vice versa. I suppose the teleporter reversed our orientation then.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Did we really just spend that much money? We should be able to cook here.
Huh? Something smells nice.
It's probably the accessory I picked up earlier. It uses materials that put off a pleasing aroma.
Ooh, that sounds lovely. I'm jealous.
Want to try it on? I'm sure it'll look great on you.
Really? I'd love to. I love how much amazing food we get to eat even when we're out on the road.
Me too. Especially compared to what I used to have when I was still a slave. This is paradise.
It's amazing what good food can do to keep your hopes up. Miguel used to say all the time that the power of food is subtle, yet profound.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? For whatever reason, I find I don't worry nearly as much when I've got a full stomach helping me out.
That's why you shouldn't be such a picky eater.
Huh?
She's right. You always leave food that you don't like on your plate when you're done.
Come on, what's the big deal?
Back in the day, I couldn't think about leaving any food. It was such a waste not to eat at all. You needed every last scrap of energy.
Exactly. Even when my brother and I didn't have much to eat, we all did what we could to make it taste good and enjoy what we had.
That definitely explains a lot about why you cook the way you do, Kisara.
Dohalim, I bet you don't know what any of that's like. You must be used to food being handed to you on a silver platter.
Sometimes it was gold.
You didn't shy away from that at all.
Although, there was one experience that does come to mind.
Oh?
When I first learned that the food I ate originally came from animals and fish, I was rather taken aback.
You just ate whatever was in front of you without even thinking about it?
That's a silver-spooned elite for you.
Your cooking has really improved, Xion.
It's because of you that I understand what makes it so fun. I'm glad everyone seems to enjoy what I make too.
I've noticed a disturbing trend that after it's your turn to cook, our ingredients tend to run really low. What's up with that?
That is a good point, Law. There's a weird difference between the amount of ingredients she prepares and how much food actually gets served. Curious. Very curious indeed.
I don't know. Isn't it pretty normal for veggies to shrink a little when you fry them up?
Or maybe she eats all the bad batches herself so we won't notice.
Come on, I wouldn't do anything like that.
Then how would you explain the difference?
Ahem. I have a theory that I wish to propose.
What is it?
As we all know, Xion here can have quite the appetite. I imagine she often taste tests her own food as she prepares it. By my eye, it would appear that her footprints are leaving deeper impressions as of late. Far be it from me to level such an accusation, but the facts lead me to conclude that...
She's been snacking while she cooks.
And yet, she still looks so slender in her clothing.
Yeah, I'm kind of envious, actually.
Wait a sec, are you guys trying to say she's...
I'm what?
Nothing?
Nothing. Xion, about that fight just now.
Sorry about that. I was careless.
I didn't come to criticize you. Just please take better care of yourself.
You don't need to worry about me. In case you forgot, I can't exactly die anyway. It's like how you used to not care about getting beat up because you couldn't feel pain, and then I was the one to patch you up. It's the same thing.
You're right. That is how I used to be. But this isn't the same.
Then what do you mean? How is what's happening now different from what happened then?
It's different now.
Look, if you mean because you can feel pain again,
It's because I don't want to see you getting hurt. You're right. When I couldn't feel any pain, I put myself in all sorts of dangerous situations. I didn't listen to anybody's warnings, and I made a lot of people worried for no good reason. It was foolish. This isn't about you and me being able to take pain. I don't want to have to see you get hurt, Xion. It's too much for me to take. Is that a crazy thing to say?
No, it isn't. And I definitely don't like seeing you get hurt either, Alphen. We can't expect our enemies to show us any mercy, but I will do my best not to throw myself in harm's way out there either. How does that sound?
I'm sorry if I sounded harsh earlier. I didn't mean to. I just really want you to take better care of yourself.
I will. At least, for as long as I can. It's finished. Hopefully the others like it.
Xion, could we talk a moment?
I thought you had something to talk about. I was waiting on you.
Not really. Why? Should I leave you alone when I don't?
No, it's fine.
We used to really have to force these conversations when we started talking to each other, didn't we?
To say the least. Hey,
What is it?
do you think you'd like to make something together?
Make what exactly?
Just if you wanna make dinner together. What did you think I meant?
Huh? Dinner? Oh, dinner! Yes! Yes, of course! Dinner! Right.
What did you think I was talking about?
No, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Anyway, what did you have in mind?
Well, do you recognize these ingredients?
This is... Wait, is this?
So you remember? That's right. We're going to fix the very first meal we ever had together. Although I remember it not being well received when we had it.
You still remember that, huh? I'm sorry, Xion.
I'm just teasing you, Alphen. I picked this recipe because it's easy to make, and I thought it would be a good choice for dinner, too. Anyway, let's get to work. With both of us making it, we should be finished in no time.
I never thought we'd end up eating alone like this again. Just the two of us.
Yeah. So much has changed when you look back on it. Well, I guess maybe not what we're eating, but still.
No, I'd say even that's changed too, in a sense. Our meals are a whole lot better now.
True. We've both come quite a long way in the culinary arts.
That's not exactly what I mean. How do I put it? It feels like eating together is a lot more enjoyable than it used to be.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Even after our battles are done, when Dana is saved and our mission is finished, we'll probably still be sitting down to dinner like this, night after night.
Yep, I doubt that much will change. You've always got to eat at some point.
I hope our dinners will always feel like this.
Maybe not exactly like this. Hopefully we won't still be camping out.
Oh no, not at all. I meant in a nice, warm house. One with a roof over our heads and a proper fireplace, instead of an open campfire.
And real chairs instead of these logs. Nice plates and silverware on a big dining table. Oh, and a proper kitchen. That'd be nice too.
And when it's time to fix dinner, we'll be in that kitchen.
Standing side by side.
Whoops. Looks like we made too much. I don't think we'll be able to finish all this.
Yeah, you're right. I'll see if anybody else is still awake. I'd really hate to have to throw it away.
Side by side, huh?
I'm looking forward to breakfast. Did you get enough sleep? I guess this is the flip side of that pathway we were walking on just a little while ago.
This is crazy. Who knew such amazing technology existed?
Everything's topsy-turvy and that's all you can think about?
Bear in mind, the core of Rena now sits above us. I pray that we won't encounter many stairs along the way.
Don't get careless!
Don't tell me! The flame inside me, yours will be left free!
This is gonna need all of us together!
No escape! Not today! Aim for the weak spot! Try this! Explosive ring! Demon Pact! Vacuum blade! Wide open!
It won't escape me.
It's showtime!
Spirits within the soil.
Awaken and reach! Demon Pact! You're mine!
Armor won't save you!
On your way, who you are!
Here I go!
Demon Pact! Vacuum blade!
Reload! Everyone, get back! It's too dangerous!
Strike! Blow away!
Healing circle!
On your
Thunder field! That'll bring you down!
Demon Pact!
Light asteroid together!
Miss on!
Lunar corruption!
Demon Pact!
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar! Hey, now!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
You're quite the gunslinger.
I have to be, in this world.
Don't worry, I've got your back.
What are those? They look like Shion's thorns, and with flowers too.
Not real ones, though. They're just like that flower growing out of Rena.
We must be getting close to the Great Spirit now.
Hey, Rinwell, what was that thing you said about how a little bit of Dana's Great Spirit is inside all of us?
Right. That's why Dana's Great Spirit is so much more diluted. Weak, even. Whether it was a choice so it didn't overpower others, or just the way it is anyone's guess.
If that's true, then wouldn't it mean Dana's will could never form under natural conditions?
Yeah, sounds like that's probably the case.
So if Dana exists within all of us, then what if something occurred that brought everyone's hearts and minds together as one? That unity could potentially act as Dana's will.
You mean if everybody was, like, thinking the exact same thing at the exact same time? Come on, there's no way we could pull that off.
I know it's a long shot, but it might work.
Let's assume that's even possible for a second. Would it even be enough to fight back against Rena's Great Spirit?
If nothing else, it might be an option if we can't use the Renis Alma.
Things are different here than on the surface.
That shows how deeply we've ventured into Rena.
And how close we've come to the real enemy.
So here's a question. We came all this way to Rena on the assumption the Renis Alma's here, right?
Just don't say it, Law.
Yeah, but I'm just saying...
I said don't.
I can understand why you might be concerned, Law. But you need to remember that there are people it affects more directly than you.
Oh, sorry.
We've managed to make it this far believing. Losing faith now won't do us any good. We're better off focusing our anxiety elsewhere.
Such as?
The Great Spirit. If Hevrect 35's to be believed, our enemy won't just be handing over the Renis Alma to us. At least, not without a fight.
Not only that, but that same enemy just gulped down more than an entire world's worth of astral energy.
Point taken. It may be strange to say, but when I'm fighting, or at least know what needs to be done, it helps me a lot. I don't doubt myself as much. So thanks, both of you. floor's on the ceiling and the ceiling's on the floor. This whole thing's making my head spin. Why would they even do something like this?
The Helganquil can bend life forms to suit their will. Nothing they could do at this point would surprise me.
The ceiling is on the floor. That doesn't weird you out?
What good is a team made up of members who all share the same opinions on everything? And besides, when you get to be at my ripe old age, one begins to consider it quite uncouth to show one's true emotions at times.
Oh, come on, Grandpa. You can't be that old.
The sands of time wait for none of us, lad.
Yeah, we'll see. Though at this rate, I guess I'll have to live long enough to get as old as you first, huh?
You will. And when the time comes, I look forward to hearing you change your tune on the matter.
This one's tough.
I shall ensure you survive this.
Rain down!
Demon Fang!
Not in your dreams!
Be careful, everyone. This one isn't normal. Take this!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like these enemies are truly
Ready and ready. No complaints here. Coming through. Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here,
Demon Fang! Back to the blade!
Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
Eat
What in the world?
Don't hurry.
I'm all right. I'm still standing.
A wailing heal lightning!
Demon
Here!
There!
I'll be taking this one!
Demon
I'm
Fang!
only getting
No
started!
further! There!
Alright! Here, let me help!
What?
First aid!
On your
Demon Fang!
Your arts are really incredible.
It's thanks to you I can use them.
Then I promise I'll always be here.
You fight better at a distance. Further away the better. You and I both.
In the soil.
Sword Rain Alpha! Eternal devastation!
Mega Ray! Mega Ray! Illuminate the dark!
Roll away! I'll burn it all! Flaming Pillar! Fire!
Here's a healing
Demon Fang!
Take it!
Take this!
Confiscated! Shining Supernova!
It's time.
Radiant
Roll
Blue
away!
here! Photon illuminate the dark! By the power of water!
Burn!
Nothing can find me! Between heaven and earth! Here's a healing art! A wailing bestial lightning! Sleep now!
On burn away!
By the power of flame! Where are you going? Let's go!
I'm ready! Go me! In an instant! Impact Block!
So I still had room to grow.
This'll make us even more formidable.
Brace yourself! This one's tough! Skate!
Radiant Blood! Photon Flash! Lightning Condemned! Thunder Flame! Reload! Between heaven and earth! It's a duel of the arts!
Demon Fang!
In here! Annihilation!
You got flyers!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
All yours!
Benediction light. The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that!
Demon Fang! Pistol!
Pierce evil!
Demon Fang!
Laser!
No! It can't end me!
Don't give up! I'll bring you back from death to this now!
In a bind?
I'll bring you back from death.
Does it hurt?
The temperature jolts you! A wailing banshee of lightning!
Resuscitation!
Sealed! Hear me!
You're not done yet! You're mine!
Your mama won't save you!
Demon Fang!
Resonate with the
Vacuum Blade!
Lightning Thunder Blade!
Demon Fang! We did it! It's I'm not done! You're finished!
Victory is within reach.
Dig deep and we can do this!
Practice further, little one.
Hurricane Thrust! Searing Gale!
Soil.
Here, let me help! First
I'm
aid!
not done! Demon
Now,
Fang!
Redwell, Astral Energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory! Naturally! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! My turn! Cut!
If it's in the sky, do it!
Strike!
Lightning
By
orb!
the power of water!
I know fine weapon material when I see it.
Resonate with the earth!
Ready and ready! Spirits within the soil. Awaken and wreak havoc!
Careful!
You picked the wrong fight! Demon Fang! Try this!
In pain.
Here's a healing arc! Lightning
ray!
First aid! Lightning condemned!
I'll smash you!
Thunder Arrow requires complete focus!
Blow away!
By the power of water!
Demon Fang!
I never miss!
Here I come! Vacuum Blade!
Air pressure! Let me help!
Sword Rain Alpha!
First aid!
Dragon Form!
Forward up! Lunar corruption! Air pressure!
Try this! Explosive Ray!
Illuminate the dark! Has taken too much damage! Firewalk!
I'll blind you with a shot!
Lightning condemned!
This one's in your hands now! You'll pay for that!
I don't even know the word defeat.
Holy Land! From death to pain between heaven and earth!
Demon Fang! Demon Fang! Try this!
Now!
Explosive Ray!
Lunar corruption!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Demon Fang!
Shattering the
Pieces!
Attack time!
Lightning
Thou art being interrupted.
Stay away from my friend!
In a bind?
Resuscitation!
I hope this medicine...
Demon Fang!
So weak.
Quit pushing yourself and get behind us!
I'll be right at Rena in no time.
Will this Photon Flash!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Gun! I'm ready to you!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Wow, look what I just found.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Resonate with the earth!
Where are you going?
Demon Fang!
Illuminate the dark!
Try harder! Dragon Form!
Flying free! Why can't they just sit still?
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
Hold nothing back! Demon Fang!
I'm ready! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alvin!
It's time to
In
end
the
this
sky,
now!
I'm right beside...
You're mine!
Leave the fortress to me!
When it is hot! Burning strike!
Crescent fly!
Between heaven and earth! Radiant
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here,
Demon Fang!
Resonant!
Now I can let loose!
Flame of Fury! Burning strike!
Glacial
Fire
Spear!
Pierce! Flame! Freeze
Stalagmite! Take this!
Here, let me help!
Demon Fang! Okay, here I go!
That'll bring you down!
Lightning Orb!
Burn!
Illuminate the dark!
Demon Fang!
Holy Lance! Seven Eyes from heaven and earth! A wailing beauty of lightning! Healing arm!
Denied!
Thanks!
No more Miss Nice Girl!
On your knees.
Lunar Orb! Lunar Blast!
I'll smash you!
Annihilation! Lightning! Holy Lance! Healing arm!
No further.
You'll pay for that!
I'll bring you back from death to lightning! Sleep now! Precipitation! Let me help away!
My pride is my down.
Thunder Field!
Resonate with the earth.
Stalagmite!
On your
Thunder
knees.
Blade! Magic
Air Field!
Holy Lance!
Stalagmite! Try harder!
No art is being interrupted.
I never miss!
You picked the wrong fight! Demon Fang! Catapult! Explosive ring!
No further.
Amazing! Burning Sword!
Glacial Spear!
Here's evil! They're not playing around! Freeze Lancer!
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life.
You're mine!
From beyond,
Now! Go!
from beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life.
I can't hold on
Another
much longer!
incantation ruined.
Now!
I'm ready.
Done yet!
Time! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I will
Not a
do
chance! Demon Fang!
Illuminate the dark! Magic is there!
Behold, the earth pulse. Tectonic fission.
Here, help!
Here I come!
Now you see what I can do.
Come forth! Radiant Holy
Take this.
Demon Fang!
Wailing beauty of lightning! Sleep now!
Blew away!
Freeze Lancer! Let's get you all tucked away!
It's on!
Photon Center!
Burn it!
Back into the square!
Vacuum Blade! Demon Fang! Explosive ring!
Now, Jolene! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action.
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
Whoa, this is amazing.
You always get excited when you find something good.
We should hurry and get this stuff processed.
Really bad feeling about this. This one's mine.
Awaken and wreak havoc.
Vacuum Blade!
Lunar Corruption! Lightning Center Aqua!
I can shatter any steel!
I
can carve through armor!
Holy Slither!
Got fires!
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alvin!
It's time for more sucrose?
Keep calm and take them down!
Get tired of killing me.
I'm merely doing what I can.
Glad you're on our side, Dopamine. Demon Fang!
Masterful path!
On Demon Fang! We did it! Some more!
By the power of flames! This one's mine! Magic is there!
Resonate
with the earth!
Stalagmite! Take this! There!
By the power of flames!
It's okay!
Finish without a
Resonate
fight!
with the earth! Demon Fang! Stalagmite! On your way! Dragon Swarm!
By the power of flames!
Alpha!
Finish without a trace!
I'll burn it all! Flaming Pillar! Fire!
Reinforcements?
On your Demon Fang!
Thunder!
Shattering
to pieces!
Attack time!
Victory is within reach.
Dig deep, and we can do... This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Glacier
My turn!
You're
You're mine! Back this way!
Does it hurt?
Demon Fang! Blow away!
Where are you going? I'm ready!
Back this way!
Awaken and
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! More?
Stars of light!
Stardust!
Rain down!
We did it!
As impressive as always.
Here I hope that was improving.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever. I've never seen Sion actually look flustered.
Searing Gale!
In the soil. Awaken and
My turn! Move escape!
I never miss! I'm ready! Here's a healing arc!
Air pressure!
Do it!
More! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! Here, hardening stars of light! Rain down! Purify all! That'll bring you down! Let the marksman handle this!
Spirits within the soil. Awaken and reach.
Do it! Phoenix! No more!
Searing tempest! And that's my will! Heal! Flare, where are you going?
Raining back!
Can't move! Don't get fucked! Magic is there! Holy land! Now! Dopamine! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action.
A chain between heaven and earth! I'll bring you back from death! Wailing Banshee of Light!
Resuscitation.
Resuscitation! Searing
From beyond. In
Rising One!
seismic
Finish!
Here, now! Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
Here I come! Devastation!
Blah, 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 magic!
I can feel my precision improving. I found some equipment.
Let me take a look at it. sure you survive this.
Illuminate the sun! Holy land sight! A chain between heaven and earth! A wailing banshee of what? Sleep now!
We got fire!
I've got this! Let him march to handle it! Illuminate the sun!
All yours!
Holy land! Free to handle!
No! Can't end here!
Don't give up! A wailing
I'll bring you back from
here!
Can't get out of this! Can you take it? An astral art?
That's my cue!
Shut him down! Awaken and wreak havoc! I'm not
This
done!
one's mine!
Demon Fang! Try this!
Alright, it's showtime!
I'm ready! My turn! No escape! Back to the blade!
Kizara, go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Wow, look what I just found. The Zoogles here are putting up a real fight.
That just goes to show how important this place is.
Or perhaps they simply thrived freely here under such harsh conditions.
I don't give a damn why they're here. We'll burn it all to the ground.
The astral energy here is so dense. It's like trying to walk through water.
I know the Great Spirit's will is in the center of Rena, but with the world in this state, the entire planet has become its body, right? So doesn't that mean we're already inside it?
I would say that is horrifyingly correct. After all, the further we climb, the denser the astral energy becomes.
What's the matter, Rinwell? Are you not feeling all right?
No, it's nothing like that. It just feels like the energy here is a little more intense than it was before.
You mean Rena's energy?
Yeah, it's like when I made contact with Dana's will in the Wedge. It's almost as though I can understand what Rena's will is thinking.
But Rena's will is supposed to be a lot stronger. Aren't we risking the Great Spirit controlling us if we interact with it directly?
I don't think we have to worry about that. Rena's will is only supposed to control true Renans, like the Helganquil. If we can discern what the Great Spirit is thinking too, we might learn something, a weakness. But just to be safe, let me contact it alone.
Are you insane? Rinwell, you're gonna...
Rinwell!
really meant to be one world. And your goal is to make them one. Is this fear?
What just happened?
Are you all right? Rinwell? Rinwell, are you okay?
No, I'm fine. I think.
What were you thinking? You could have gotten yourself killed!
He's right. You had us all terrified, Rinwell.
I'm sorry. I really am. But I know now. I know how the Great Spirit thinks. I know what it wants. How it feels. Rena's Great Spirit wants to complete the world.
What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying it's trying to make something?
Yes, exactly. Originally, Dana and Rena were meant to be one world. But that never happened. They've stayed separated, and the Great Spirit wants to finish the process.
What do you mean, one world? How is that even possible?
I don't know, but its will is clear. That's what the Great Spirit is trying to accomplish. The only problem is that since Rena's energy isn't evenly spread like Dana's, it seems like it'll vanish before that happens naturally.
So it's trying to absorb Dana while it still can, so that it can force the two planets to unite. Is that what you're saying?
The Great Spirit is scared. But it's not scared the way a rational person would be. It's more raw and undiluted, like just pure fear.
Like an animal, acting out of instinct. Although admittedly, an animal would be easier to communicate with. At the very least, I have my doubts that it recognizes us as sentient beings with a reason for coming here. Earth, water, fire, and wind energy exist in both worlds, but only darkness and light can be found within Rena and Dana, respectively. The Renis Alma, as far as we know, the only host capable of harvesting the astral energy, is composed of all six. Knowing all that, Rinwell's findings do sound plausible.
That sounds a lot like Shion's thorns, doesn't it? The whole reason the Great Spirit is trying to unite Dana and Rena into one world is in order to save itself. And if her thorns are part of the Great Spirit, then they must also be trying to save themselves?
Alphen, what is it?
We thought the only way to free your thorns was for you to die. Yet despite that, they seem to be doing everything in their power to stop that from happening to you. Something wasn't adding up. But then I just realized something. If the Great Spirit doesn't want to die, then neither would your thorns. Those same emotions, that fear, that determination, and its energy must have been the same thing that was keeping you alive. You were its vessel.
In that case, is that why her thorns caused so much pain to anyone who touched her? Because they were trying to protect themselves?
If that's all true, then... well, it's more than a little ironic.
The Great Spirit merely expresses its desires. I imagine it was the Helganquil who were likely tasked with putting together and implementing an actual plan.
Shion.
I'm okay. We need to hurry and clean this mess up before it gets out of hand.
Still, even if the current state of the world is wrong like you said, does that really make everything okay?
If the world had been whole from the start, as it should have been, there'd be no Dana and no Rena, no masters or slaves, no lords, no crown contest, maybe just peace.
To think, all this started because of the Great Spirit's desire to keep living. The only reason it craves energy is because it's dying from starvation. When you think about it like that, Maybe the things it's done aren't so strange after all.
If Rena had been more like Dana, things would have worked out a whole lot better.
It's like Hevrect 35 told us. The Danon and Renan spirits are meant to be completely different beings.
Rena's energy amassing in one place led to its developing a powerful will. But that also made it crave energy, sapping Rena dry until it perished.
Whereas Dana's energy is dispersed, meaning its will never developed to the same extent. And without that hunger, Dana the planet was spared.
As for which is correct, well, I'm not sure it's our place to even say. Still, I can't help but think it reminds me a lot of the dichotomy of the human condition.
Dichotomy? What do you mean?
Those who know not satisfaction are driven to keep devouring without limit. But those who are content with their lot in life rarely fulfill their potential. I imagine it's likely that the larger Rena's great spirit grew, the more and more powerful its hunger also became.
Everything in moderation. When all's said and done, maybe that's the hardest thing for people to learn.
Bad feeling about this.
Eat this!
Rain down his tears!
Take it! Demon Fang! Damn it! Demon Fang!
By the power of Blade! A wailing lightning!
Vacuum Blade!
Field!
Demon Fang! Explosive Ring!
I'm ready! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble! Now! You're mine!
You're mine!
Dragon Sword!
Now! Here's a hero!
And more of this and I'll turn out!
Hey!
Blow them away!
I'm pretty worn out.
Want to rest up for a bit?
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
Can you take it? Try harder! My turn! Demon Fang!
On your knees.
Here I come!
Those flying creatures are a real pain in the butt!
In the soil.
Go for the weak point!
Demon Fang! Try this!
Mystical dash.
Glacial Spear! Here's
Explosive
England!
Ring!
Fluidity of your movement is simply incredible. The enemy hears us too.
We'll soon see about that!
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
Demon Fang!
By the power of Wolverine!
Catapult! There!
Let me help! A chain between heaven and earth! Don't give up! Wailing Banshee of Lightning!
From beyond.
I'll bring you back from death to... Flame of chain between heaven and earth! Glacial Spear! Wailing Banshee of Lightning!
Demon Fang!
Can't get out of this.
Here's a healing art!
Okay, here I go!
Thunder Pierce! I'm all
Spirits
stuffed
within
up!
the soil. Awaken and
Illuminate
wreak
the
havoc.
Holy Glimmer! Holy Land! Illuminate the dark! Come to the...
Dazzle!
Here's a healing art!
Devastation!
Lightning Today!
Searing Gale!
Thunderblade! Illuminate the dark! Don't leave me!
So you clamor for my true power?
Gemini Ultra!
Do it! Get it! Dohalim!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Wherever we go on this planet, there are machines littered everywhere.
It's impressive to look at as a bystander, but I sure wouldn't want to live here with all of this around.
I know what you mean. There are no fish here. I couldn't cook any of my delicious dinners for you all if we lived here.
Clearly the worst point against it.
It can hide itself? Amazing!
Is it in the sky? A wailing banshee of sleep! Freeze!
I'm gonna need more of that. Demon Fang! Try this!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
The flame inside me cured to be let free!
Holy land!
Explosive ring! You're finished! Eat dirt!
This is Freeze Lancer!
Heal! Take this! Demon Fang!
Here I go! It's over, Radiant!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Done! I'll leave it to you! Explosive ring!
That'll bring you down.
Thanks so much!
So you clamor for my true power!
Banana, let's go! I owe you, Peon.
Healing is what my art...
Behold! The Earth pulse! Tectonic vision!
I'll bring you back from death to
Anything in armor is all mine! It's in your hands now.
Who leaves on blood?
Try harder! My turn!
Back into the fray! Do it!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
We may be a touch beyond our depth.
We barely got a look at the thing.
Demon Fang! Try this! Tempest! Explosive ring! You're mine! Okay, here I go.
Such unadulterated fury.
In here!
Demon Fang! Vacuum blade! Tempest!
Lunar Crescent!
That'll bring you down!
Sword Ring Alpha!
Lightning Condemned! Thunder Blade!
Vacuum blade!
Magic!
Demon Fang!
Anything in armor!
Is this it?
I'll bring you back from death. You do the same for me.
Require complete focus!
Begin! From no art of being interrupted. From beyond.
Rising Phoenix! Take it! I'm not done! Vacuum blade! Totally! In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Armor won't save you!
Healing circle! Take that!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
You picked the wrong button!
I really don't.
Blah, blah, blah.
Explosive ring!
Sleep now. Explosion!
Demon Fang!
Burning! Don't leave me!
I'll bring you back from death.
Illuminate the dark! Come
I can't heal you forever.
A chain between heaven and earth. A wailing dancing! In here! Lunar Crescent! Gemini Aqua! Illuminate the dark! Come here! Holy Land! One more time!
Take this! Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite!
Demon Fang!
Sleep now!
I'll awaken you!
Mega Ray! Get on in there with the
Rain
apparatus!
Blast!
Now!
Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
To achieve such harmony.
Takes a singular will.
I have a bad feeling about this.
I can't hold on much longer!
Vacuum blade!
Nothing gets by me. I never miss.
A wailing dancing lightning!
Throw away! Demon Fang! Vacuum blade! Burn in hell!
Let's get you off the way!
Demon Fang!
Annihilation!
Demon Fang!
Purify all!
Do it!
Vacuum totally! In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
I'm ready!
Lost! Get toasty!
Burn strike! Non-kill!
Dance on the wind!
To the fray!
Devastation!
Annihilation! Laser field!
Take this!
Now!
Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
Like this, you're crushing it out there!
Go no further! Fire's a
Light Alpha!
Radiant Flash! Lightning Orb!
Take this! Eat this!
Here, let me help.
Demon Fang! Try this!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth, Holy Glimmer!
I can carve through armor!
By the power of Holy Land! Between heaven and earth!
Behold! The earth pulse! Tectonic vision!
Here's a healing arm!
Demon Fang!
First aid!
Now!
Let loose!
Here's the evil!
You require a hand.
Illuminate the dark! Radiant
Demon Fang!
Holy Land! Let me help. Chain between this one's mine! A wailing Banshee of lightning! I'll heal you all! Feel!
Captivity!
Large
Demon
healing!
Fang!
I must remember my limits.
Demon Fang!
Lightning! Downfall! Lightning!
Down!
Bring you back from
Light
death to
astral
death.
energy!
Blow away!
Here,
Tornado Alpha!
No rest for the
Dragon
wicked.
Swarm! Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing arm!
Demon Fang!
First aid! Heaven and earth!
Demon
I
Fang!
think I'm coming down with something grave.
A chronic inability to read the room?
A malady your arts cannot fix.
Carve through armor!
Vacuum Blade!
Benediction.
I'll heal you all!
Eat this!
Lightning orb! More
Demon Fang! Try this!
Lightning condemn! Healing circle!
Resonate with the explosive ring!
Chain between heaven and
Demon
earth!
Fang!
Now!
Release! In an instant! Impact Claw!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
So those thorns of Shion's, they're really a part of Rena's great spirit?
Most likely. But only a small fragment of it in the big picture. I don't sense a will of its own emanating from them.
If it's that insignificant, is there that much point getting rid of it?
Airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly. That's my cue.
Shut him down. Demon Fang!
I'll stop its charge.
Thanks, Chitara.
Here, let me help.
Now!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Damn it! Take this! This one's all mine!
First aid! A chain between heaven and earth.
Spirits within the soil. Awaken and reach! Try harder! My turn! Clear away! Not today! Demon Fang! Try this! Explosive ring!
Lightning orb!
Spirits within the soil.
Carve through one!
Glacial spear! Here's evil!
Demon Fang!
Freeze Lancer!
Take this! Now it's
That'll bring you down.
Vacuum Blade!
On your knees.
Take this!
Here's a healing arc! First aid!
Captivity!
By the power of water! Mega Red!
Demon Fang!
Annihilation!
There!
More for the stop! Lightning strike! Glacial spear! Here's evil!
Try hard! My turn!
Freeze Lancer!
It's on! You picked the wrong fight!
Here's a healing arc!
Demon Fang! Try this!
Sorry to trouble you.
You do the same for me.
Explosive ring!
Lightning orb!
Captivity! I'm not...
Illuminate magic and damn! Holy Land!
Such unadulterated fury.
Demon Fang!
Glacial spear!
Try harder! Not a chance!
Freeze Lancer!
It's too much!
Holy Glimmer! Here's a healing
Demon
arc!
Fang! Sword Lane Alpha! Dragon Swarm!
A wailing Dempsey of lightning!
Blow away! I'll burn it all! Flaming Pillar! Fire! Demon Fang!
Thunder Blade!
Vacuum Blade!
Now you see what I can do!
You're mine!
Here's a healing arc!
Vacuum Blade!
Resonate with the earth!
Burn! Demon Fang!
Holy Land!
Explosive ring!
No more playing nice! You get the gist! I'm healing walls!
There!
Sleep healing circle!
Okay.
Glacial spear! Pierce evil! Freeze Lancer!
Heal! Ready! Demon Fang! Take this!
Do it!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! It's my turn! I'll grind you with a blow away! Crescent Strike!
Anything in order!
Spirits within the soil.
Awaken and wreak havoc!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I can feel my precision improving.
The design of this equipment is really interesting.
You must really like it, Alphen.
Vacuum Blade!
Annihilation!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Demon Fang!
Lightning Blade! Illuminate the dark!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for! Get behind me!
Cut! I'll leave it to you! Demon Fang!
My I'll bring you back from death.
Being interrupted.
Here, let me help.
There!
Leave the enemy's arcs to me.
No complaints here! We turn the tables on them.
There are still more left.
Right. No time to hold back.
I'll heal you all!
Demon Fang! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Now it's let loose! Demon Fang!
Back into the fray!
Blow away!
I'll heal you all!
Eat this! Demon Fang! Make rupture!
You have such an incredible technique.
Brute force is nothing without elegance of form.
I don't know if I'd say nothing.
It's weakened!
It's this! No! Vacuum Blade!
Gemini Aqua!
Ready to go! Demon Fang!
Power surges through me.
Blow away!
Sorry to trouble you.
They do the same for me. One more time!
Use too much. I am not beyond fury.
Any time! That'll bring you down!
I've been hit with something!
Behold! The earth pulse! Tectonic vision!
I'll heal you all! Stars of light! Rain down!
It's in your hands now.
I owe you
Stay away from my
Healing
friend!
is what my arts
Not
do best.
today!
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Take this! Unlock!
I can carve through armor!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Lightning orb!
You're
Lightning
finished!
control! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Complete focus!
Do it!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! I'll bring you
My
back from
turn!
death's abyss! Here goes! Resuscitate! Illuminate the dark! Nothing gets by me!
On your knees. Thanks, Shion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'll do better.
Chain between heaven and earth.
Demon Fang!
Deny! Rain down! Purify all!
Vacuum Blade! There!
In a bind?
By the power!
A chain between
Decorate
heaven and
with
earth.
the earth! Take this!
Now's our chance! Armor won't save you! I'll be saving you! Resonate with you! Ready to go!
Demon Fang!
I never miss! A new lease on life!
Can't move!
I couldn't make it into...
Lightning Orb! Light Astrolator! Illuminate the dark! I can handle it! A new lease on life!
Can't get out of this!
Resuscitate! Clearance Flash! Reload! Damn it! Out of ammo!
Begin!
I
don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Demon Fang!
This is the
Blade! This through. Lightning Flash!
Mega Ray! Illuminate the
Demon Fang ready! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
This should make for some good weapon crafting material.
And thus our strength yet grows.
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
You're mine!
Lightning Orb!
Vacuum Blade!
Illuminate
It's
your
on!
dreams!
Here I come!
Here, I'll shoot them out of the sky!
Now I can let loose!
Lightning Orb!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Alright!
Avoid the enemy.
Demon Fang!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! Here,
My turn! Take this!
Lightning
No
Orb!
escape!
Thanks for the heal.
Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah, you too.
Raining Slash!
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alvin!
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you! Lightning
Yeah! You picked the wrong fight!
Here it's within the
Demon
soil.
Fang!
Awaken and wreak havoc!
Holy Light!
Explosive ring!
Masterful dash!
This one's mine!
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
Not done!
Holy Liver!
Blow away!
Holy Land! Shattering heaven and earth! A wailing beauty of lightning! A healing art!
Try harder! Now!
Unlock now! Glacial Spear!
Raining Slash! Demon Fang!
Supernova! Here, let's go!
You're mine!
First aid!
I'll burn it all! Flaming Pillar! Fire! Demon Fang! Demon Fang!
The enemy reveals ours too.
We'll soon see about that! Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! This should make for some good weapon crafting material.
And thus our strength yet grows.
You can tell it's tough just looking at it.
Yeah, it probably messed us up good.
The sword-wielding Zuko?
And not just one, but four!
It thinks 2 extra hands is enough to beat me. It's sorely mistaken!
Let's just focus on what's important.
I'm not done! You picked the wrong fight! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me!
Good! I'll leave it to you!
I can carve through armor!
Outstanding form!
Leave the target to me!
Demon Fang!
Chain between heaven and earth.
Seismic rush in a vine!
There! Wide open!
It won't escape me!
Explosive ring!
By the power!
Back to the blade!
It's showtime! Magic is there!
No! Can't get... Here!
I'll get
Shattering
together.
pieces!
Fires and paddle! Cloud magic! Sharpness! Here's a healing
not
art!
done yet.
You get it!
Take it!
Now or never!
I'll pull myself together. Alright, Gemini object! Time!
I'll grind you into dust! Captivity!
Does it hurt? Between heaven and earth!
Seismic rush!
A wailing banshee of lightning! Here's a healing art! In here! First aid!
Blew away!
It's weakened!
Try this! This ends now!
Look now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Here, let me help.
Resonate with the earth!
First aid!
Now I can let
Shining
loose.
supernova!
On your...
Demon Fang! Try
Where
this!
that came from! Lightning attack! Lunar corruption! Thunderblade! Magic is there! Holy mark requires...
Another incantation ruined.
Demon
They're
Fang!
not playing around!
Anything in armor is all mine! Now you see what I can do!
Raining Flash! Demon Fang!
A chain between heaven and earth!
In the soil.
A wailing ammo! Catapult! Healing circle!
Okay.
Lightning orb!
Try harder!
Back into play! Illuminate the
My
zone!
turn.
Mecha ray! Holy water!
Raining Flash!
Annihilation!
Eat dirt!
Holy land! A chain between heaven and earth!
There!
A wailing banshee of lightning! In here!
Raining Flash!
Captivity can't get out of this!
Vacuum Blade!
Let me help!
This is looking good!
Ready to go! Illuminate the zone! Magic is there!
I'll bring you back from death.
You this vanquished soul with life!
I can't hold on much longer!
This battle is stacked heavy against us.
So we regroup and try again.
You're right. We must play intelligently.
Resuscitation!
You're mine!
I'll heal you all!
No escape!
Thunder field!
We've got him on the run!
Don't get caught!
Right. Still anyone's fight. Raining Flash!
On your...
Demon Fang! You're mine!
Here's a healing art!
Air pressure! Armor won't save you! On your...
Radiant Pierce!
Air pressure!
Here's a healing art! First
No
aid!
escape! Raining Flash!
And again!
Demon Fang!
Take this!
Such unadulterated fury.
Demon Fang!
By the power of water!
You'll pay for that! Take it!
Lightning orb! Lightning canal! Thunder blade! Illuminate magic is there!
I'm ready! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! He got rid of the sword! Looks like I won after all!
Except it doesn't look like that thing's finished yet. Not by a long shot. Lunar corruption! Light acid! Illuminate the... Holy glitter! I'll bring you back from death to this.
Out of the woods, it seems.
Can't move!
Don't give up! Stars of light, rain down and purify!
I'll bring you back from death to...
In here!
I'll bring you back from... Death
This'll
in
come
the
in handy.
sky is mine. I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Ready to go!
Not on my watch! Take care of...
Not
Poodle.
Demon Fang! Captivity! Prepare to be sealed!
Heal you all!
Imbue this vanquished
I'll
soul
smash
with life.
you! Demon Fang!
Is this it? I couldn't make it in time.
I never miss! That's gonna... Smart.
I'm gonna need more of that.
Here, let me help.
Thanks.
Far enough!
Rage.
Rain down and lunar blast!
Demon Fang! Try this! Explosive ring!
Thank you for the healing, gentlemen.
Our comrades need our ability to survive. Behold! The Earth pulse! Tectonic vision! Can't get out of this! I'm ready! I'm ready!
In an instant! Impact Cross!
I'll heal you all!
You're mine!
Lightning orb!
Explosive ring! Can't move!
Don't leave me!
I'll bring you back from death to...
Anything in armor is all mine! Illuminate the dark! The enemy is going all out! Iron flame! Reload!
Leave me
Healing
to me!
A wailing Banshee of lightning! In here!
Far enough!
Let's get you off the way!
I won't give up!
You're mine! It's on!
Lightning
Dark!
Up and out! Let's go! Here goes!
Imbue this vanquished soul with life. Resuscitate now or never.
Illuminate the dark! Transform! Holy glitter! Holy lamp! Lightning orb! Here's a healing orb! Blah, blah, blah! Bang! Holy lamp!
Shattering of
pieces!
Attack time! Demon Fang!
Illuminate the dark!
In a bind?
Holy glimmer! There! Holy lamp! A chain between heaven and earth!
No further. Stay away from my friend!
Sea of lightning!
Demon Fang!
I'm ready now!
Explosive! Is this it?
That'll bring you down! Take it!
All right, it's showtime! Magic is there! Holy lance! A chain between heaven and earth! Now! Lost! Get toasty!
Bird strike!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Don't tell me!
Captivity! Holy glimmer! Here, let me help.
Resonate with the earth!
Exploit the enemy's weakness.
In here!
There!
Now you see what I can do.
Here's the evil! Freeze laser!
Charge like that could easily be fatal. Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Shining supernova!
Explosive ray!
It looks like you got this one covered. Illuminating magic lamp! Holy lamp! First aid!
Crushing flash! Spirits within the soil. Awaken and wreak havoc!
Thunder field!
Far enough! Alright!
Slow down! Lightning condemn!
Masterful
Thunder blade! Healing circle between heaven and earth!
Come for it! Sorry,
Lightning!
Another incantation ruined. Ready and rare. Here.
I have no limits!
Lightning
Try
blade!
harder!
Second Illumination sun!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite!
Spirits
within the soil.
Awaken and wreak havoc!
A wailing fancy of lightning!
Masterful dash!
Demon Fang!
This'll come in handy!
Explosive ring!
Now!
In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Thanks! Demon Fang! Demon Fang!
I can't hold on much longer!
Save you! Ready to
One
go!
more time!
Run!
Magic is there! Holy lamp! A chain between heaven and earth! A wailing fancy of
I don't
lightning!
even know the word defeat.
Sealed! Let's get you all tucked away!
Blow away!
Healing circle! Illuminate the sun! I owe you, Sion.
Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and
Pay
destruction.
for that!
Sealed! Don't get in my way!
Demon Fang!
Begin!
Whoa, hey! One at a time! Lightning orb! Lightning condemned!
It's
Thunder
on!
blade! Came between
Can't
heaven
get
and
out
earth!
of this!
A wailing fancy of lightning!
Begin!
Please now!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Rain Alpha!
The enemy is going all out! Holy lamp! A chain between heaven and earth! Annihilation! A wailing
gets by me!
Annihilation! By the power of flame! Finish without a
Rain
trace!
Alpha!
Illuminate the sun!
Denied!
Holy lamp! One more time!
Demon Fang! Vacuum Blade!
Annihilation!
I'll smash you! Begin!
Sweet burning! Good!
Glacial spear.
Here's the
Demon
evil!
Fang!
Freeze
There!
Alright! It's done!
Try harder! Not here!
Illuminate lightning!
Radiant Flash!
Holy glimmer!
This one's mine.
Holy lamp!
Hold nothing back!
Can you
Demon
take it?
Fang!
I could do it.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Demon Fang!
Can you take it?
Radiant
I'm ready! Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Elfin!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you! Illuminate the
Finish!
sun!
Radiant
Holy
Flash!
glimmer! Radiant pierce!
Can you take it?
Like Astrolabe!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Spirits within the soil. Awaken and wreak havoc!
Here I come! Strike!
Masterful dash!
Blow away!
Ready and rare!
Demon Fang!
Far enough! Heal!
Thanks!
Lightning orb! Banana corruption! I'm sorry.
Forgive me.
Demon Fang!
This is my fault.
Lunar corruption!
Now you see what I can do!
Blow away!
Benediction.
Can't be happening!
Demon
Still
Fang!
doesn't fight left in me.
Now I'm ready! Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
I think I'm getting stronger.
That equipment should come in handy.
aren't you?
Air pressure! Vacuum blade!
I'm not so good with airborne targets.
I've used too much. Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Here's a healing arm.
Nothing gets by me. That'll bring you down.
Our art is being interrupted.
Raining slash!
What?
Demon Fang!
Searing flame! Reload!
You're finished!
Here, let me help.
Ignite!
Here's a healing arm.
There!
First aid!
Blew away!
Searing flame!
Victory is within reach.
Dig deep, and we can do this!
Impressive fervor, little one. Is that a healing art? It is. I can't ignore your pain. Now try to be more careful.
Try harder! Now! You'll pay for that!
Imbue this vanquished soul with lust. Resuscitation.
Here's a healing art! I still got some fight left in me!
Here I come! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth, holy glimmer!
Here, let me help.
Holy lamp!
Explosive ray!
Chain between heaven and earth! A wailing banshee of lightning! Chain between heaven and earth!
This one's mine.
A wailing banshee of lightning!
Resonate with the
Here,
earth.
let me help.
Another
Here I
incantation
come.
ruined.
Lightning orb!
It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out. I'll stop and charge. Let me help.
Thanks, Kisara! Thunder field!
Raining slash!
Astral lightning healing art!
Demon Fang! Try harder!
A chain between heaven and
Behold! The earth pulse! Tectonic fission!
I'll bring you back from dead to base. I'll bring you back from
Try
dead to
harder!
base.
Not a chance! Raining!
I'm ready.
There! Seismic Rupture! Demon
healing art! I still got some fight left!
Now I can let loose!
Tempest!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth, holy glimmer!
Vacuum blade! Raining slash! I'm ready!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alphen.
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you.
You picked the wrong fight! Demon Fang! Try this! Catapult! Explosive ray!
Seismic rupture!
Vacuum blade!
Captivity!
I'll heal you.
Demon Fang! Sword Rain Alpha!
Healing circle!
I owe you one!
Sorry to trouble you.
I'll smash you!
Let me help.
There! Demon Fang! Strike!
Can you take
Demon
it?
Fang! Now I can let loose!
I'll blind you into dust!
Sword Rain Alpha!
A thrilling performance.
Blow away!
Not on my watch!
Your mom! Demon Fang!
Stars of light! Rain down and purify all!
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that!
It's on! Rena!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
think the animals back at the ranch should be all grown up by now.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
You guys want to rest here?
Doing some thinking?
Nah. It just occurred to me that our journey's been going for a while now.
Is it a wonder to you our group has held together this long?
Maybe. We've got Danans, Renans, a lord, a mage, and even a guy from another time. Yet here we all are, leaning on each other as travel companions. It's like a minor miracle.
If anything, I'd say it's proof. Proof that as long as we accept each other for who we are, we can all get along.
And with understanding comes togetherness. Yeah, we are more than enough evidence of that.
I've always had a thorny relationship with others. Quite literally, as it happens. I figured that it was easier to give up on intimacy, rather than having to go through all of the pain of rejection. I mean, is it any wonder I grew thorns around my heart, too?
But now...
Right. Now... I still have my thorns, of course. But they don't cover my heart. I know now that there is more than one way for people to relate to one another. It was you and everyone else here that taught me that. Everyone that you brought together, Alphen.
It wasn't just me. I mean, sure, I invited a few folks to join us, but... swordsmanship's about all I have to offer. Everyone's taught and supported me just as much as I have them.
You see? That's what I'm talking about.
What do you mean?
I mean, you're fine just as you are. The bonds that you form with others, they shine more brightly because they're mutual. It's not just one bond for you. It's many, each with a heart of its own. That's what makes them special. Why are you staring at me?
I could ask the same thing.
So this is how the Sovereign and Maiden are supposed to look. You two go great together.
Law, come stand between us.
Oh, sure. You want me to put something white on as well?
Of course she doesn't.
Take a closer look, Shion. It's a miracle.
What are you talking about?
This outfit, it's already got blue accents on it.
So I see.
Hey, Alphen, why do you like spicy food so much anyway?
You know, I haven't thought about that before. Maybe because when I couldn't feel pain, it gave me that kick I was craving.
But now that you can feel pain again, wouldn't your tastes have changed?
Did you like spicy food when you were younger?
Not as much as I do now. At some point, it just became something almost like an addiction, I guess.
I can most certainly relate. Once you've had your fill of ordinary food, you cannot help but seek out more unusual fare.
I don't think that's got anything to do with Alphen's tastes. Although I won't deny that you definitely have a thing for exotic food. The stranger the better.
I just wish I could have gotten you into sweets like me, Alphen.
I like food that's dense and keeps you feeling full myself. It helps you last longer when you're on the move.
We all know you're a quantity over quality kind of...
What was that?
Nothing. I lost my train of thought.
You know, I've also noticed Shion's not really into the same kind of food most Renans are. Could be it's got something to do with the way she grew up.
That's so me. Even when I was little, I was all about food that gives me strength. All meat, all the time.
And I guess Kisara is so good at cooking fish because she can catch them herself.
I'm only good with fish because it used to be the easiest thing to get. When you work with something long enough, It comes naturally to you.
I like fish just fine. But what I really like about your cooking is how it tastes homemade. It reminds me of what my mom used to make.
Really? You know, I used to cook a lot of meals for younger kids, and they said the same thing.
When you get down to it, I guess the things a person cooks and the foods they like say a lot about the way they've lived.
What? Hey guys, I don't see any of our food anywhere.
What?
I know! The bag we kept it all in has vanished! Some Zoogles must have gotten in behind us and swiped the whole thing while we were fighting.
What? Huh? What are you guys talking about?
This affects you too, you know! We lost all our food, including all those sweets you love so frickin' much!
What? How could this happen? Those sweets are the highlight of my day! Oh, so hungry.
Hunger is like that. The moment you know there's nothing you can do about it, it becomes that much more unbearable.
Whoever did this, I swear I'm gonna make them pay for stealing our supplies.
All that's left now is this one lonesome apple.
Law?
What? Hey, don't look at me like that. I picked this apple myself. I'm not just gonna...
Food. Hand it over.
Stay away! Ah!
Hey, I'm back. Huh? What the heck happened here?
Only a poignant reminder of how dangerous a food shortage can be in a collective. A serious problem indeed. And one we should all be mindful of.
I see. Does it have anything to do with why you're holding our food supply bag behind your back?
This came out so good. I almost hate having to eat it.
Rinwell, mind if we chat a little?
You're still awake?
I've always been something of a night owl. Ever since back when I was someone's property. Turning in for the night only made the next day come quicker. I wasn't in any great rush.
Sorry.
What about yourself? Care to share something from before I knew you? You were part of a mage clan, right? Must have been handy being able to rely on magic for everything.
Hardly. In fact, not at all. Magic's not so special when you're not allowed to use it. Always scared of who might be watching?
Right. Sorry about that. I guess I've read too many fairy tales.
We were still made to study it every day. It doesn't make any sense if you think about it, studying the very thing you're being persecuted for. But that's what we did, just like our parents and their parents before them. Honestly, I don't even know how far back it goes.
If memory serves, mages have been the stuff of legend for ages. Even as far back as 3 centuries ago, they were myths. Your people were persecuted even before the Renans got here.
Yeah, the more I think about it, the less it makes sense though. I mean, it was astral arts that let the Renans dominate Dana, right? Why didn't mages end up being the rulers of Dana then?
Maybe they tried, but they just didn't have the numbers. Or maybe domination just wasn't something they were interested in. Have you ever considered it might have been something like that?
I guess I haven't.
I wonder why magic alone attracted the attention it did. Swords can be just as lethal in the right hands. Why not ban them?
My best guess? Swordsmanship can be learned by anyone. Magic's more of an exclusive club.
So, you either have the gift or you don't. When something's not easily obtainable, it's hard to comprehend. People are scared of what they don't understand. And fear leads to persecution. So the problem's not magic. It could just as easily have been anything.
Yeah. Night, everyone! Another day, another Gald.
Dead end, huh?
Why don't we just use this?
Wait!
Jeez! Don't scare me like that! What, is there something wrong with it?
No, it's not that. It's just... this is it. Whatever it is, we're about to find out.
It's the moment of truth. There's no turning back now till we've won. Either we get through this, or we vanish along with the rest of the world as we know it. Is everyone ready?
We've come this far. I'm not about to turn tail now. I say we knock this thing out and head back home.
It's time to relegate the past to where it belongs. It's been a long journey getting here, but it ends now.
No, this isn't the end. Once we've overthrown the old order, there's still the task of creating a new world.
A world without divisions, where no one cares whether you're Danan or Renan, or if you have magic or not. You're right. We have to win this.
Let's get going then. After all, our future awaits.
Our future. One free of tyranny and exploitation. For the freedom to live with those we hold dear. And for a new era. Let's go! Are we on that giant flower?
We're finally here then.
But then, where is the core of the Great Spirit? Or the Renaissance, for that matter?
According to Hevrek 35, this should be where we find the core.
Rinwell, do you sense anything?
This is definitely where the energy of the Great Spirit is strongest, but what's giving off the most energy is the flower we're standing on.
That said, we're not gonna be able to destroy something this huge. You want me to hit it and see what happens?
Hey, look! Is that like Dana's astral energy? But why?
What?
Stay sharp! Something's coming!
Spirit's core?
And in order to fight us, it's taken on this form?
My thorns. I feel them whirling inside me. They're getting restless. I'm certain of it. This is the source of my thorns, and of my visions. This is the darkness that will consume all existence.
What do we do now? Rena's almost inside that thing. I don't think we'll win this fight without it.
We have to get it back. We will find a way somehow.
Agreed. And now that it has a physical form, cutting through it's what we'll do.
Great Spirit, I understand that you've made that very clear. However, if you're planning on destroying everything, then first,
you'll have to get through us. everyone! Let's go!
We're not energy for you to consume, and we're not puppets for you to control!
Only humankind has a right to determine their own future. We will never let something like you take that away from us.
I'm sorry, but we won't let you take any more away from us. We'll do whatever it takes to stop you.
I fight to quell the sounds of anguish from our world, that it may be filled with joy and peace once again.
Give it back! Give it all back! Give us back our world and give me back my own life!
Once and for all, we're going to end centuries of terror and death. Right here, right now.
Let's get you all tucked away. Here's a heart. I'm first aid.
I couldn't make it in time.
I'll bring you back from death to death.
Burn!
Resuscitation.
Demon Plague! Try this!
Still got some fight left in you.
Explosive ray!
Fluidity of your movement
Now.
is simply incredible.
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! The enemy is going all out.
I'm not done! I owe you all! Demon Plague!
With the earth! Awaiting the awakening! In here!
We've gotten surrounded.
Okay.
What in the world is this round thing?
An attack. Is this a Lord's handiwork? I'm past being surprised.
I say we destroy it, and quick!
Feel! Get out of there with the others! Photon out! Will this help?
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that!
My turn!
Up and at 'em! Let's
Demon
go!
Plague!
Healing magic is there!
Our surges through.
Holy land!
Raining cow!
That's it. Forgive me.
I'll bring you back. Let the marksman handle this.
Lightning orb! Lightning condemned!
I'll bring you back.
You this vanquished soul with life
Fires of passion!
resuscitation.
Raise this flag into the fray! Sharpen!
No further.
Healing circle!
There!
From beyond, we can pull myself together. Resuscitation. Another incantation ruined.
Demon Plague! I owe you one!
Lightning condemned!
I'll bring you back from death to this.
Here I come! The flame inside me, yours will be let free!
Here's a healing art!
You picked the wrong fight!
First
Black
aid!
Blade!
That'll bring you down.
Demon Plague!
Lunar corruption!
My turn! Your mother!
Here, let me help.
Now!
Here's a healing art with the others!
Demon Plague!
Here, let me help.
There!
First aid!
Save you.
We did it!
As impressive as always.
Here I will go as improved.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Leon actually look flustered.
Raining slash! Burn in hell!
How are being interrupted?
We did it! Now! Take this! Demon Plague! We did it! My turn!
Thunder field!
Move away! There! Demon Plague!
Magic is
Do it!
over!
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
My turn!
Here's a healing art!
Okay.
Lightning
Demon
condemned!
Plague!
Lightning! Thunder field!
Watch yourself.
Dragon Form!
Incredible power.
Blow away! I'll burn it all! Flaming pillar! Fire!
I feel myself.
Anything in order is all mine!
Holy land! Back in the fray! Mega ray! A wailing dandy of lightning! Here's a healing art! Sleep tight!
Raining slash!
Can you take it?
Incineration!
Don't leave me!
It's showtime!
I'll bring you back from death. This.
Can't get out of this!
Sleep now! More for the stockpile! Ready to go!
Right! Wyvern! Demon Plague!
Up and at 'em!
Blow away!
Lightning condemned!
Incineration blade!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
After all that, it's still standing.
Just how strong is this thing?
It doesn't matter. We just have to keep kicking its ass until it bites the dust!
Conserving its energy for an escape.
That bastard took off with the Renaissance!
We can't stand here and wait for it to come back. We'll have to follow it through there.
You're right. I don't like it, but we've got no choice.
Yeah. No matter what, we can't let it get away.
All right. Let's go.
I'm surprised we can stand here at all. What in the hell is this place?
Beats me. I've never seen anything like it. More importantly, where's the Great Spirit?
Look! Over there!
What in the world? It's changing shape?
Oh, this is bad. It looks like it's regaining all of its energy. It's going to grow even bigger than before!
Damn it! Come on, we've got to find a way to...
Watch out! Something's heading our way!
Guess they're here to try to stop us. There's so many of them.
That means we've got it running scared. Let's take these out and keep moving!
Get out of our way already!
I didn't expect such base tactics from a supreme being.
You can't assume we're fighting something that thinks like a human!
Whatever it is, it's wasting time that we don't have!
Yeah, not only that, but that thing is getting bigger by the minute!
It's starting to slow down the more it grows. We should be able to catch up soon enough.
We just need to hold on. Stay strong, everyone, and stand your ground! Vacuum blade!
Sweet now!
Raining slash! Demon Peg! You picked the wrong fight! Demon Peg! Raining slash!
In here! I'll be safe this one! Here's the healing arc! Do it!
I'm not done!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Now! Here I come!
Lunar corruption!
You're finished!
Thunder came between heaven and earth!
Not beyond fury! Here I come! Blue escape!
In a bind?
More where that came from!
Demon Peg!
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Incineration wave!
Don't leave me! By the power of flame! Vanish without a trace!
Illuminate the dark! Explosion! Holy land! A chain between heaven and earth!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
From beyond,
Here, let me
imbue
help.
this vanquished soul with life, resuscitation.
Illuminate the dark!
No art is being interrupted.
Try harder! Not scared! Blue escape!
I never miss!
Take this!
I'll be saving this
Demon
one!
Peg!
Here's a healing arc! Like astral energy! Where would that come from?
Carve through
Lightning cassette! Thunder blast! Do it! Magic cassette!
Look sharp!
Lightning tiger blade!
Now! You're mine!
Begin!
Strike! Raining slash!
Delivery!
Incineration wave! You're finished! There! The flame inside me! You'll be let free!
Sleep now! More for the stop!
Here I come!
You picked the wrong fight! Here I come!
More where that came from!
Blow
Here's a
away!
healing arc!
Incineration wave! Strike!
Lunar corruption!
Will this
Demon
help?
Peg!
Do it! Heaven and earth! Astral energy! Full throttle!
We caught up to it.
Hold on. Why did it stop absorbing the energy from Dana?
Like it or not, it lacks the means to do so whilst fighting us. We've become the bigger threat and forced its hand.
All right then. Let's get to work so we can take back the Renaissance.
This madness ends! Right here, right now! And this time, we really mean it!
We've all come so far. We've faced so much. We can't get through this together.
Naturally, we are all leaving this fight alive.
Hell, I'm just getting warmed up. You ain't seen nothing yet.
The Great Spirit's getting desperate. So stay on your toes, everyone.
Be still! A wailing banshee of lightning!
Its power's overwhelming.
Then let's whittle down that thing's power. Go!
Right. Let's start with the arms.
Let's do this, Law!
Leave it to me!
Everyone, I'm counting on you.
Field! I'll be saving this one!
Within the soil.
Thunder Field!
Can wreak havoc.
This one's all mine.
Illuminate the dark!
You picked the wrong fight.
On your Holy Land! Chain between heaven
I
and
could
earth!
do without this pain.
Here's the healing art! First aid! Thunderbolt! Fire tornado! Display! Sharpness! Downfall! Here's the healing art!
Lightning thrust!
First
Take
aid!
this! No escape!
Law!
You and me!
From here on out! We did it!
Yeah! Can you take it?
Thunder Blaze! Illuminate! Amazing! All that astral energy!
I don't like the look of this.
We have to stop it! It's back! Demon Blade! Vacuum Blade!
More for the sunshine! I never miss!
Demon
Here,
Blade!
let me help! Lightning Blade! More with that lightning!
Go, Halim!
Lightning!
No more dithering.
Our future begins here!
Always
Here's the
impressive.
healing art!
I guess that makes two of us then.
Chain between heaven and earth!
Now all that's left is the middle!
Let's do it! Banshee of lightning!
Masterful dash.
On your raining slot! The air blew away!
Sweet dreams!
Incineration wave! This one's all mine!
More with that
Eat this!
Photon! Lightning container! Thunder Blade! Magic is there!
Raining slot!
Holy Land! Here, let me know it's my turn! Sweet dreams!
Try harder! My turn!
Lightning container!
Here I come!
Lightning container!
Raining slot!
We did it!
Armor won't save you!
My turn!
A wailing banshee of lightning!
Blow away! Demon Fang! There! Here I come!
Here, let me help! First
Blow away!
aid!
I'll blind you with a dust.
Incineration wave! Not a chance! My
If
turn!
it's in the sky, it's mine! A
Demon
wailing
Fang!
banshee of lightning!
Shield! It's you and
This is it!
This ends now!
Alphen!
We're both fine. We're going to start the ceremony now, before it can recover. Xion.
Yeah.
Returned, just as I told you I would.
Hurry! The Great Spirit is reviving itself!
Absorbing the Great Spirit!
Apologies. I can't suppress it for very long.
Hand it over right now. Use this to defeat the Great Spirit. Which is precisely why I'm here. Stand aside and watch. So then you know how to destroy the Great Spirit. Just as well as you and your sorry lot. The Great Spirit that tried to control me will be annihilated. I won't let you do that! Yet do it I shall. And there's nothing you can do to stop me. You bastard! I shall fulfill my duty as a ruler. With this power, I'll bury that woman and the Great Spirit. Then this charade will finally end. Save everyone. And Xion! Silence. I'll tear you apart, slay the girl and the Great Spirit, and erect a fortress of death over both worlds. What do you get from all this? When you have all that power, what will you do? My dominion shall reign over all existence. Nothing else matters. It's so you can rule over all existence just because? Despicable as they were, even the other lords, even the Great Spirit had a future in mind. But you have nothing, only death. So what? It matters little to me. You are pathetic, truly pathetic, and you're not. You are a failure, empty, a sovereign who couldn't even die in his own time as he was meant to. You're right. I used to wonder why I was still alive after so long. There are things in this world, in the here and now, that are worth protecting. That's why I'm still here. And I won't let you take them away! Not until the flame inside me yearns to be let free! Ready? Burn in hell! Why do you resist? Flew away! Demon Fang! You will beg me for mercy! Demon Fang! You will suffer at my hand! Fang! It's on! Demon Fang! You will know nothing but agony! Ignite! Raining! Die already! Demon Fang! I shall erase everything! There! I'll You control others to keep from being controlled, but that's a path of never-ending hatred! Don't you understand? It can only end in destruction. The only way to avoid it is with forgiveness! The words of a coward. Your weakness disgusts me! You're wrong. It takes true power to forgive! I have no use for fools. The strong shall always triumph here.
You say that because you've been alone so long. If you had someone, anyone to turn to, a single friend, someone to love, people who support and guide you, you can't have been alone your whole life.
Remember as the lashes and whips. Each strike spreading a skein of fire across my back. The masters who killed slaves for sport. And the slaves who sacrificed their compatriots that they might live. There is no love, no friendship, not there or anywhere else. Is there no way for you to see this differently? Enough! You gamble the fate of this world to save a single life, and yet I am the evil one? How utterly ridiculous. It's true. Maybe it is selfish of me to want to save her, but I swore that I would let no one else be sacrificed in this battle. I can't bear to see her die. You and I are so much more alike than I had ever imagined.
No, we're not. I want a world built on kindness, on giving, on warmth.
You take and destroy. I'm nothing like you.
Burn! Explode! I am proof of it. All others shall be banished. Infernal torrent! I could do without this pain. Splendid flash! Splendid flash!
The blazing sword.
The power Shion has bestowed upon me. I'll take you down! It's on! Try this! Explosive ring! It's over! You are the last obstacle impeding my progress! Die! That's my line! I'll show you the limits of your solitude! What you've done is evil. There's no denying that. I know you didn't walk your path out of weakness, but merely from misguided strength. Misguided because you were alone. Because you had no friends to keep you on the straight and narrow. No one to use all that strength for, other than yourself. That loneliness could make a monster out of anyone. Out of me. I understand. And I forgive you, Volran. I don't need your victor's pity. And you can choke on your vain forgiveness. Don't! You wish to save this world? To make your selfish dreams into reality? If you choose to walk that path, you choose a path of betrayal, despair, and corruption. And in the darkness at the end, I'll be waiting for you! Volran!
I'm sorry. The Rena's Alma is...
Yes. But you still possess the blazing sword. It may not be quite as strong as the Rena's Alma, but nonetheless...
I can't! I would never! It would kill you!
My thorns, they're... Soon the great astral spirit will break free. And when that happens, no one will be spared. But there's still time. You can still destroy the thorns. And me with them.
That's exactly what we've been fighting to prevent. I promised I would find a way to save you.
You did. I know. But I don't want you to die either. So please, don't let me be the end of the world.
That's it. Look! The path Dana's energy flowed through is still open. We can use it to call out to Dana's will!
Alphen, what are you saying?
Don't you remember? Rinwell said there was a little bit of Dana's will inside all of us. If there is a way everyone can come together to form Dana's will, then maybe we can ask for it to help us, to find us a way out of this.
Are you really saying that if all of Dana thinks of saving us, it will become the will of the planet itself? That's madness.
Maybe so, but it's the only way we can save you. And the only way to save Rena, too.
To save Rena?
That's right. Rena's will never had evil intent. If we're saving everyone, that includes them. I don't want to live in a world without you, Xion. And I'm tired of living a life built on death.
Alphen, I'm with you.
Collective will of Dana, hear my plea! I want to save Xion! And I want to save Rena too! I want to end this cycle of one joy, constantly being sacrificed for another's pain! So please, grant us your strength!
Let's go!